as far as BTC is concerned. It is green on the day, but still sitting here at this huge support level, 60,000, 60,500, depending on how you want to look at this chart. But some of the equities moving around here a little bit in the pre-market. It's been a bit of a flush out, that we talked about going back to Monday, I think it was, or Tuesday, to start the week. We get down to long-term levels. 58,000 came into play, but it's been above ever since.
Yeah, and we have to keep an eye on interest rates too with respect to this, because a lot of, the crypto movement really tied in with interest rates. So with the GDP number coming in today a little bit higher than expected and the jobs not selling off as much, you don't have that slack in the job market and the weakness in the general economy for them to cut back. And we talked about this off camera, you and I. A lot of commentators now saying we may not even get that cut. And Kevin O'Leary sat exactly where I sat here and said we weren't going to get that. Yeah. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. I mean, some of the individual companies may be a little bit more, sorry, I'm just listening to some comments here on Walgreens, but some of the individual companies may be a little bit more affected by that than the overall price itself, as you're suggesting. But yeah, just be aware there's some comments coming through on Walgreens. Walgreens with earnings worse than expected on the forecast side of things as well. I was just noticing, like, this is 1290 coming into play here on WBA. It's been a long time. If you zoom out on this, this thing's been in trouble for quite some time.
Oh, they're in trouble, Brendo. So this is obviously a business I'm very familiar with, and so I do keep my eye and see what they're doing. Look, pharmacy business not doing bad, but it's the discretionary items in the front store that they're really having trouble with, and that's where their margins are made. They don't make the same type of margins on prescriptions. What's doing well for them, though, is their association with, I believe, Village MD, which they bought, Brendo, so that they could homogenize the clinic pharmacy business. And that one is doing well. That one grew 7.6%, but it's really the front store here that's really hurting Walgreens.
Yeah, going into a holiday week, next week, we're getting to the end of some of the more significant earnings reports, obviously, but 17%, nothing to pass on today. Volume a little bit light on this so far, but we'll see what happens as we get closer to the open today. 28% as we zoom out here on WBA, pretty ugly.
We have Rahim Alani is here, so we're excited to have him come through. He's talking a little bit about the Indian market, which, wow, some of those names he just dropped there are pretty exciting on recent IPOs, so stay tuned for that in just a couple minutes with Rahim. Look, Walgreens is my number one idea.
Yeah, we kind of talked. Yeah, exactly. I literally
Walgreens is
like
my
writing down
number one idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Today.
I agree.
Not Nvidia, not Apple, Walgreens. I mean, what the hell? Like, honestly, we've been talking about this. Look at this chart. Like, I actually feel bad for people that have invested in this. But what I think is that the story remains the same about this. I was actually writing down Amazon long as we look at these things. You can get stuff delivered to your house today. You don't have to go and wait in line and have people take things out of plastic containers or shelving to get it to you. You don't have to deal with pilferage or all this kind of stuff when you're talking about Amazon. You don't have to walk into the stores and wonder what customers are in there. I don't know enough about it. We don't have Walgreens around here, and honestly, our Shoppers Drug Marts and some of our convenience or drug stores, I mean, they're all sort of combined now in what they offer. They're actually pretty clean. Like, they're nice. I like, we have a Shoppers Drug Mart right around here. I like them. I think they're in good spots. Yes, who said that? Sharif? Hey, what's up, Sharif? Yeah, Sharif agreeing with that. So at the end of the day, I just don't think that this should surprise anybody. So I'm not here to try to play this any other way than short. The problem is, when I sat down, it was 1350. And I was like, I just wrote down VWAP, wherever that happens to be. And it was at 14, so I wrote that down. But now you're just going down, 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 down. And it's not on here. It's a NASDAQ name. But you got a lot of sells happening here at the top as well right now today. The market, although getting a bump up on some of those numbers, still red. You're up to 20,000. That's going to be a key level. But Walgreens, it don't care about any of that. I think it's a short. They guide lower. They're expecting 3 to 320. They guide 285. I just, from what I've heard about it and the experiences, and you guys and all the traders in the chat there, you tell me, is Walgreens a place that you want to go to, let alone invest in? So I don't know.
When I go visit my sister in
Yeah,
Chicago,
you let us know.
Yeah, I guess the Walgreens
Or
are
the Southside
they look
Chicago
similar, but like yeah, no, definitely the Shoppers is better. Now something else I saw in the chat is like CVS could be another sympathy, like a sympathy play on that Walgreens move as well. It's doing significant RVol in the pre-market here. Sure, it's not doing too much volume, but doing over 10x the RVol and giving us a little bit of a similar kind of a sell-off move all the way from 60s. 60 half close yesterday, 60.70 I guess was a close, and then now we're trading at 58.70, so about 2 points lower, a little bit of a flush down potentially on the same Walgreens kind of earnings news there. So if you're looking for sympathy or if you're looking for some sort of like disconnect, I think CVS might be a good look as well. A little bit higher price ticker as well. I don't know, in terms of market cap comparison, this one is 76 billion. And WBA is only 13 billion. So in terms of that, like I don't know how you wanna really situate and plan out your trade, but you can see that a similar kind of price action is going on here on WBA. So I'll be watching both, but WBA definitely one of my top names. Again, mentioned by Sean this morning, and I was like, oh damn, it's breaking below multi-year, multi-month. Actually, yeah, right here. Look at that. We haven't seen these prices since 1990s. So it's like, all right, cool. A lot of anybody and everybody who has been long over the past 2 or 3 decades is a little underwater in this name. So I'll be watching that for sure.
And I do have, Nvidia is my number 2 idea. So I don't want to say that we're leaving these things alone. No, I don't have. I'm not even trading. I'll look at Micron. I'll look at Micron.
We'll watch Micron.
But and we'll talk about it when we get over to it because we have Raheem now. But my plays for earnings are just a little bit different. It's like yesterday with Chipotle. We wanted to see it form a bottom, or form a top.
Did you traded Chipotle yesterday?
Well, no. That's the best part. We were looking at it and we talked about it. It was on the sticky note and we said, let it settle off that reverse, off the split. I keep saying reverse split, off the split, 50-1. We didn't know where the levels were going to be because I feel like splits are sometimes headwinds in the couple days after because they've been such great tailwinds. So people sell it off, but then you get traders starting to come in and buy options and then it'll get going again. So I was like, all right, maybe if it settled down early, we could find a bottom, and it was 63. Let me just check Chipotle. Before we go, hold on a second. Come back over here for Chipotle. Yeah, see, so 66 again now today. So I didn't even look at this, and we were just talking about it. See, so exactly what happened. There's the sell-off right off the open, as we had discussed. Where's the level? You don't want to just sit here and buy it. Then all of a sudden, Neil and I were looking at these bottom wicks there, and I was like, okay, 63 is probably it. It danced around, and then he never got that chance again. So CMG, Chipotle Mexican Grill. Always chart. Has to be on somebody's radar. And I'm just adding, have you ever been on a cruise?
No.
Nor have I. We'll see if we can, what was that, Ramin?
I didn't say nothing.
There he is. Raheem Alani joining us, Managing Director over at OCI Groups. We were talking about this over the past couple of weeks. Good to see you. The India market has been absolutely exploding over the past couple of years, specifically to a point where we are now even seeing the effect on this show from the audience standpoint. India now our 3rd largest demographic watching the show. So what is it? Afternoon, I guess. Good afternoon, anyone?
Good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening, early evening. But from a high level, let's start high level first. Give us a rundown here of the equity side of things. How are the exchanges made up? What do we need to know about the exchanges and equities in India from an investment standpoint?
So there's 2 main exchanges that you're going to look at. There's the BSE, the Bombay Exchange, and the National Exchange. So the Bombay Exchange has about 5,300 companies listed on it, so not an insignificant number. And the National has got about 2,600 companies. Some companies are dual listed on both. Some companies are only on one or the other, obviously. So those are your two major markets. There are some other minor markets. There is a new small cap market that's emerging as well. We spoke about that a couple of months back. So we can get into more Indian equities, and as we chatted off camera, love to get all of the audience's feedback, because if there are things that you want us to talk about over the course of the next while, in my role of the India Chamber of Commerce here in Canada, happy to address those. So the markets are quite buoyant. One of the things that's really interesting, and we'll talk about that in some of the names that are going public, is the oversubscription model. So when you want to acquire shares in ABC Co. that's going public, you will actually apply to get an allotment in the IPO, but you'll apply at a much more significant level than you actually want because of the fact of how they essentially allocate their shares out. So one of the ones that we'll talk about right at the end here, you'll see some that'll be 5, 10, 15, 20 times oversubscribed, and you don't hear those numbers in North America. You'll hear $1 billion or $500 million IPO that had a book of 550 or 520, like, you know, just enough, generally just scraping over the line, versus in the Indian IPOs, you'll hear multiples above where the IPO was closed at.
So much focus in North America around individual sectors. I mean, it's been tech and more tech for the past 10 years. Give us a breakdown of how that market is made up from that standpoint. What are the biggest areas that people are focusing on? Is it tech in India as well?
India does obviously have a touch point of tech because that's just the way it's going to be, right? But it is, again, different markets bifurcate differently. So there is, if you're Canadian, you're looking at mining and energy. There still is touch points to mining and energy, and there are some large names in India listed in mining and energy. But you'll see a lot more industrials, you'll see farming, you'll see agriculture, definitely see tech, because there is a lot of tech. But you'll see names that are a little bit more pertinent to the Indian market. So tech names will always, in almost every market, be important. But you'll see more, again, leaning towards industrial companies, pharmaceutical companies, agriculture, farming companies, those types of companies that are more day-to-day use. You'll see a lot more of those. And one thing just to keep in mind thematically, if you believe, as an example, India is going to need to build a ton of housing over the next couple of years to satiate this change between urban and rural, don't just look at a housing company, maybe also then look at a cement company that's going to be part of that infrastructure. Look at a road and railway company that's going to be part of that infrastructure. If you believe, like we were talking about in the EV market going into India, don't just look at the EV companies, look at the battery companies that are going to need to be there. And if you believe in batteries, you're going to look at a zinc company or a lithium company that are going to support those batteries. So just when you're looking at those investments, think about maybe 2 or 3 steps down the road in the ecosystem as to where you want to look at.
As always, we'll touch on a few individual names here. This is an incredibly liquid market, an incredibly tons of volume every single day, all kinds of action, all kinds of volatility. I was just running through a few of these charts that you brought here today. Like, just they're all impressive at this point. The first one, coal, India. All of these will be weekly charts just to get a higher perspective or higher look at what has happened. But coal, India, on a weekly chart has done nothing but go straight up since basically last September.
So if you believe in coal, you believe in what the market's going to need, then coal would be a good place to be if you're in India, right? So that IPO was 15 years ago, so it's obviously not a hot and fresh name, but it's one of the larger IPOs that has taken place over the last 15 years. So Paytm it's got a bunch of issues. Paytm has since superseded that, but Coal India, I mean, if you look at the chart, like we said, 15,000 crore was there, and a crore is 10 million essentially. So
right,
but 15,000 crore, it's gone through the roof. When they went public, they issued 600 million shares at 225 rupees, and the chart is, like you said, it just continued to go and go and go. So it is currently the second largest. It's about to be superseded, actually, just as a matter of fact. Hyundai India has applied to have their IPO take place. $25 billion company, you're going to raise $2.5 billion. So that might become the new largest IPO in India.
You mentioned the 2 different exchanges. Is it for lack of a better comparison, NYSE, NASDAQ type of situation, or are they situated differently?
Yeah, not necessarily. A little bit. They are constituted a little bit differently, but in theory, a company in the U.S. wouldn't list both NASDAQ and NYSE. here in India, you can list on both exchanges, but one is sort of geared one way and one is geared a little bit more the other way. And then they do have different indexes, and just like we talked about, the Sensex is one of their big indexes that cracked 79,000, and Nifty is another one, and Nifty cracked 24,000 for the first time ever.
This is that chart there, Tata Tech.
Yeah.
This is a company that has arms in a wide range of different industries, technology, one of them. I mean, this company also has its hands in the automotive industry with Jaguar, among others. Tell us a little bit about the technology.
Sharif's giving an education over there about Tata, and they own Range Rover and Jaguar. Yeah. So he's teaching everybody. So if you want more of an India lesson, please check in with him. They are a conglomerate. They are one of the best, most well-known companies globally. They've got tea, they've got consulting, they've got auto, they've got everything. So Tata Tech did their IPO last year. So it was the largest IPO in India last year. And it has traded well, and obviously everyone knows the Tata brand. And so on the tech side, they've got the services brand, and they've got the technology side. And one would assume, given where tech is going, that there are going to be a lot of more interplays, given where Tata can touch point into itself as well as globally because of their brand. Now, interestingly, Goldman Sachs just came out with a sell recommendation on Tata. So the stock, if you see, had a small dip yesterday. Today has bounced back a small 1.9%. But again, these names are quite volatile. And again, if you can make 2% in a day, it's not a bad name to look at. So I just thought that one was interesting, A, because it was one of the larger IPOs, but also more significantly because of the fact that there is that volatility that is happening in a name like Tata.
Two new ones you mentioned this month, AKME and Stanley Lifestyle. You want to touch on this cement side of things as well.
Yeah.
Construction in India is just
booming.
Yeah, off the charts at this point. So, I mean, where do you want to go here? Let's talk a little bit maybe on the ones this month specifically, and then we'll touch on the construction side.
Yeah. So Acme was one that went public actually just day before yesterday. Was its first day of trading, and that's one that we talked about. So they went out with their IPO. Their book was 55 times oversubscribed.
Wow. As
an investment banker, I'd be like, I would be more than happy.
Vacation.
Like, guys, I'm gone. See you later. I have a book 55 times oversubscribed. So it's just one of those ones. Again, you've got the fintech touch point. So it's gone public. It started trading. It did have a slight down day today. So that might be a name that you want to look at because it is one of the freshest IPOs. And again, because India is such a buoyant market, when Canadians and Americans hear what's happening, 8 IPOs this week.
Wow.
8 IPOs next week. 23 IPOs so far this month in India.
What is causing this? What is the motivation behind it?
Market availability, I think. There is a pent-up demand of people that are seeing, the top, not even the 1%, the top 5%, the top 10% that are investing in equities. They're hearing about all these things that are happening and they're missing out, and they've got money sitting on the sidelines, and how do I participate? Equity market's great, that's what people hear about. And there's a lot of different mechanisms that are turning those levers. So you're seeing a lot more equity capital market coming in. And as equity comes in, now you've got companies that are sitting around saying, well, I'm a small cap company, I never thought of going public. Now the market availability is there. So now you're seeing these oversubscribed IPOs in a very large fashion.
Let's talk about this India Cement. Go ahead.
Yeah. So India Cement, the reason I just threw that in was, as we just talked about housing, that's a company that might be interesting because of the fact that it's in the cement business. It's going to be needed to supply that infrastructure. Small day today, third most active in India, up 11.5% on 81 million shares traded.
Crazy.
So if you like that volatility, I know there's a lot of traders out there that are watching this. If you like that volatility, names like that are just going to bop on news.
Yeah.
And so you'll see an intraday swing of 11% on 80 million shares.
Unreal.
Yeah.
As we said, leave a comment, guys. Leave a suggestion if you have any. You want to know more in-depth information about certain areas of the equity market over in India. As we said, just absolutely exploding at this point, all kinds of opportunity. Rahim Alani, Managing Director at OCI Groups here in Toronto. Good to see you.
Likewise, and semifinal World Cup happening in an hour and a half, so get your popcorn ready.
How could I forget?
And your tea, it's going to be a big match. So I have to, just because of the seat that I now have, I got to make sure I will be running back to go watch cricket and watching the match. So
enjoy.
Thank you.
The only problem is we don't know who the match is between.
I wonder who.
We have, India and somebody. I don't know. Who are they playing?
England. Ooh, okay, all right.
Hey, hey. That should be
That's a
exciting.
match,
Yeah,
yeah.
for sure. we looked at each other. It's like, okay, he didn't say who it was. But yeah, thanks to Raheem there. Again, look, I think that we always get so excited around here about IPOs, and then now we hear about, 8 this week, 8 next week, 10 the week after that, all oversubscribed to completely different models. So again,
wild,
to me, I take from there a lot of interest in that market. We talk about the population, the growth that's happening over there in India. And then I also like to talk about the diversification, a couple different names, not just all tech names coming through. Great opportunities there. And again, a different model for the IPO. And those oversubscriptions just show you, how much money is lying around waiting to be, invested in some of those names. So yeah, look, you never know what that next big name is going to be. That's the other thing, right? I mean, everyone wants to hit that Nvidia from 10 years ago. These are names that are going to come out of other countries. And, India right now blasting off as we see that. So, yeah, good luck to whichever cricket team you are supporting today. And it should be, as long as it's a good match, I think that's what everybody wants. Semifinals, okay. Canada finally taking down Peru there. So that was their first Copa America win there. So that was exciting. You into soccer at all? No?
I like
Italy
to play
advanced.
Play
Italy
sports,
advanced.
Okay, all right, yeah, I heard that.
On.
Yeah.
You've got the blue on.
Nice,
yeah, so that was okay.
Go
Portugal
sports.
lost. This I just have to say this because Italy. Portugal lost to Georgia. So all right. So just letting everyone, reminding everybody about that. So I'll wait for the chat to start blowing up about Portugal versus Italy. Of course, everybody remembers that Italy won the last Euro.
What was the highlight of the match?
No, Italy didn't play yesterday.
Okay.
So the highlight
game.
of the Italian match is that we were losing in the very last minute, and then we were able to get on the very last kick of the game, able to get a goal.
Nice.
And tying up Croatia, but we may have advanced anyways. But the idea is now we did a little last minute, magic touch there.
Nice.
So, but would you have a team that you would favor, if any? No?
I don't know. Not really biased in one way or another.
Yeah, Portugal's going to have a good run there. England actually were favored, I believe, in the Euro to begin with, but not anymore. I like Spain looking pretty hot there. Shout out to Spain, right, Raheem? Again, as well. So, all right, markets going green as we speak. It must have been all that talk about the great Indian markets. All right, what's up, Adair, over at the green screen?
Couple earnings names here on the upgrades and downgrades list. First one, Canadian name BlackBerry, up about 8%, getting an upgrade from CIBC here. Is a nice look there. We then have Bank of New York Mellon getting an upgrade here as well from Keefe Bruyette. They have earnings alongside all of the major banks in 2 Fridays from now, so definitely keep an eye on this one. Micron, another earnings name that just came out yesterday, getting this upgrade from TD Cowen, though it's trading lower on the day as an earnings reaction. And we also have Jasper Therapeutics getting an upgrade from Stifel. On the downgrade side, we have JP Morgan Chase downgrading US Bank, Rio Tinto getting a downgrade here from Berenberg, 10X Genomics getting a downgrade from Wolfe Research, and last but not least, BofA Securities downgrading Century. So interesting look here. Some really interesting names on the upgrade side, guys.
I just asked Raheem, who was right here. I was like, hey, you feeling anything on BlackBerry? He's like, nah. So yeah, I don't know. This is kind of the idea that we've had for a while. We look at BlackBerry when there's movement, right? And then I wanted just to check in on the short float, up 7% there with earnings. We already had them today. So big Canadian company. Where's our? I'm working on this sticky note for you. Where's my? I don't know if there's anything to celebrate with BlackBerry, as these are trade ideas. Go get it from Trader TV 20 right now at Trade Ideas. Grab that. So yeah, I just wanted to look at this chart here. You could see we are basically pushing these lows. I mean, if you're going to look over at a weekly chart for BlackBerry, it's going to be just as bad. You're right here just bouncing off of this 280, 250 area. So we were basically at, I believe this is going to be all-time lows unless we got a lot lower. No, I mean, this goes all the way back to 2012. Yeah, so you're at all-time lows right now, not even close. So, yeah, BlackBerry kind of left for dead. But then, all of a sudden, they come out with a decent report here today. So we'll wait to see what happens with BlackBerry, up that 7%. To me, whenever we get moves like this, it's probably just a fade. So that top was 250. Again, 7%, not super exciting, but maybe we have a chance. Let's check in on the volume, only 300. Yeah, not super excited about this name. I would say fade the pops, but again, just something to keep on your radar there today with BlackBerry. A good guide, a good number. I think it just surprised everybody. I wouldn't think it would be a unreasonable opportunity to sell today into this strength. But again, I could see sort of a bounce once we get back to yesterday's close around 220 or so. So we're getting into that right now.
Yeah, no, I guess I pull up the chart as well. It is sold off quite aggressively. But no, I was saying, yeah, something to celebrate on BlackBerry. Maybe not for the longs, but definitely for people who are holding puts, maybe selling calls and the swing shorts as well. This name has been in a steady downtrend over multiple months, multiple years even, and trades about what 15 million on the average 30-day volume. So about maybe like 30 million notional dollar volume goes through this name on average. But something to note is like look at this bit of a resistance that happened going into earnings after this strong flush off of this 280 here. We're just testing the highs of that off of earnings there on the daily there. Now another chart again that was another ticker that was on that list right there for the upgrades. Again, maybe a little bit of a double whammy is the upgrade plus Micron earnings that's been happening. So a little bit of an interesting move there. You can see that over the past few days, a little bit of a support here that was held at that 138, a little bit of double bottom. You attempted to push through, and then you came right back in and reclaimed, looking further left. We did have a bit of acceleration off of this area as well, all the way from 135s, 136s, all the way to 158 over the span of a few days. Now we know, again, Micron has been running with the Nvidia and AI sector as well. But yeah, interesting that we've kind of gapped down below it or flushed down below it and then used that very 138 level off of this pop on the earnings reaction as a bit of resistance. So like that might be an interesting area. I'll definitely be watching Micron as well. Let's see if we can get there with that upgrade as well.
Just noticing there's a whole bunch of comments coming through the call on now for WBA session lows. Now 20% to the downside here coming into 1250. So the CEO and CFO looks like making some comments right now. So just a heads up on WBA for anyone that was watching that. Well, we're late. Let's go. Let's have a look at the market.
55.43, Brendo. That's where we closed off yesterday. We're still below that critical 50-point level, and we've been that way since breaking down below it on the 20th. So again, same thing as we said yesterday, 55.50, going to be that key level of resistance. And as you can see, we're in a bit of a range here since the 24th with 55.15 acting as support.
If you haven't done so yet, go to the website. Do it right now. Open a new tab. Go to tradertv.live. Wait for that pop-up. Enter your email address. And that's all you have to do. And then you get the watch list sent right to you every single morning. Has everything you need to know on it. In the pre-market, daily, 4.5% here for Micron, trying to get back to the upside through 135.95 right now. I was just quickly going through some of these analyst moves. I mean, they're kind of mixed, mostly on the maintain side of things, but still positive for the most part from analysts today, despite the earnings move here.
Yep, a beat on the top and bottom line, Brendo. It was the guidance, really, that was the question here. EPS, 62 pennies. The street was looking for 51. Revenue, 6.81 billion. The street was looking for 6 2/3. Net income, they actually printed $332 million in profit. Compare that to last year when they lost 1.9 billion of a difference there. So the strong points are the AI focus, benefiting from the AI boom. Their data center growth is very strong as well, and their high bandwidth memory. HBM, as I mentioned at the top of the show, sold out, Brendo, to 2025.
Just be aware there's a note on Google, looks like, on the enterprise side of things. So Google announces, that was yesterday, just disregard that chart. Google announces significant advancements in models and enterprise platform capabilities with something called Vertex AI. That's from Bloomberg.
Okay, we'll have to take a quick look at Google. I mean, we've been looking at that. That's another name. I have Amazon on, and the sticky note's seconds away from going out. I like it, the Amazon strength. We saw them really bust through yesterday, but Google could be on radar today, and we'll look at that in a minute. I mean, I sat down here, and I turned to new Neil, Obi, and I said to Obi, I said, I don't think Micron was that bad. I mean, we looked at some of the numbers, and we actually opened the show by saying that they beat, right? They met expectations, but the problem is that they said they could possibly, make $1 to $1.16, and they were looking for 105, and the same thing on the revenue side of things as well. Still guiding a little bit higher, but did show out that there was a little bit of a bottom take possibility there. I agree with Sharif. The demand's here, and it's real in all of these names. So if we believe the Nvidia story and we believe the chip story, then we basically have to believe in Micron as well. I feel like that makes sense. But they've had a huge run. And then yesterday, I was like, hey, man, I didn't get the feeling that it was going to be a dramatic move. I thought this 134 would have been a great buying area. That's 135 is that top. 134 is not really anything, so we'll have to wait to see if that can hold here today. But I like the move higher. I think you buy dips on Micron if it can work out for you. But we did have this consolidation yesterday, and then now you have, I guess, did he say the call's on now? It doesn't make any sense. It would have been last night. But maybe more analyst movements here today. So 132, I could see being some dip buy opportunities. I'm going to take the advice of my good friend Brian Shannon that says, when there's a gap, play it back to VWAP. So right now, that's at around 135. So let's see where that happens on open and if we can get a play for Micron. So again, huge move to the downside as the algos hit the name on the number, and then a nice move back up. I mean, ho-hum, it's up 67% this year. Give back a little bit here, I feel like is fine. So I like the story with Micron, but I feel like being more patient with it, and I prefer to trade Nvidia anyways.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking back on the daily chart here on Micron. I just spoke about it a little earlier as well, but prior earnings, we gapped up quite significantly, and then we held that 110 area as well. So I just want to quickly just put put a quick anchored right there, so we kind of reclaim and hold this area 124s, and we've been bidding up. But yeah, this earnings not as large of a reaction there. Sure, we pulled back quite significantly on last Thursday, June 20th, right there, and then now we're just kind of chopping, consolidating. So you can see this prior low right here. We're trading in the pre-market at 136s. This prior low here, right here, is at 136-ish, 135.70. You can see that level right there. Let's see that specifically. Yeah, 135.70 is the low of that day. So now I want to go down to a 15-minute chart and check it out as well. So you can see here, we're just dropping down. We dropped down into this prior consolidation area. You can see that some of these levels have been tested already, chopped around this 130 quite significantly. Now we're holding above that. So yeah, let's see if we kind of recover some of these moves here. But like I said before, this 137, 138, kind of a double bottom going into earnings. Let's see if this support now acts as a resistance, because it's already kind of shown face in the after hours right there with that reaction pop into that 38 level and then faded off as well, and we're attempting to push that level once again in the pre-market. So this could be interesting. Again, interesting price action. Price action is always king for me, and that little bit of a rejection there in the after hours, I'll be watching to see if similar action comes back in off the open on Micron.
Raheem's here.
Hey.
All right, let's talk about DJT here going into the debate tonight. It's been quite the week here.
Dude, you have
going
to watch
back
the
to
debate.
Monday, 3-4 days in a row to the upside. We're trying to hold on aftermarket levels right now. 0.1%, still positive on the day. But I mean, all of these we've got to watch today. Any comments that come out maybe beforehand or regarding what is expected going into this debate tonight? I mean, this is going to be probably the most watched event, I think, this year, at least, safe to say, on television.
It is. And I'm surprised, as I said to you off camera, that two elderly gentlemen are deciding to go on the stage at 9 o'clock and make me stay past up my bedtime. No, seriously.
Don't worry about them. It's just
yeah, it's about me. No, seriously though. The stock is up 208% in the past 12 months. It obviously had a bit of a sell-off after the conviction on May 30th. Yeah. It's recovered since that time, ever since we got news of the debate. And so we'll have to watch it today. Great recovery yesterday. We kept eyes on it. See what we do today. Fun.
Yeah.
We're also running PHUN.
Yeah, trying to hold here so far this morning, guys. Is there a trade on DJT?
We looked at this stock yesterday. We were just talking about it again right here. I mean, I think it's going to be wild. I mean, it's funny that like must-see TV happens to be a debate between the leaders of, I don't want to say the free world, but you guys know what I'm saying. It's crazy that it's come to this, but it's great, isn't it? I mean, now we get to watch it all. CNN's broadcasting it. There's going to be 2 commercial spots. Apparently the first time that's happened in a debate, I believe. So they're selling advertising. They're ready to rock and roll. And there's been a lot of hype around it. So the only thing is like yesterday might have been that move. So there's so many days, like we went from 34 to 39, straight upside there yesterday, up $5. You get up that 15%. And then in the after hours and this morning, you're up to 41, 42 bucks there on DJT. So I'm just going to sort of equate this to like Worldwide Developer Conference or something like that, where you wait for a big release or not an earnings report because then you actually get stats, but you wait for those big event days. And then all of a sudden the event day happens and it's a sell-off. So I'm just going to equate this to something like that, where today I could see another move, but I'm not sure for how many more days this will last. And I'm not invested in this stock, nor do I think it's an investment. I think it's a great opportunity to trade. And why not look at a break here of $40, $40, $41? I mean, we've been hovering around here, right? Couldn't break at 8 o'clock, 8:30 hits, basically downside, finding a base down here at 38.50. Always better to buy dips, for sure, because you'd rather be long down here to try to catch that move. But in a name where there could be a big momentum play, a break here of 41 looks pretty good to me. If we were playing with that same strategy yesterday, you would have maybe said, okay, this is the pre-market, so here's the break. That would have been actually okay to hold it. I could take another one. Yeah, sure. I will talk to Randy about the debate when he gets back. $35 right there, and then it goes all the way to 36. It's only $1, and you would have had to hold it 25 cents against you. So the pre-market break yesterday goes about 3-1 on the risk. So I think if you're going to do that, some kind of a trade like that today, you're going to try to break the 41, and then if that doesn't hold, I think you have right here the 40s out. So 41 break, out 40, then you get that move to the upside. We've gone back and forth on the short float on this name. I don't really know what it is. Short floats get updated every 2 weeks, depending on where your source is coming from. We had Michael Noss on. They try to do it a little more often than that. But at the end of the day, it's only 4 or 5% is what we've been able to find. So I don't see it there, but I'll be watching tonight. I have a baseball game until about 8, and then we'll get home, throw something on the barbecue, and see what happens. Yesterday we had very, very juicy and tender pork tenderloin.
Ooh, nice.
On the grill. So that was really nice. We didn't have much going on yesterday. So, okay. But there it is. So yeah, we're not talking about politics here. It's just, this is an event.
Right.
And this is a stock that we'll all be trading. So I feel like it's, just like I said, just like when you have those conferences, this is just another opportunity for this company, DJT, to promote itself.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Again, how does the saying go? Buy the rumor, sell the news.
That's right,
I think, this might be a case of that. We saw that. The WWDC event was kind of like that, where the strength came in after the event and then we sold off. But it has been running up into this event. You can see that volume expanding as well. So that's something that I like. And yeah, you gotta look left. Shout out to Nate from IU who's always kind of pushing that. Look left, look at that 24 hold, prior lows post earlier this year, and you can see that this is a level where the bid has been picked up multiple times over and over again, and it's happening once again in these mid-20s right here, off that 24, pushing all the way into 40 over just the span of a few days, right? So it's pushing up, trending with expanding volume. Let's go look at the daily chart. Thank you, Randy. Look at that, expanding volume on the bid up, expanding volume into the bid up. So maybe looking for more of the same. Maybe we're just in a larger channel here on DJT. So let's see what comes along with this. But still got lots of room. Looking left, right there, you can see that 42 mark. We're only about a couple points away from that, 3 points away. We're trading at 39.60s in the pre-market, but a little bit of support here. Maybe let's see if that turns into resistance. We can see that consolidation happened right there, below that 42 level, and then we took a nice little quadunk to these lows where it seems like the bid has been picking up now for the third time this year, right? So 2024 at the beginning, you can see January, nice little pop off these levels. So the bid seems to be in at that 2024 level on DJT. Let's see what happens with that debate coming up very, very soon.
I don't know, that's not for me. Who?
What's going on?
I think I'm days away. I have to complete my trader training again.
Oh yeah, I got that email too.
Yeah, every 12 months you have to redo sort of the compliance test.
Yes.
For real trading.
I got to make sure we're real.
Oh man,
You know
I
what we're doing.
better punch into something to make sure that I'm still live here. All right, let me go back over to the desk. I'm just going to get long on something.
All right, let's go. WBA downside in a pretty big way here, 21% now. Wait a few minutes, it'll be more. The CEO making comments right now on the earnings call. Just be aware, the forecast, the problem here. We tried to bounce off 13 initially, but that obviously has since come and gone.
Yeah, they missed on EPS, Brendo, but they beat on revenue, but they're not able to really shore up some of their costs. That has been a problem here. Healthcare revenue grew 7.6%. Pharmacy grew as well, but like I mentioned at the top of the show, the front store, the discretionary items here not being bought up by consumer who is feeling the squeeze.
You and I were talking about an individual that we both know that buys basically everything on Amazon at this point. And, even the day-to-day type front of store type of things that, they'll bring right to your doorstep. So it does create a challenge for places like Walgreens, guys. Thoughts?
This is hilarious. I'm honestly, we came in here and I was like, man, this is going to be my number one idea. Yeah. And I was like, hey, Obi, you've never seen me with Walgreens on the sticky note before, And this was that, right?
We're talking about it at 350. We're sorry, 1350.
Yeah. We sat down here, 7:45, whatever, getting ready to go. 8 o'clock, 8:30. It's sitting here at 1350, and then we go on the air, and I'm just basically talking down about the stock the whole time, saying like, why would anyone want to go to Walgreens when you can just get it delivered to your door the same day, and you don't have to deal with that experience of going. But again, I'm just talking about what I've been reading. I've never been in a Walgreens. I think I probably have. We were in Miami. I think we either went to one, but I don't know if it was a CVS or not. But at the end of the day, when they miss, I don't think they're in the right spot. This has been dominated, and CVS it doesn't look like this, but we knew this stock was broken.
Oh yeah.
So now when they report a broken quarter, yeah, I mean, this is what's going to happen. So let's talk about the trade. So it is on the sticky note as the number one idea. And again, like we don't normally have Walgreens or anything on here, let alone Walgreens Boots Alliance. That's such an interesting name. I remember when I first saw that. But there it was right there, 14 short sell. But at the end of the day, this is what's going to matter. The short comes back into VWAP. So I just said, let's use VWAP as a tool here. So that's what I'm going to do for Walgreens. Pretty straightforward. Just find out where everybody else is in. This VWAP would make sense here. It's 8 million shares. I trust it. So you're down here now at 13.25. I don't think we bump up $1. So we're going to probably have to start the shorts in and around the 50 period. That's 1270. Let's just see where we open up. We're going to get the NASDAQ imbalances in 5 minutes, and then hopefully that will give us a little bit of an indication. Now, the one play, Obi, that you and I and Neil, Real Neil,
okay,
there we go, and Real Neil talks about is SSR bounces.
Yes.
So this is down 21% right now.
Oh boy.
Oh, man, we have too much fun around here all the time. I mean, this is what we talk about. You're trying to make some trades, trying to have some fun, trying to put on a good time for everybody. SSR bounce could be in play at some point. So, the shorts have already won in this name. Where will they start to take profit? It could be right off the open, to be honest with you. So you could get that little bit of a bounce up because the expected move was definitely not 21% on Walgreens. I will find out what it is. But any quick thoughts before I do that?
Yeah, no, shorts have definitely been winning, not only on this earnings report, but again, I'm going to pull up a higher time frame right here.
8% expected move. Sorry to interrupt you.
8%.
8% was the expected move.
Okay, so yeah, no, shorts have definitely been winning on this ticker since 2015, it would seem. Just a perpetual downtrend since then, breaking through some of these levels here. I do have these marked from, I don't remember when, but I'm like, yeah, this might be a level that we potentially may bounce off of, but it is a prior support level. And yeah, look at that, you attempt to bounce, can't really do it. And then flush down maybe even further on that. And you can see, look at this breakdown right here, Sean. You can see that there's expanding volume going into this multi-time frame break at 22s, and we're way below that now. We're at 12s. We were talking about this in the pre-market, like I mentioned before, at 13.50, and I was like, yeah, looking left, there's a low at $12 from 19.99. And I'm like, all right, well, let's see if we can get down there. And we're just talking, we're not really paying attention to it. I look over, I'm like, oh, damn, it's trading at 12.30s with a 12.24 low. Like, is the move done? I don't know, but it's definitely selling off. It went to that next level, level to level from that 1350, a little bit of a consolidation all the way down to 12 already. So I'm curious to know, yeah, sure, whatever. Kind of missed that whole a full point on a $13 ticker. That's fine. What's the next trade? Maybe it'll show up on top of that 12 off of the open, or like we said, it's been selling off. Maybe like all the longs are underwater from a multi-decade time frame. So maybe if we see the bid getting smashed on the SSR name, we might have some direction going forward, maybe into the in and around that $12 mark. But let's see, 12 is just that wick on a higher time frame. I don't think I can pull back that far on like an hourly chart. But again, if you go back and look on a daily, you can see further back, all the way back. Let me just quickly go right here. Look at that, boom! That very, very strong day that gets bid up right here. What is that? 28th October 1997 is the low right here, right on top of that 12. So a little bit of an interesting price action day from 1997 on WBA. So let's see if some of these levels hold. Support and resistance. See if it can take the test of time.
It make me excited, but it's not. Was that World Cup?
Yeah, for the Euros, yeah.
4 a.m. last call in Toronto this weekend.
Woo!
Exciting. We're going to talk about Amazon, but there is, just to swing back to that India conversation we were having earlier this morning with Raheem, there is an IPO today in Toronto. CPR, you have the details there.
Yeah, there it is, Fabian, right here. Can PR Technology going to launch today on the TSX Venture Exchange under ticker WPR. Essentially what this company does, Brendo, it's a technology company that helps immigrants when they move into Canada, pre and post landing, as well as a lot of other financial stuff that you have to set up when you're here. So check this out, WPR launching today.
Yeah, sorry, WPR, not CPR. TSXV for anyone in the real trading family. Amazon, day highs here, session highs, just tested their 195 coming into play. That's not the right story. New China-focused, more economic type of app announced for Amazon. But PDD, maybe the bigger opportunity, PDD, JD, even Alibaba, all downside big time here.
Yeah, PDD. We've all seen the chart on PDD lately. That's because of the Temu app is booming in popularity. Well, Amazon wants a piece of that, and they're launching a competitor app. So this is actually going to have direct delivery from China. So it's not going to be repackaged and sent out from one of the warehouses here, from Amazon warehouses in North America. No, it's going to take about 9 to 11 days to get from China into the US and Canada. So we'll have to watch how this does. And it's going to use Chinese sellers. The application for being an authorized retailer begins, Brendo, in the fall of 2024. So we don't have an exact launch date yet, but we know when they start doing some of the logistical planning.
PDD was the one that came out and said that they were going to target specifically the North American market end of last year. It is one of the worst off right now, 1.49% downside, but trying to bounce in the pre-market here. For PDD, guys.
All right, so I'll probably only look at Amazon here today. I mean, I thought it would have been down a lot more than that. It'd only been down 1.4%. I actually think it's a buy. The market will struggle here today. I thought it would have been down lower, so the fact that it's not must mean that it's not, so huge of a deal, but we'll wait to see if it comes through. Look, I wrote down Amazon 193. I mean, we nailed this stock yesterday, and we got into it late. It dropped into the 200 period, man, and Obi, we just bought this at 193, and then it ripped up to 194.50, before, again, at the market. The market and closing balances have been really spicy lately. Like, that was 7 million shares there yesterday on close. So there's been some big sell and buy imbalances that hit the market near the end. So let's keep that in mind. That move stopped yesterday at 340, and it kind of got right back into where we are right now. That was yesterday's high, 194.50. I mean, we did touch 195, which is where we're at here. More importantly, this 194.50 area. That is also VWAP right here, so there is an opportunity to try to play it back into there. But for me, for right now, the NASDAQ's at 20,000. I feel like this is the most important thing here. We'll see if we can fade back in and find some support down here near 19,970, which is where VWAP is. If we can pull that back in, then I feel like we would be able to get a 194 here on Amazon. And then my sort of load up zone where we'll make or lose our day on Amazon probably is if this 193 holds. If it holds, great. We should be able to capture this long. If not, then we'll get stopped out, and probably that bottom wick right there of 192.80 or so that came in yesterday that almost got us out of this play in the first place. We'll have to wait for that. But look, don't get FOMO, because yesterday, this looks amazing. Oh, yeah. You know, you would have loved to buy it down here on this break, on all these breaks. But at the end of the day, this is where I made the money. It didn't come in until 3 o'clock, when finally it hits the 200 period and we just buy it right back up off of that. So, you know, you put these funny lines on here for reasons. That's a 200 period simple moving average on a 1 minute chart. So if we play that same play now, it's 194. So I really like the strength in Amazon. It's on the sticky note. It's one of the top 3 plays. So we have to make it there. We made them yesterday, and we wound up going 3 for 3 early. So let's see if we can do it again. But quickly on Amazon, because we still have Tesla. I didn't even realize we still
Yeah, no, Amazon absolutely wild yesterday, up over 4.6% here. Again, yeah, no, I like that. I like that 93 level, kind of a little distinct. That end of day consolidation holds there, and take a look at that in the after hours and in the pre-market. That 193 is holding again, pushing for fresh all-time highs through that 195 level. 195.10's testing. So let's see if we can get a little bit of continuation on the leg that we had yesterday. But yeah, this is absolutely wild there. I did try to get a little short here underneath prior all-time highs at 191.70, but you can see that it just consolidated for over an hour and has continued that breakout and then pushing to that 195. So let's see what it has in store for us today. It's been on a bit of a trend since earnings, and you can see a little bit of technical action going on here as well. A little bit of downtrend, breakout, consolidation, leg up as well. So should be interesting going forward. Maybe that 200 is in the stars there for Amazon, only about 5 points away. It did about 8 points yesterday. So if it's going to show any of that ferocity, I'll be looking out for that call of the wild on Amazon today.
A Rivian annual shareholder meeting on right now. Just be aware they announced delivery numbers for Q2. A little bit better than expected, 13,000 to 13,300, above 10.2 was the expectation. 9.1 to 9.3 was the production guidance. That was below expectations. But again, Rivian shareholder meeting on right now. There is a live stream on YouTube of this, so Rivian downside a little bit.
Yeah, Brendo, interesting look here. We'll have to hear about the $5 billion that Volkswagen invested. We'll also need to hear about the R2 and R3 delivery dates and their production target for the year, 57,000 for all of 2024. So we'll have to hear more information coming on that.
From the graphic they have on screen right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars they haven't uncovered for this presentation yet. They've already uncovered everything we know about at this point, the truck, the SUV, and the 2 new ones they announced earlier in this year, even the van. But there's 5 that they haven't uncovered yet.
We talked about this, I'm pretty sure it was Tesla before. I don't think I'm going too crazy there, but that's good news about Rivian. More options there. Look, we talked about it yesterday that it was a sell at $17, $18, and I can't believe that it's already down to 14. So I feel like that was definitely a missed opportunity for anybody that didn't get in on this name, up 50%. Shout out to some of the people that were messaging me that did wind up getting out. So that was a good play on that one. The countdown is now on. I'm not really looking at Rivian, but we will look at it now with what's been happening. I want to look at Walgreens Boots Alliance with only 4, 3, 2, and 1. NVIDIA's pulling back on a sell imbalance. So that was another thing here to watch out for NVIDIA. I wrote down a possible long down here near 123. So I'm going to put a bid, if it does come into 123, to try to catch an NVIDIA dip buy opportunity here. Being down 1 in a bit, we like to get NVIDIA when it's down, that's for sure, because it's been a real long stock lately. So we'll have to wait to see if it can break through maybe this 126 area. We're coming up to that right now. We do have this bad wick. I'll have to clear that up, but that's 125.60 right there on NVIDIA.
Yeah, that Amazon I missed my fill there. I tried to hit in 195.19s, and yeah, it just slapped up real fast up past that 195.5. So let's see where that's going right now. That strength definitely coming in from yesterday, pushing past prior day's highs. Also all-time highs as well, now making some fresh ones. Let's see if that 196 comes in. But yeah, oh boy, that 95. I was like, all right, the bid is holding, It tried to break a little bit below there, and couldn't really do too much in terms of hitting the bid there. started holding, and I was like, all right, cool. Let's try to get along for that 196 test. But it's a good thing I canceled that order there, as we are right back down to that 195. Let's see what that 195 has in store for us. But like I said, maybe that 200 coming in potentially if we can continue that strength going forward today. But yeah, this 20,000 has been an interesting level over the past few days there, and we are still chopping and churning in and around this level, 20,000, pushing up. Look at this pre-market kind of Globex trend happening here, both on the ES and the NQ. You can see that they've been trending up nicely there. Here comes that 196, only about 300 lots sitting there right on top of that 196. Oh boy, look at these pullbacks, Sean, all the way back down to 195.40. So it is getting slapped around. I might need to wait a little bit for that one there on Amazon. But if we can break back through prior day's low, look at that wick that's happening on the 15-minute chart. Only about 13 minutes left to print on that one. But yeah, look at WBA as well. We were talking about that 12 level being a bit interesting from 1997, and look at where the bid kind of comes in. The day low as of right now is just in and around that 12 teens, 1220s mark right now. So let's see what we have in store for that. 13, decent level, that pre-market consolidation happening at that 13 to 1350 on WBA. Let's see if we can get there. There goes the NQ. Another push up into the highs right there. So let's see if the ES can kind of follow along in suit. But yeah, let's see. I don't really have too much there. I did like that Amazon long while it was there, but now that we're coming back into that 195 and chopping around,
check the board. What
okay, boom, right there.
Yeah, we're long.
195.
We're long Amazon right now.
I like that
position of the day, and it's only 20 cents in the money. It's not like this is going, but I'm just trying to share similar thoughts with Obi here. But the idea is that if we break, I'm looking to break this 50 period. We don't want to be in this name for too long. If we break through 194.50, that's kind of this bottom right there, then we'll be looking to get out of Amazon if that does come in. We just got, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Amazon, as we just put that money back into our pocket. We just bought 195 again down there right now. So again, a pretty decent move right there for Amazon. Let's see if it can get back up. The market seems to me fine. Obviously, we're above 20,000. I'm just surprised that Amazon's not going more than it already is. I have my eye on Nvidia. Nvidia's doing jack all. But what's going on right now is Apple, and Apple's trying to go again as well, up 1%. Man, oh man, did we miss this one. We talked about this yesterday. It got going real early, and it's still going right now. But look what's happening with Amazon, Obi. We get excited now, baby, because, oh boy, it is going to be, hopefully, your first dollar club winner as we go long at 195 again. So there it is on Amazon. Let's see if it can continue this move up here again. Man, I don't know. I like real Neil. I like fake Neil. I like real Obi, and that is for sure. So Obi is here in the building, and we are long that 195. Again, it's a sticky note idea, and it is right there for us right here, right now. And boom goes the dynamite as we get that 195.90 print. And by the way, ciao to everybody who is long on WBA. It did have a nice move. There was that play. We are waiting for VWAP. We're offering 13s as we speak. It did not come in for us, but there's the move down. It just went really from 1280 all the way down and still going, man. I don't know. This has been quite a nice move there for Walgreens to the downside. If you've been short, good call on that one. Down 22%, Obi.
A bit of a chase there. Again, that strength, that 195 showing up again, but still very, very choppy. I was like, all right, well, let's take this push into that 196. A little hasty taking 84s, but you know what? Not too much. Let's take more if it kind of continues. Again, as it starts to work, I do want to delve a little bit deeper into this. And 196, there it goes, Sean. So nice little trade. That delivery came in real prime on this ticker here through that off that 195. That 195 holding and looking distinctly different right off of the open there. But we are kind of chopping and churning around this 196 as well. So can't really get through as of right now.
Delivery was returned though.
Oh yeah, sometimes the delivery gets returned, but that's a good thing about Amazon. Like you can return
free returns.
Yeah, exactly. You can return it and then kind of their customer service is not too bad there, but definitely a prime push off of that 195 there of right now. What's going on?
Definitely a prime example. That's a good one. Okay, so look at Walgreens, man. We just get a little piece right now. It looks like it wants to break O's right now. We are finally short. You can't get short this name unless you get it off the offer. We do have Boros here, so I don't have to pay for them. I don't necessarily want to be. It's not a huge position. I didn't even get filled that much. I'm going to get something out at ones just to see if we do get that pretty dramatic break here. So I am bidding ones to get a little bit out to see where this goes. But for right now, there it is. So now we'll see it breaking O's as there's a little bit of a bounce off there for Walgreens Boots Alliance there. Here comes the break. So there's nothing I can do about this. I can't see. Wow, wow, wow. Let's go. This is the face slapper of the day right there again. There's Walgreens. And you know, you're never too late to the party. We're already out at 2/3 of that one. But Walgreens Boots Alliance, there was a move back up through 12. So we got short again there at 12. I guess when we tried to punch it, it just came through. So now watch out for that retracement back up. Now I have to use the 50-period moving average here. So we could get a little bit of a bounce now that we've already clocked 12. What's next, right? So let's now try to play this technically and not necessarily with the momentum. We're going to wait for 1240 here. We'll get more in. We'll get more in. Let's get something in around 1230, but we got to give it now at least back to something that we've tested before, the 50-period moving average. So let's give that a look back to 1250 now on Walgreens.
That back through 12 was quite intense there. So there was a stack on the bid just going through 12s, and then it just gets rocked, but it comes right back through for the rebid right there. So let's see how far that can get right there. So opening range high in and around that 1260s, 1280s. Amazon is still chopping around this 195 half, so I'm still watching it. I got my VWAP here at 195.25. 25s there. Let's throw up some moving averages right there to see if it'll carry on this pre-market trend that's been happening on the Amazon. But yeah, let us know what else you guys are watching there. Softy to the highs. I know Softy's also pushing all-time highs there. So Softy high day right now is 455. And Alphabet as well. Google to the upside. We know that it had quite an aggressive day on Tuesday and then consolidated all of yesterday. And now we're potentially going for that second leg towards those highs, 185s, 185 halves coming in on Alphabet there. So yeah, definitely some strength coming in. 126s on Nvidia, and oh boy, is the spider pushing as well. So yeah, look at the ES is pushing that trip 5-0s right there as the NQs attempts to test the 2100. So 20,100 is what I mean. So it is rocketing up to that level right there. What's going on? Boom.
Look at this.
Nice
there it is
trade.
right there. We did it. We did it. We did it. No, we didn't do anything, but we did give you another one. Look at Nvidia. The day high break right there, 125.50. Oh no, that was a $1 winner for Amazon and Obi. It's another one. There goes Nvidia right now for $1 in the money right here. So, okay, two ideas, $2. Let's see if we can get going even more as we wait for Walgreens Boots Alliance. Was that a call for Adara? Then if it was, let's go.
Just be aware here, the Rivian meeting is still going on. They are mentioning AI now, saying that there's a way through their app. They have a customer service AI, so if there's any issues with the vehicle, you can find that out through there. Not reacting, the stock's not reacting much to this, but be aware, AI being brought up here with regards to Rivian and customer service, guys.
I mean,
Yeah, of course.
What is Rivian even doing? All right, let me just double check it right now. I don't want to be in this necessarily. Like, see, Rivian's going downside. Unbelievable missed opportunity for not selling there yesterday. But okay, so here we go, man. Nvidia right now up. It just touched again 126, but then fell down in. So we got to watch out. That high was 126.40. Our best out is 126.30. So I'm just going to hold on to some of these. Walgreens is coming back into a sort of a flat position for us. We're short at 07 here. I do have a bid at 02. I believe I have a lot of bids out here. Yeah, 02. So let's see if we do crank into that level. Again, I'm just going to put in 03 as well for Walgreens as we watch out for Amazon, still nicely in the money here as well. But some of these names starting to fade out a little bit. This is high for the NASDAQ, man. I mean, if you're going to look back out, we're starting to make, this is not new all-time highs. We've been up here at 20,300, but here's the break right now. We're just resisting 100. So a breakthrough there, and then to take a line from my guy over here, oh boy, Obi, what might happen if we do break that 21,000 there on the NQs. But we're buying more Nvidia if it dips too much lower than where we are right now. Oh, and by the way, cha-ching. Thanks, Walgreens, for helping me pay for my Amazon deliveries today, because there it is right now, a nice downside move as we are short now at 12.08 on Walgreens. We'll go 3 for 3 this morning.
Right back into that 195 there. There's 12 again on the Walgreens as well. But yeah, take a look at this. We're pulling back off of that 20,100 right there. So yeah, rips through that 20,000. Nice little extension leg happening. 20,000 to 20,100 there. Very, very aggressive on the NQ there. And yeah, look at Amazon coming right back into some of these pre-market levels there. So like I said, I'm going to give this some room. Definitely got to watch out for that one, but that 195 does still seem pretty interesting to me, so I'm going to stay a little bit patient with this one there. Definitely could have been stopping out a little bit early, but like I said, definitely want to build in to a little bit of more of a position here if it's going to continue and hold some of these pre-market levels, hold some of that pre-market trend as well. But again, we had a strong leg yesterday, so I'm asking myself, what is the probability that we just chop sideways and consolidate on the day today? We can see that again, Google did that a little bit. I know Softy did that a little bit as well, kind of pushing a strong leg, consolidating the next day, and then continuation maybe a couple days later as well. Apple with similar patterns as of recent as well. But yeah, a lot of tickers kind of pushing their all-time highs as of right now. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading as well. We can quickly take a look at those. But yeah, Softy back at 455 there. And yeah, Google still holding highs quite strongly. 2 minutes left for this 15-minute to print here on Amazon, and it's looking quite nasty with that top wick being about a point away there. But yeah, I am looking for some chop here. Let's see how well this one goes. But yeah, no, I don't have too much else on watch. That $12 level on WBA still holding as of right now, so nothing too crazy going on there. I was looking for that $12 to come in, but like we said earlier, a lot of the move kind of happens in the pre-market, that strong flush into and below that 13 level happening very aggressively off of that earnings in the pre-market already. So maybe the move is done, maybe it's capitulation, it's strong volume coming off of the open as well. So I'm going to be patient and kind of reassess some of these price action moves there coming off the open. But yeah, let us know. A wrinkled hippie saying Dell, Nvidia, and DNUT. Okay, cool. Let's take a quick look at Dell. Sharif is cracking up on that one. It is a funny name, I guess. But yeah. Definitely something to be watching there. But yeah, look at Dell. Dell is pushing up, I guess, alongside with the ES and the NQ there, pushing into some prior highs at that 142 level. What's up, Adair?
Keep an eye on GeoVax here, GOVX. This one near high days, up 75%. Lots of social media attention on X over the last few minutes. We also have a market cap of about $5 million. Float of about 2.5 million shares, 5% short float. No news on this one right now, but last week we had some positive news getting a award to conduct a new study for its COVID-19 vaccine candidate. So GOVX on watch here, guys.
All right. Okay, so some stuff's been happening. I mean, look at Walgreens just keeps going down, so that's going to be a nice one. Amazon, we got a great fill. So we got long down here into that bottom. So we just got long at 75. So we've been getting some out here for more profit. And we're long back in for Nvidia, of course, as Nvidia drops right into VWAP. So we do like that fill. We don't have 125 clean. Actually, we do. We have 125.05. Was that what it was? My bad, I have so many fills. 125.05, yes. So there it goes. Now it's starting to go back up to the upside right now. Nicely done there on Nvidia. Let's see if we can hold that. That looks like it wants to work out for us and work out for us pretty well right now. Wow, okay. Really happy with this Nvidia reload. So we won't be shy about that. That was a good trade there. And we've learned our lesson about shorting their Nvidia. There's Siri that I was in before. Walgreens Boots Alliance still making new lows right now. And by the way, we're in that one. And if you're not on the sticky note right now, then you may not, or you may have some chicken dinner winners. But right here, again, we're 3 for 3 today, Obi. You know what? Our number one trade is short Walgreens. That's 25 cents in the money now, huge. Nvidia is our next trade. We're into that one. That's going to be my P&L number. No, not really. And then Amazon right there is my P&L number one, as that is the other long that we're in right now. So try to find some strength in some of these names, but we don't want to, again, just let some of these profits just sit there and then eventually, rot. We have to use some of these ideas now to get out. So Amazon's back to the 50-period moving average. We'll take another out right there. We will wait to see if it gets back to VWAP. And again, you'll see Obi and I with different styles, which is what the best part about all of this is. All right, there goes Walgreens again. Nice little downside move. And then Nvidia, we just touched out again, and look at that out that we took in the 60s. That's a nice top right there at 125.80. So, this one, I'm going to hold on to a little bit more. I don't think there's ever been a problem with holding on to longs for NVIDIA, especially if this market does want to get through this 20,100. So far, so good. Miss A is a busy one.
Crypto miner here on watch, hot 8. This one trading higher here, being added to the Russell 3000. Also getting a price target increase from Canaccord Genuity from $14 to $22. Currently trading about $16.60 for HUT, guys.
Okay.
I liked HUD. I owned that one for a minute there, and I'm out of it now, but that was a good one. So, anyways, I'm just going to tweet about this Walgreens Boots Alliance. You're still on Amazon. Is there any other names you're potentially looking at?
Not really. I guess, again, I had on my in-play list, I had Amazon, Google, Tesla, Moderna. I guess I haven't really taken too close of a look at that one. It had a strong sell-off yesterday. I guess Rivian, Whirlpool with that potential buyout rumor, and also CCL earnings day 3. So I kind of had some of those on watch, so we can quickly kind of go over some of those as of right now. But yeah, no, Dell kind of still holding some of its highs there. A lot of volume churning in and around this 195 on Amazon there. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient with that one, chopping just underneath that VWAP and some of these pre-market consolidation lows as well. But yeah, let's take a quick look at Rivian. Rivian kind of coming down as well. CCL earnings day 3. We can see that off of earnings, it is holding quite a strong trend. And then Quadunk off of the open, getting rebid as well, just on top of this prior day consolidation low, midday consolidation low, whatever you want to call it there. Let's take a quick look at Whirlpool as well. Whirlpool, again, pop, drop, and kind of sideways as of right now, so nothing too crazy. mRNA, this is the one from yesterday. Very, very strong sell-off to the downside there, doing some RVol and doing some more in the pre-market right now, and attempting to push potentially lower as well as it rejects that opening range high on this 15-minute. Let's see what the 5-minute opening range is right there. So as of right now, it attempted to push on this 5-minute candle there with only about 1 minute left. We are pulling back a little bit there. So kind of that 5-minute opening range break, interesting stuff indeed. But yeah, you can see the NQ and the ES taking a little bit of a breather as well. And yeah, that WBA seems to be selling off as of right now there, Sean, below that 12 mark. But as I say that, maybe a little bit of a bid coming right back in on that ticker. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient. Let's see how the 15-minute and the half an hour and the hourly candles print relative to that 12 mark. And I'll be more than willing to kind of get involved with that one. Again, it doesn't move as aggressively as some of these other tickers. Let me pull up the tape for you guys here on that so you guys can take a look at that as well. So yeah, 1188's happening right now, but the stack of volume that was happening in and around that 12 mark, again, a little bit interesting as well, and we're trading below that. So the short idea, Sean, definitely it seems like that's the one that's been working as of right now. Amazon still churning this 195. Let's take a quick look at Apple. Apple makes a high of 215.73 and pulling back through the open there quite aggressively as well. But Softy is perfectly fine. Amazon pulling back a little bit as well. Alphabet holding its highs as well. So Nvidia kind of just sideways chopped still. So nothing too crazy going on there. What do you got going on?
Yeah, I mean, the same stuff. We did get that bottom there on WBA. I was looking to get some more. There we go. We got some more NVIDIA right now, but I'm watching out for this 50-period moving average. If we break below 124.50, which is coming in right now, we're long at 124.90 right now. So let's just be careful with some of these plays as we'll get some out. We'll see if it can come back up. There it is. A little bit up through 125 now would be nice. If we can get that play. We still want to be able to try to hold this in case it does go. We have talked about, potential dip down in here for Amazon. It's coming right. Oh, I have the wrong price as an out for Amazon. Oh, we just got out of Amazon. It's down into the 200-period moving average. This is actually a buy here, not an out, so I got to punch back in. We had the wrong stop. It should be 194 here on Amazon as it pushes back into the 200. So yeah, we're just trying to hold on to some of these longs here as the market does push off that 20,100. We did mention that, so a little bit of a pullback, something to be expected here. Let's see if we can hold. Did not mean to punch out of Amazon. So this is a new position, but I guess we'll take that L on that. We're still up on it, but new position here on Amazon off the 200 period if you're not in yet. I do like this one. What's up, Adara?
On Solana here, if you're into these crypto names, nice move up here, about 7% on the day right now for SOL USD. This one up here is Van Eck is filing for the application for the first U.S. Solana ETF with the SEC to hopefully launch an exchange-traded fund for Solana. Van Eck filing for this here. Just keep an eye on SOL for following crypto, guys.
Yeah,
that thing
you
is
don't want
very
to be
liquid.
SOL if you don't trade that one. So you got to get into that one right there. Solana, I'm in that name. We will find out what the average price for Solana is very, very soon. So just quickly here, we bought some more Nvidia down here. We just sort of talked about that, and we're buying more. What we're supposed to be getting out here? Yeah, if it breaks below 40s, we are out now. So we just tried another long there for this, but it looks like we are going to get stopped out here, which is fine. That's fine. I mean, we took our profit. This is another name where we got hit on Tuesday going short Nvidia. And just averaging into because we didn't believe in that kind of a play there. But today, I'm not going to do the same thing. I do believe in the long. We had written down 123 for the long. We were playing it off of VWAP. It was really good early. We did talk about that. 124 is the bottom. So maybe, I mean, do we want to, we could try it again here. I just feel like when I'm trying these kind of levels at these plays, like my stop is just right here. So I feel very comfortable taking a 25-cent hit here and just trying to make something back. There it is, especially. So if it pops up, so we're long at 20s, we just get it out, some out there at 40s. So worth the risk to try to hold this back in for the long. So I mean, just talking a little bit about what we did there on Nvidia. Let's see now if it wants to pop through. So again, fell into the pre-market. We tried VWAP, didn't work. We tried the 200, didn't work. Instead of just absolutely layering into this thing, let's punch out, reassess, look at some more levels and get that money back. So hopefully we could do that. And then here's Amazon. We did take some pieces out there. That was a mistake. So I talked about that. That was a keystroke. I couldn't get over there and cancel my stop in time for Amazon, and we should have been buying more at the 200, not selling more. It's a name that we like, and until something changes dramatically, I still think we want to be long on Amazon. So let's wait to see if we can get down to that 194, but other than that, I like that play. And then here's Nvidia. I'm going to take one more piece out at 47, although I just offered it and it went down. If we can get one more fill here on end, there it is. Now we'll hold the rest. So now we're out of we're out of 40% of this, no, more than that, sorry. We're out of 65% of this. I took more shares than I thought. 65% of this name right there on a one-to-one basis. So now let's hold for a much bigger move higher here.
Amazon coming right back up to that, I guess we threw up a moving average there, an 8 moving average on the 3-minute. We are blasting right back through that, 195 coming in. So a lot of volume was churned at that 195, a little bit of point of interest in my opinion there. But yeah, so it kind of reclaims there. And VWAP is in and around that point as well, just above that 195, 195.13. So like I said, didn't have everything that I wanted. Started way too early, but kind of comes right back in and I get most of what I want in and around the prices that I like as well. Kind of giving it some room there. I got chopped up on this a little unnecessarily yesterday. I liked the trade that I did have. It's just I kind of didn't give it necessarily the risk that the risk that it deserved, I guess, there. But 195 reclaiming right back into VWAP, 195.13 happening as of right now. So this consolidation from the pre-market showing up once again. Let's see what we do in and around VWAP there. You can see the NQ again kind of pulls back off of that 20,100, comes into that 20,000 and then has a little bit of a pickup right back into about 20,050 mark right there. So yeah, 195 pulling back again. Let's see that VWAP getting a little bit crushed as of right now. But yeah, let's stay a little bit patient. What's going on?
What was that pharmacy name that you and I talked about earlier that we definitely wanted to short?
Wasn't Shoppers.
Something about
CVS. Boots?
Oh, yeah.
WBA.
Fabian just said Walgreens. Come on, Fabian. We're trying to play a game here. We know it's Walgreens, my guy. Over there it is. A nice move down for Walgreens as it just keeps on going lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. Let's see. We are almost out of this name. We only have, yeah, exactly. The boots belong on the feet, which is maybe where by the way, before we go, so we got some money back, and it was a good thing that we did there on Nvidia. So we made a little bit back. We talked about getting out at 65%. We actually got one more piece out there as well. But look what happened. Touches the 200 and then drops again. So now, now we're starting to get a little bit of a better feel here for what Nvidia wants to do. Market's still green, Nvidia's way red, right? And so, by the way, Amazon holding out nicely, so that was good. And we had written down on here that we still like that Nvidia trade, but it was definitely not one that, because I wrote down two areas. I wrote 130 short and 123 long. Nothing really about this in the middle. Micron did have a nice move up to 137. Again, some of those pre-market highs held one more time. So will the pre-market bottoms hold here at 134? That's yet to be seen coming in right now. But you know what? This name's still holding out real nice, man. And that's Amazon. Good trade. Yeah, good trade off there. And I'm getting, boom. Yeah, let's go. We'll take advantage of that one. Let's go, spin it. Right there, Amazon. Nice little trade there. I like that. How me and Obi are both looking at that. We're like, boom.
Bing, bang.
There goes the break higher for that one. Guess what? It's another dollar right there on Amazon, as we did buy it off that bottom. It's too bad that we got stopped out where we did, but we were able to buy back the exact amount of shares at that exact price. The only problem is I should have loaded it up there instead of getting punched out. So I should have double or triple the shares. And you and I talked about
I bought some at 195s. Sometimes you see things you like. You're like, let's go shopping.
Yep.
196 is maybe a little bit there. 195s, I like that. Pre-market consolidation lows, 194 halves. I'm buying more a little bit there. Definitely not enough at the discount there. Through VWAP should be another entry. I'm looking back at it. I'm just like, all right, well, maybe we test that 196, or maybe we just chop back around and come back through that 195. But the fact that we just broke through that reserve on the ask that was happening at 195, kept on knocking on the door, just underneath VWAP as well. So we know people are situated in and around that price as well. Knocks it out, goes right to VWAP, and now we're blasting in 195 halves. I like that. Let's see if we can bring that 196 back there. WBA still holding just underneath, just 10, 15 pennies in and around this this $12 mark. So maybe it just is just consolidating, maybe more to go. Like I said, it looked like a bit of significant price action when we looked back at the chart all the way back to 1997. There, a bit of a strong green day happening off of that $12 again split adjusted mark, but again potentially long-term players situated maybe in and around there, who knows, but support and resistance is what I'm looking at right there. 195 halves holding as of right now. Let's see if Amazon can show us some of that strength that it was having yesterday. Very, very aggressive to the upside, right? As you guys saw, let me just quickly pull the chart up right there.
In Apple.
What's going on with Apple, Sean?
Keep going, doesn't matter. No, I was just gonna say, I just want to let people know.
Okay, yeah. Sean's got a new position in Apple. What's Apple doing? You got my attention there with that one. Okay, so a little bit of a holding in and around some of yesterday. Okay, so talking about missed trades. Yesterday, Apple makes a double top
at 10 o'clock.
Okay. You know what? We'll hold off on that.
Why don't we go to Adair because we are right now spinning it, but we're not going to do it because we got to go over to Adair. A nice trade here for Apple. We're long at 214.20. What's up, Adair?
Just waiting here for that pending home sales month-over-month and year-over-year numbers to come in. Consensus estimate for month-over-month, 2.5%. Forecast, 2.3%. Consensus for the year-over-year number is going to be 2.5% as well. And the forecast is negative 4%. We're just waiting for this number to drop in here in a few seconds. Negative 2.1% pending home sales month-over-month. So this is lower than the consensus and forecast of 2.5% and 2.3% respectively. Just waiting on that year-over-year print. Year-over-year coming in at... I'm seeing the index here, 70.8%. It's going to be a little bit higher lower than the previous of 72.3. So for that main number month over month, much lower than expected, negative 2.1% versus the forecast of positive 2.3%. Bit of a bounce here for the SPY, slightly positive on the day right now. SPY and NASDAQ kind of similar moving right now. On the NQs, we are a little bit more positive, up about 0.4% of the day. A couple different names to talk about, including Micron. We had those earnings yesterday. beat on both EPS and sales, but we had a little bit more inline expectations going forward. So MU continuing to chop and churn in this range here, down about 4.5% on the day. Rivian also on watch. Nice recovery here from lows. They're currently having their investor day right now, just discussing its internal hardware. They did, though, project Q2 vehicle production below the estimates there. So 9.1 to 9.3 thousand versus the expectation of 10.3 thousand. RIVN on watch. I'll let you guys know if I hear anything from that presentation, guys.
Oh boy.
Right here, guys. I'm proud to say it right now. It's trophies right here. So congratulations, Obi. And I just want to show you that both of us right now are right where we need to be, and it's two completely different styles. This guy's in the same name, Amazon. We've hit Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, and Walgreens. Okay, so this just goes to show you how the different styles will affect the way that you trade. I mean, it's just like you got to get your own way, got to get your own style right now. So, yeah, man, let's share it right now, Obi. So we'll see what winds up happening. Actually, I don't want to keep it there because we'll nail it down. And these trades could turn against us. So I just want to tell everybody that based on what we're doing right now, we have $1.40 in the money right now on Amazon. Right there.
You have a great price
as
there.
well. And then we've got Apple that we just talked about. That's 50 cents in the money. So everything right now is working out pretty darn good. We got out of our last 5% or something of Walgreens when it breaks above $12. So everything working out today, but not completely blue skies. As Nvidia, we did get stopped out there, but it's bouncing now. And there goes Apple, guys. There goes Amazon. It is absolutely fantastic. You know, another stock that's going upside now as well is Tesla. We've been calling $200 on Tesla for a minute. Looks like it's coming through. Get ready to hit that again. And Obi's talking about slapping that ask over here, so you know something's going to the upside. And it's a $2 winner for Amazon. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, we do have comments from Fed's boss, who wasn't initially on the docket to speak today from anything I'm seeing, but he's saying there could be a potential rate cut here in Q4. Also saying that there's, quote, plausible scenarios for more cuts, no cuts, or even a hike. So basically saying we're going to have to wait and see for some more information. Be aware here, Fed's boss speaking, guys.
All right, yeah, Fed Bostic speaking. And yeah, Amazon just clipped that high right above 196 teens. I think 196 14 or something like that. No, I didn't get out just yet, but that aggressiveness through that 196. Again, you have players who are playing the break of the high there. Like I took that entry as well, but again, I'm a little bit slightly safer due to kind of getting some more in and around some of these levels. But yeah, getting an aggressive sell back through. But let's see where we go with this one there. Maybe it is potentially pulling back.
I only said that to you because look at that stupid fill that I have. 196.40.
Yeah.
Like it just goes to the point of how volatile. I mean, it was just as it was going. I'm just like, I'll get out at 50, and then it drops $1. So you got to be very, very careful. There was some Fed speak that came out, as Adara was mentioning there. So let's watch out here for now a pullback into 195. I am going to buy more down here. So I'm going to take advantage, hopefully, of this dip and get some more in. So we're adding now to the winners. So there's Amazon. It's great. It is on here as a buy, so we definitely like that one. We've also put Apple in our pocket here a little bit as well. Got a nice out at VWAP. Let's see if that wants to go. Not as aggressive though as Amazon. Look at that dip buy there in Amazon. I mean, are you kidding me right here? Again, that has to be a hot dog cannon. We just bought 195.50s there on Amazon. I'm so glad to be sitting here with Obi. Again, killing these trades here. And you guys are going to be in good hands. Obi going to be filling in for me for the next week. So Obi and Neil hopefully being able to put on just as good trades, just as good of a show. And we don't know what the trades are going to be like. It's the ideas, right? And I hope that you can appreciate these ideas that we've come up with here today and hopefully been able to make a little, whoa.
That wash was crazy, right?
We are in love with
Again,
this.
taking players offside both directions.
Yeah.
This is kind of what was happening yesterday. I was like, all right, well, you know what? If you're going to start behaving like this, I'm going to start tangoing with that price action there as well, giving myself a little bit wider space to work with the overall trend there. What's happening? DJ Dubs with the super chat printed $15 puts at 1360s this morning. at open. Can I get a $1 club for options at Sean? Let's go. Congratulations, DJ Dubs.
DJ Dubs putting up those dubs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you want. You just want to throw up those dubs. You know, that's it. Shout out to Woo, everybody that's out there, man. I mean, it's just like, you know, you gotta start playing the game. You know, not like Triple H style. You know, it's time to play the game. You a wrestling guy, Obi?
Not really. I remember like growing up, we used to watch like I guess was it WWE, WWF?
It was, yep.
But yeah, my parents didn't really appreciate me watching that. It was, but it was good. I remember the funny guy. What was that guy? Like he had like a
There's so many.
Oh, it was funny.
Yeah.
As a kid, I thought it was like hilarious. It was like Rafiki or something. Like
Yeah,
he'd put guys in Rashiki. He'd put guys in the corner and kind of, you know,
Yeah, he had
do
that
some
butt.
stuff.
He had the butt.
Yeah.
Face to butt.
Yeah, that
Butt
was
to face.
that was so funny as a
I
kid.
was
Whenever I
wondering
saw
what
that,
it'd be
I was like,
about.
"That's hilarious." My parents were like, "What is this? What is this degeneracy that you're watching?"
not
But
wrong.
you know, fun stuff nonetheless. 196 happening as of right now. Chop and churn. Let's see, maybe poised for a little bit of a pullback. I got the 8 moving average here on a 3-minute sitting at 195.50s. Let's see if we can pull back off of that. We did pull back off of that. Came in. I added a little bit more. And we're holding this 196 as well. So it seems like that strength from yesterday, a little bit of a continuation. Maybe we don't chop around today. Maybe we don't consolidate. Maybe we just slap up to the upside there. But yeah, other than Amazon, I don't have too much going on. But yeah, that news with the whole they want to do a direct shipping from China. I think they're grasping quite a large market there. A question becomes, what's going to happen to all of the sellers who already do that on Amazon? Like they source from China and then they resell on Amazon. If Amazon's going to take up that niche as well, they're capturing that market share as well. So it's like, all right, cool, more money for Amazon. Maybe not the best for I guess resellers on third-party resellers on Amazon, but it is what it is. Amazon's always trying to make more money and give us that prime delivery. I wonder what deliveries are going to be like, right? So coming straight from China, I know that usually if I ever order anything straight from there, they've actually gotten much better with it. It's coming in like 2-3 weeks. So I'm like, you got to plan it out. Be like, all right, if I'm going to plan ahead, right? But yeah, no, it should be interesting going forward.
That in a society of such convenience, will it work with those kind of delays? Just something speaking out loud. I would think it would work. And you know, if you're going to bet with any company as far as figuring out logistics, other than Costco or something like that, you're probably in the right spot with Amazon for that. Okay, so missed opportunity, obviously, with Nvidia. We talked about it. Apple's getting a little spicy for me right now. We just bought some 214s again right here, and it's coming back in. So it's not, you know, we thought that it was stronger today. It was right off the jump. It really started going. I want to look back at Tesla because that was a name that was going, and we want to look also. There's been some people asking for our looks on GameStop, so we will do that in a minute. I'm just making sure that I have the stops set up here. So Apple breaking through 213.75 is where we kind of want to stop this trade. It's come back into there. That's 213.75. That is that breaker 19 level down there at the bottom. So if we break through that, we don't want to be in there too long. So we'll put another bid here at 213.90 or so and see if we're able to catch something there for Apple. But hey, if it wants to get bid back up, we're here for that. We also noticed something similar there, that there might have been a buyer and a seller at the same time on Amazon. Like when it broke 196, it really got bought up there. But then I wonder if the exhaustion happened, and there really hasn't been any green candles since that break of 196. So
I haven't seen any like you said, volume either, right?
So it's like I took the opportunity there to get some out, and now we have a very small piece, under 10% left of Amazon. So we just have that reload left. I do want to get some more of this name.
Gotta get more.
You know, this is not something where it's like I'm want to be done with Amazon by any stretch. And there's Apple, so we take another fill for Apple right there up through 214.20. Now I'm feeling comfortable now to try to hold some of these plays. I feel like these longs could still be good, right? I mean, you're still above the 50, you're still above VWAP. So let's play strong names long. So that's what we want to do right now. I don't really want to mess around with the shorts yet until we get back up to 20,100, I would think.
Yeah, I think that's a good reference point to go off of. We are consolidating within 50% of the leg on the NQ there, and yeah, 196 still chopping and churning. So maybe we're just waiting for that confluence with the market and some of the sector as well. But yeah, everything taking a little bit of a breather as of right now. Yeah, so. Just gotta make sure I manage this well here. But as we hold 195.80s there, and VWAP being in and around, where is it at? VWAP being in and around 195.27s as well. 196 is holding quite well, pushing for some fresh highs there. So let's take a quick look at that one there. 196 holding. Here we go. Maybe some fresh highs there. 20s coming in. What is the high a day? 196.40. 3 is the high a day. There it is. Look, this is what I mean by a little bit of confluence. That NQ candle on the 15-minute goes red to green, and then we get that strong bid coming right back in to Amazon. Let's see if we can get to that 197. Like I said, we are not that far away from 200 on Amazon, and it'll join the 200 club. We know that Apple recently got there. We know a few other tickers that recently got there. But yeah, Sean, this is absolutely wild action there.
Okay, so we wrote earlier on here, right? We wrote Palantir. I like the name, but it's getting hit here. Finds bottom and take a shot. Got to take a shot on Palantir. We even wrote down in here, getting hit, but it will bounce. Palantir, it will bounce. We wrote that down. It was a name that we liked. I'm going to look at CCL in a minute and back over to GameStop. So let's look at Palantir. What did we write down? Getting hit, it will bounce. Palantir will bounce. Palantir will bounce. I mean, Palantir is straight up all day right now. So we have to watch out. By the way, Apple's trying to go. So Apple right now, 30 cents, trying to get higher. Yeah, so some of you guys in the chat there saying, what are we doing with Palantir? I mean, yeah, we missed Palantir. Wish we would have just looked at it. Now I feel like we got to play for a pullback into VWAP. So 2450, 2460. I like the 25 break. That could definitely be something. We saw what happened when Amazon tries to go and Apple and all these names break levels. Why can't Palantir break 25? I mean, it can. Just looking here at but see, 25 is not like that significant. That's kind of the problem. It's more like this 25-20, get that gap fill going on. But we are right here right now. I mean, you can play that. What is that? Yeah, 2450. Yeah, 24. Okay, 2460 now for Palantir. Let's put some bids there. We missed that Amazon reload. Well, we got the Amazon reload, but we missed this huge move up. This is the last time we got out was right here, so I'm going to let it go because if we get out again, then I'll be like, why did we get out of so much? But we already are out of most of our Amazon. Just checking back in on Walgreens Boots Alliance. Good out for that one, so hot dog cannon on that. We are out of that way. And we learned our lesson yesterday. Remember, like Rivian long, boom, was huge early. Robinhood was huge long early, and then we got out of it. Here's GameStop. So again, that 25, we talked about that yesterday into yesterday's afternoon trade, where it couldn't break above that $25 mark. We basically got there again. 24.85 is close enough for me when you're trading a name like GameStop. So again, back to the 200 period, right? Buy the dips. GameStop strong. Market down. ES flat. NASDAQ up 0.3. So, it's not like this is carrying the day here. It's just GameStop up 1 and a bit. I like that name, as well as Carvana. I mean, when I'm trying to think about better names that I think can be squeezable, I like Carvana just as much as GameStop. I mean, this level right here, trying to go back upside as well, breaking through that 134. Carvana up 4 and a bit percentage points here. So,
yes, sir.
Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, and Walgreens, and look at that play back in on Nvidia. Looks like we will get stopped out near the bottom of the day, which I'm happy with that. You can see my demeanor has not changed. And it's just because we had to have our rules. It broke through the pre-market bottom. We've sat there and given back way too much money trying to guess on Nvidia. I'd rather just been right. When it breaks that bottom, it's trying to tell me that it wants to go lower, so I get out. End of day right there on Nvidia, and pretty happy about it. I'm going to take another advantage of this, move up and get some more out of Apple. I am now waiting at the 50 period, which is 50 cents. So we'll see if we get a higher move up there for Apple.
Yes, sir. So kind of starting to chop and churn above this 196 as of right now. That 196 hold, absolutely beautiful. Continuing to go. Look at that NQ move right through that 20,100. Let's keep going. I got some out of the Chase shares that I took initially on the push into 196, and then when it pulls back in to 196 and holds, kind of reload for that churn there. And let's see how well 196 holds as of right now. It seems like we're poised for a little bit of a pullback. but we shall see. 196.20 is coming in with the market this strong, pushing right back through that 20,100. Oh boy, is Amazon going to continue trending or not? That $12 mark on WBA has held and popped back up there, Sean. So it is coming into that VWAP. I am watching it quite closely. Let's see if we can get that 197 on Amazon. 196 halves coming in right now. Let's see what some of the other constituents are doing. Softy fresh highs as well. 456 coming in on Softy. Alphabet as well. 186 is the high as of right now. Amazon pushing highs. Apple, not as much. Kind of sideways chop on that one. Apple, Nvidia, maybe not. I guess the main focuses of trend today, but still kind of chopping and churning sideways range. So maybe a different kind of trade happening on those ones as of right now. But yeah, this 196 level is holding. Let's see if this halves. Can we print the quarter? Can we get to the half? And can we get to the half, which we just did, and print the 75s? That's always the question I'm asking. 60s, right to 65s right now. Let's see if we can go to 75s right there. I feel like an auctioneer almost on these prices. But yeah, we got a bidder at 196 and some change as of right now. But I'm going to stay a little bit patient. Let's see what we do. Look at that pullback back through that 20,100. So yeah, maybe we're poised for a little bit of a pullback as well. But again, holding trend as of right now on Amazon. Oh boy, is this a crazy, crazy move. Off of what we saw at that 195. A lot of chop and churn, a lot of volume going through, pulls back in, holds this pre-market level. Let me pull up a chart as I'm talking about it as well. Look at that pre-market low right there. We can see that bid kind of come in right before the open at the 925 candle. So you can see potentially off of that imbalance that comes in the pre-market right there, holding that level, grabbing that level, that consolidation low, and then pushing up towards some fresh highs as of right now. 196 coming right back in. So yeah, maybe we are poised for a little bit of a pullback there, Sean. What do you got going on?
So I just got long on Google, but I don't think Google just broke there. Well, now it did break, so now we're going to go long on Google. So yeah, I'm just loving all your talk there about what this market's doing. I don't know if we found another one here or not, but we'll punch long on. Well, Google just breaks lower. So we're going to have to hold on to Google for just a minute. I wanted to look at Apple because Apple was just cruising, and we get that VWAP trade. So yeah, let's just go a little bit of diamond hands for holding out for that. But here's the pullback in for Apple. So I don't know, man. You mentioned it going a little bit sideways. So we are taking some outs here on that, and I'm not going to average in on it. This is not a name. I'd rather focus my time on an Amazon, on a Google, something that is relatively strong and not really work. I guess I can cancel my Palantir dip by 24 right now. But yeah, I'd rather just focus my time and energy on those names. But we still are going to try Apple. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm going to cancel that Apple. If it breaks the low, let's get out of that one and just focus right here. So, okay, so Google's trying to go. Let's see if it does. That's three times now that it has gotten faded off of 186. So it got hit there, bounced back. But then this is the thing. Test VWAP, then goes again. I thought on the second time around that we had a great chance to go. I'm getting my motivation from my guy beside me here who punches long through 196, 195, like big key levels. So maybe Google.
You got to go shopping sometimes.
Exactly. So yeah, exactly.
Amazon.
Hey, man, that's what I'm saying. You did some great work there. So now let's see here if we can somehow come up with a winning formula for Google as well. So it didn't really break. Like I'm long here at 186. So let's see if it gets up. Maybe we'll take that 10 cents if that's available for us as well. So right now, all good here on Google, but needs some work to get through those levels. Apple breaks. We did not reload it. Apple's a positive name for us. So again, sense that there's something wrong there, and let's get out. I'm actually going to take this opportunity to get out of a piece of Google if I can here at 89, sorry, just because if Apple's going to fade out that way, like it just did right here, all the way to the downside, then maybe there's something going on that I don't realize. So let's watch out for some of these tech names. I see Amazon still working. Oh, you're out.
Yeah, I just got out. I mean, you know, it's kind of spending some time here. I'm more than willing to get back in a little bit later there, but again, coming into what? It's like 10:20 right now.
Might be it, yep.
I don't know if I'm not going to make that call, but take a look at the NQ, right? So the NQ just slapping right back down through that 20,100. But again, Amazon could do its own thing, right? Amazon can definitely kind of continue trending. It's holding the eight moving average here on a lower time frame. I'm looking at the 1 minute, the 3 minute as well. Maybe not the 1 minute as much, but yeah, I guess no, it is kind of holding on the 1 minute as well. But like 196, we were talking about a lot of volume churning off of that one. But before that, we're going to go to small cap recap with Adara.
Do this.
Russell 2000 breaking down a little bit here at that previous area of support just below 201. We'll have to see what this one does. Currently up on the day, but again, like I said, struggling to get sustainably above that 201 level as of right now for IWM. Some names to watch out here include GeoVax, GOVX. This one up over 100%. Not seeing any catalyst today, but there's lots of social media attention. We have about a $5 million market cap. Float of about 2.5 million shares, and last week some positive news related to its COVID-19 vaccine candidate, so GOVX. We also have KALA, Kala Bio here. This one up over 40%, announcing a $12.5 million private placement. Last but not least, HUT8, HUT. This one is a small cap below $2 billion market cap, being added to the Russell 3000 and also getting a price target increase here to $22 from Canaccord Genuity. So crypto name here on the small cap recap, guys.
All right, thank you.
You want a coffee?
No, I'm good for now. 196. So I did kind of get back in there with, again, relatively less. I do want to build in. Again, the idea is if this is going to kind of continue to push and the NQ is going to hold some of these levels, maybe we do get a test of that 200 mark there. We're only about 3 points away. Amazon did 8 points yesterday. If we're going to have a little bit of a continuation move today, then maybe we are poised for a little bit of a test there. Whoa, careful there. But 196, 197 coming in as of right now, only about 20 pennies away. Did I sell everything too soon? Absolutely. I do got to get much better with that. But again, we got back in. That's the decision I want to make there. 197 happening as of right now, only about a quarter away, 20 pennies away. Yeah, you guys can see the tape. Nothing too crazy. The book is not that thick as of right now, but let's see if there it comes. 197, only about 160, 170 lots.
Oh yeah.
Why can't I hold, Sean? Why can't I hold?
Why can't you hold? Look, Obi
Come
right
on.
now. You've never, I mean, Obi
Gotta get
right
good.
Now, how many times?
It's very clear.
Obi is the one with this today. Obi is the one. So great trade, Obi. Do not, please.
No, not yet.
Second guessing in hindsight.
Not yet.
You know.
Nowhere close.
Baby,
Nowhere close.
No. It is close, man. We're close.
197. Let's see if we can take it right through this one right here.
Yeah, the idea is what I'm trying to get at here is, you know, all of these stocks, and this is the thing about this, and people that trade around here and trade, you can use this unlimited amount of shares on any of these names. So it's just a matter of, you know, on the ones we're trading today, the liquid ones, right? So it's a matter of trying to figure out the patterns, trying to figure out the names, and then just taking advantage of them. You know, so it's like, this is why today we have written on here, Palantir. We didn't look at CCL, WNBA, WBA, Walgreens, Nvidia. Too many numbers here, letters. And Amazon. Oh man, good thing my vacation's coming tomorrow. But at the end of the day, it's you got to trade what makes sense to you. And, you know, Amazon did, so that was great. Congratulations on that. We also have these reloads as well. Like that reload, I was like, okay, we're going to come into VWAP at 195.50 again. So there it is right there, 197 top, 06, and I see that you already got out. So
yeah, I got out. I was like, yeah, that 197 kind of pulls right back in.
You got out there, and then now when this thing goes to 199, you're going to be like, oh man, I got out.
No, I got to buy the dip. Let's see if it...
Exactly, you got to take advantage. Thank you, Randy, for all of that. Rivian pulled back huge from yesterday, man. It was up to $17, $18 here. Yes, no, it did not, but it's at 200. I'll look at Tesla in a minute, but look at Rivian today. You know, huge move yesterday up to $17, $18 on that Volkswagen, and then all the way back down here today. No, Tesla's been a hot minute for this trade today too. All the way to 198.50. We already said that we really like the way this looked on the daily. Really sort of barcoding here with support on the 50-period moving average. The cup and the handles formed right here. Now you're starting to break up higher into the 200 period, Randy, and I like 205, 206. So if we can get up to there, 210, then I think maybe it turns around, which is only now 5% or so away. Give this $10 on 200, and you're right there. So yeah, I love that one too. All right, back over to Google. Google breaking lower. We did talk about getting some out there as Apple really fell on its face. So we had sort of thought that maybe something was going on. I do want to buy a little bit more here now that I see that this is at 50, so I'm kind of glad that we looked at it. I'm also bidding down at 30s as well. May not get down there. Let's put on something smaller at 56. We just bid 56 there. That's right where the 50 period is, and then we want to try to get something at VWAP, and then honestly a break of 185 and and we'll get out. I mean, I don't want to buy all of the dips, but we'll see if this one wants to work out as we got out of 40% of this trade already. Let's see if it gets higher. And I want to get longer on this too. If we could take out the high again of 186.10, we'll punch longer on Google to play the momentum back. So I don't necessarily think we're over and done yet with Google.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of. I saw Chef Joe in the chat saying, "Obi, ride the 9 EMA on Amazon, and you will not get out." Yeah, I got a similar idea going on there on Amazon. On Amazon.
What time frame?
Yeah, exactly. What time frame? But before we kind of continue that, we're going to pass it back to Dara.
Keep an eye on Destiny Tech 100 here, DXYZ. This is the company we were talking about a little bit in early April. They hold a lot of companies that are not publicly traded, including SpaceX. Right now, we have some traders circulating these rumors that SpaceX evaluations could be higher than expected. $1,112 per share in its tender offer, which would value the company at $210 billion. So some positive SpaceX talk, bringing DXYZ up about 20% right now, guys.
Yeah, we were just talking
about the Amazon EMA hold.
There's so many different names to look at. So, all right. Okay, you're flat, so we're still in Amazon, but again, we're gonna
looking for the reload.
Try to let that go. Google just comes back up. We get some more out here at 1. This is basically a flat trade. It is a loser. It's at 186. It's at 186.01 right now. I'm taking longer here if we break above 186.10. I just wanted to make sure we were right on this. You know, the market could have failed pretty badly there. It did break through 2010 again there, 20,100. 2010 with a 0, and then came back in. So that was a good hold. So now, you know, I think we can play strong names again. So, and there we go again. It does fade out. So we did take some out. I don't know. Trying to buy dips here on Google. Not as convinced on this one. Doesn't have the strength of the legs, really, maybe, that an Amazon has. Let's just check back in on GameStop real quick to see if anything's happening there. No. Some people talking about Reddit. I haven't looked at this in a while. I did like $60 on Reddit. One name I liked it's too bad I missed it. Walmart's been having a good little run there, 68 and change. We can definitely look at that. I like Walmart as a buy. I don't know why I thought about Walmart when I thought about Reddit, but it was because $60. So $60, I think, on Reddit is a good one. And yeah, look, man, it looks like we might have been right on Google again to get something out up near that high there. So Altimmune is what I believe Adara was mentioning there. ALT right here, starting to move around. New York Post article about the new weight loss drug might be better than Ozempic? Okay, so we'll find out more about this one coming through. So here goes Altimmune with a nice move back up to the upside, buying dips here off of $6. It looks like traders have been doing. What's up, Adara?
So this is Altimmune. I was just going to pull this one up here. ALT. Worth noting as well, this does have a short float of about 32.6%. Again, circulation of this New York Post article basically hyping up this ALT stock here and with regards to its weight loss drug. So Altimmune, weight loss name to the upside, guys.
All right.
Bouncing
yeah,
off.
a little bit of move on ALT. I know Sean's watching that right now.
Yeah, let me just, before I give it back to you, let me just check the short float on this because people are probably wondering about it. So huge, man, 33% short. So huge short float here on Altimmune. So yeah, watch out for that. A nice move up into 660 and change. So ALT definitely something to look at. I believe pullbacks into here is a great trade. 640, 650 levels that weren't breaking. Now you get the article. So let's see what winds up happening here with Altimmune. Definitely on radar now. ALT back to 640, probably worth a shot. I'm going to put a bid there.
Yes, sir. So people in the chat talking about Pan W moving. So I did pull it up there. Let's see how much volume it's doing on the day today relative to average daily volume. So average daily 30-day volume is about 3.9 almost, and it's done about 1.07 right now with it being 10:30. So yeah, a little bit of a flush, a little bit of a pullback, strong pullback happening on Amazon there. So I did kind of get in and chase that 197, and then I was like, okay, I saw some distinctly different price action up through the 197. I was like, nope, I'm gonna get out right there. I definitely should not have punched out of everything on that pullback of 196 halves, because I'm like, this is starting to look like it's finished, and then it slaps up another 50 pennies before it finishes, or before it kind of pulls back in more aggressively than it has been before. And yeah, definitely that some of that trend is breaking as of right now. So we are kind of breaking those the eight moving average that we were holding earlier. So poised for a little bit of a pullback. Still VWAP we're still trading above VWAP. So I still kind of want to look for that trend to continue. But we're going to go over to Adara for crypto first.
We're going to be talking some crypto, but first we did just get that EIA natural gas stock change number coming through. So 52 BCF was the actual number, slightly below the consensus of 53 BCF and the previous number 71 BCF, so slightly lower here. For following these oil names, that is the natural gas stock change EIA. Let's take a look at some crypto. We do have to talk about Solana here. Nice move for SOL. Van Eck, this asset manager here, filing for the first Solana ETF application here in the US. This is actually 6 days after we had a similar launch in Canada. So interesting look here for Van Eck and Solana. Bitcoin here is also, of course, one to take a look at. We did have a little bit of a move up here on that chart. Just going to pull this up. We are pushing higher here above that 62,000, but still below the wicks we've had, the highest wicks we've had in the last few days, which should be around 62,500. So trying to make a bit of a higher move here, but running maybe into a bit of trouble at that 62.5 level on the daily chart. Right now we're at 62.2 for Bitcoin, up about 0.8% of the day. Ethereum quite a bit stronger, up about 2.5%, well above that 3,400 level. Solana, of course, doing very nicely above 150. The rest of these crypto-related names are going to be a little bit more mixed, a little bit more subdued. Dogecoin here up about 1%, Ripple up about 0.5%, Avalanche here up about 7%. So lots of different trends here we're seeing in these crypto names today, guys.
All right, so we were just talking about that wicking that 20,100 there, and then the pullback. So that's why, good outs there, obviously, and good outs on Google. We did average back into that just a little bit right here into Google. So we'll see if we can make something happen now. Again, we don't need to make anything happen. Let's just see if there is something to do here with Google. We want to buy it off VWAP. We just missed that dip buy. We're at 30s there. It went to 30. I was trying to be patient with it, just letting it fall in. Went to 34, so we do miss the ultimate dip buy opportunity there. So, all right, we're still long at 185.85. We did take that average there at 55, which came right back in. So now that trade is working. Too bad, man. I said to OBO, man, I'm going to be digging into Google here, and we did not get the fill. So 3 cents away from getting that dip buy opportunity. Missed out for it. I don't know if you took the opportunity to get into Amazon, but it's right here as well, 195.60. So this is where I've last bought it here. So Amazon, but again, the market coming back into VWAP. So maybe it is right to be a little more patient than we even think right now.
Yeah, again.
In Altimmune, by the way.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Intraday catalyst, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dan McIsaac had me look at the weekly chart, but even the daily chart, there's a lot of room to go to the upside. Obviously, there's a lot of room from here as well, but let's just wait to see what winds up happening here. Taking out, I thought I was taking out the 200 period there. It looked like it wanted to do that. So I was thinking 750 again, but anyways, Altimmune right now on my mind. We're here long at 80s. I'm trying to buy the dips back into 50s and then using like VWAP as an out or something around 40. So we'll see if that can come back in to play right there. What just hit for us? Nothing. Okay. So Google still here. Nice dip buy opportunity. Did not get the full load there. Too bad. That would have been nice. And then Amazon, again, off of VWAP, probably something to look at there again. So those are some of the plays. We'll look at DraftKings. Palantir is near that 25, so I do see what you guys are saying right there right now. I just wonder 195. I think I'm going to put another bid here on Amazon. Just because I like the stock, and we'll see if it wants to work in and around these areas, AMZ, and then I will look at Palantir in a second. Let's just figure out Amazon first. So
yeah, no, I'm kind of, I have Palantir opened up because I went through the volume leaders on the day here, and I was like, all right, I ran through all of these, and I was like, all right, what's going on? We're looking at Nvidia, we're looking at some of these. There are some small caps running as well. Apple, Amazon, I guess Amazon is not on this list, but Micron definitely is. But Palantir was at the bottom of the list, and take a look at that price action. So definitely have that on watch. I'm watching Amazon as well. Amazon VWAP is at 195.56 here, and we are holding as of right now. But now we've kind of we're kind of trading underneath what we were doing before, which is kind of I was using the 8 EMA there. But again, EMA just a guide. I'm not really taking fills off of it, but I'm taking fills off the tape and the price action. But yeah, it's just I know that there's I guess who uses I guess indicators like this the most, maybe algos. You know, it's like a hard number made with an equation which can be programmed. So it's like, all right, if one thing has been working, where does it stop working? Can you confluence that with some significant change in price action? But yeah, definitely a great reason to sell nonetheless in and around that 197 test as we quadunk back down right into VWAP there. But again, take a look at this. The uptrend is still holding. Sure, we might be slowing down a little bit. We were holding the 8. Maybe we start holding the 21. Maybe we start holding the 50. A slowdown in the momentum doesn't necessarily mean that we're just going to slap all the way down and break through low a day. We could just be slowing down to and hold a more sideways, more relaxed trend in a sense, right? So VWAP is a great indicator as well, and we're testing right on top of that VWAP as of right now, 195.5. So let's see if we kind of wash around some VWAP players as well. The level I'm watching again is that 195. We saw, or I don't know if we saw, but I definitely saw a little bit of churn and a lot of volume happening, and that level definitely seemed a little bit interesting there. So again, definitely looking back at it, I can be having a lot more on the right side of the move here when it actually bids up. And then look at these prices that I have on the left side of the V there. Not really the best place to get in, but I can have the same prices when the move is actually in my favor. That's something I do have to improve on. But take a look at Palantir here, maybe poised for a little bit of a pullback. It's been aggressive right off of the open there. It's about 1030. Am I looking at a potential reversion is what I'm asking myself here with this crazy strength happening on Palantir, but I don't want to get in the way of it. Oh boy, what is this line happening here? Again, I put in some lines a little bit early. Okay, cool. So it's like it was holding this overall trend. We chop and consolidate churn around that. Now we're pushing back up, so maybe not as significant as I thought it before, but holding a prior anchored as well as of Monday, so earlier on in the week. So I'm sure if I pull up a weekly chart on this, the week is starting to go a little bit green there. Yeah, look at that bigger picture. A little wiki up in the 26s. We're trading at 25s as of right now, so about a point away from that. So let's see if Palantir here is going to continue up this very, very strong trend. Again, looking at the relative volume, not doing as significant of relative volume. Again, we saw that it's only done 9.9 million so far when the average 30-day volume is about 36. So I'm sure we can reach the average daily volume there, as we've already traded 10 million and it's only been an hour off of the open. We still have many, many hours left to go in the trading day there, so it can definitely kind of push that volume going in there. There it goes, XOM. So the oil number came out recently, and I was like, okay, well, XOM's been selling off. Do we get a bit of reversion happening off of the oil number? And oh boy, look at that. That's strength coming in again with that expanding volume, breaking that trend. 114 to 114 halves happening as of right now on XOM. Maybe a little pop off of that number there. So there's lots of opportunities to go around. Can't be catching them all. My name is not Ash Ketchum, but you know, definitely gotta be involved with some of the ones that are holding. As of right now, Amazon is holding that 195.50 VWAP level, as you guys can see. So the trend as of right now, the bigger picture trend seems to be intact. Question I'm asking myself is, do I want these prices, or do I want a discount at 195 halves? I kind of missed the sale there, Sean. Kind of that sale is kind of gone. We're all printing about 50 pennies above that.
I know.
Next trade, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we would buy dips in something, and we should have been buying dips in Amazon. I mean,
Yeah.
we were just talking about
that is the one
right there. That is the one, up that 1.2%. We basically did the same kind of a play. I mean, if you overlay these charts, although obviously Amazon had the base back in here at 194. But again, the 200 period, and I'm looking at Google right here, it didn't even dip down into this. So I feel like Google is pretty strong as well, coming back into 185. So we're in a big position now trying to hold this thing. 20 cents against us. We'll wait to see if anything is happening right there right now as Amazon breaks back above 196.50 or 196.10. Good trade, good hold there, but would have and could have and should have bought some more down there. So I don't know, man, this Altimmune, I mean, I'm still bidding here on this name back at 640, trying to see if it does break below, 34, 35. Like there's the 50 period moving average, there's the 200 period. So if it dips back down in, we'll get another piece. We don't normally trade this style, so we're in a small piece. We're gonna try to get, we're trying to get 4 times more if it drops back into right here where I feel like there's a little bit of support. So let's continue to watch out for that one as now Google trying to get alive a little bit here. I'm gonna take a piece out. There it is for flat. Let's see if it can get back up to the upside. It's Google and hopefully it'll be fantastic. Let's go over to the screen now as it's 10:40 and see what's up with A.
One of these sectors notably stronger than the rest here, and it's going to be technology. Of course, Microsoft, Meta, Google, all very strong. Oracle, Netflix as well, with CRM and Adobe particularly strong here. Not saying any particular stories in either of those, but great strength. PANW here as well. Palo Alto Networks to the upside, so great look for a lot of these tech-related names. The other tech-related sector are going to be a little bit more subdued, and that will be electronic technology. Micron leading some of the semis here to be a little bit weaker. Nvidia downside, though. AMD is to the upside. Micron, of course, had earnings this morning. A little bit more mix here for a lot of these sectors. Health technologies, finance, retail trade. Amazon strong, but Costco a little bit weaker. CVS trading down potentially in sympathy with Walgreens Boots Alliance after those weaker than expected earnings. Transportation also a little bit weaker, and commercial services. Consumer services, though, worth noting here. This is a little bit more subdued with the exception of Chipotle. Second day trading post-split. Pretty weak here for CMG, guys.
Go, you stupid Google son of a...
Goggle.
Yeah, man, do your Amazon. Look what Amazon's doing, Google. Look what Amazon's doing.
Look at your boy Amazon.
Yeah, look at your boy. Look at your boy right now. Come on, Google, man, get going, Sergey and everybody. Come on, man, get that Google Cloud pumping. Come on, you guys got lots of custies. Here come the customers. They're coming in right now. No, I have no idea what the hell is going on. But all right, so here we go. Nice move up here. We just said we did have a big, decent-sized position here for me on this name. So let's go. Let's get those custies rolling through right now as Google trying to get back up 185.30. We're in this name. We're flat. P&L-wise, we are flat. Like if I were to get out of everything right now, we are flat almost to the dollar. So let's let this continue to go up. We'll hold this for 50 cents back in now to see if we can get something like that. I am sitting, though, at the 50 period clean, which is 58s. So I'm going to sit there. If we can get that filled, great. And then hopefully after that, we can fly high. No lie, this stock right now is definitely not balling. So we'll hopefully get that turned around and get going for that. 70 cents in the money on Amazon. Look at your boy. Look at your boy, Google. Amazon still trying to go upside right there. And of course, Google did not like that talk as it tries to go back down now. So, all right, patience.
Patience
OB.
pays. Apparently.
It does pay sometimes, yeah. It pays on the winners. For sure. If you have patience with your losers, then you sometimes take that the wrong way.
Don't want to be holding the bag.
Yeah, that can hurt when that happens. And
something I've been getting better with. Look at that. VWAP hold, 95 halves. We're talking about it. I have no fills down there. What the hell am I doing? It prints, now it's printing $1 above.
Yeah, dude.
After a capitulation candle, so like I'm a little more reserved. I'm like, all right, we have a strong volume candle that rejected off of 197, so I got out. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, is it time to revert this move? Are we gonna make a lower high? While I'm thinking all of that, I just need to shut up and take the long at 195 halves, where I see the VWAP holding, where I am even saying, oh look, there's reserves happening on Amazon here on top of VWAP, and then the price holds. Like the reason to buy. Right, reason to buy above pre-market consolidation, holding above VWAP, holding above the opening price.
Let's go.
Overall strong uptrend on a bigger time frame, bigger picture, poised for that 200, and we're about to test 196. We're almost there, back at 197s again. I got to do much better than this, man. 20,100 happening on the NQ. A little bit of a pullback. Let's see if we can get back to that 20,000, or we rip back up to that 20,100. We know how much that 20,000 has been churning over the past few days there. But yeah, take a look at this 5-minute chart on Amazon there. Oh boy, is this a strong trend as of right now? Holding, like, look at this. These dips dip down into prior day highs, and we fail to follow through on the selling. And then we only have one direction, or maybe two directions to go, sideways or up. We do some sideways, and then we do some up. And as of right now, we're doing some sideways there. But that interesting action at that 197 still has my interest. Can we break past it? It was a strong volume candle. Take a look at this on, I guess we can take a look at it on the 1-minute chart right there. Take a look at that. On the test, through that 197, strong volume candle, right? And then you come in for a strong pullback, which does break trend, comes back into VWAP, and then now potentially making a lower high as well, which is what I'm looking for. Maybe it's time to flip. Shout out to Russ, but I don't know if it's time just yet. What's going on?
What's the shout out to Russ?
Oh, he has a song called Flip, which is a banger. Sorry, I know, niche market.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to learn, you know. Normally I sit beside, Neil's really, I think he's like 67 years old or so he has a little bit.
The song selection,
I mean,
the song selection might be a little
it might be a little different there. No.
Yeah.
Neil and I same age, so of course. Obi, the young guy around here. All right, so yeah, look, Google, I mean, it took the words kindly and came right back up here, and we were starting to get some out. So we have less than half the position now, but not happy with the pullback, but happy that we were able to take some out up there again. So look, wow, right back in. I'm not even sure this is too much of a reload here. The market's, well, you know what, the market is hitting this view up. Let's just try it small. Well, we just tried to punch in, and of course it just shoots right up. So we missed that punch in right there at 28s. Let's see if it does fall back in. Sometimes it will run away from your order, then just come back and fill you like it just did right there. So we're still holding out hope, making sure that we do have this offer we don't even have that stop order. Well, it's at 185, so we didn't actually have that in, so we'll put that in right now. Because we were looking at it, but it didn't come through. So yeah, I'm still feeling like this. 184 breaks, we're out. 185 break, let's get out of Google. All of it. I don't want to hold it. We've already taken some profit out there. We talked about why it wasn't the same as Amazon, and I couldn't really figure out why, but now with the market breaking back down, I don't need to figure out anything. The market is telling us right here that maybe some of these dip buys may not be great because we already hit a key level of 20,100. Maybe we want to come back and test, again, this opening range high that was blasted through at about 940, or actually right off the open. What am I talking about? That first candle there at 830, well, 932, blasted it there. And yeah, we had sort of, I just heard Sharif there, we had sort of sniffed out Apple earlier, which was a good trade to be able to get out of it. AAPL, a nice downside push there and continuing. There was that out. We just should have reloaded it. But again, holding the long in Amazon, looking for longs today in what was a strong market. Wasn't looking short on Apple, but looks like some profit taking here happening on AAPL. Good dip buy right now on Google.
Ponzi Fonzie asking, what's the red barchetta? What's the red barchetta? Is that like sounds like a drink. Is it a car?
I have to see it.
I have no idea.
I missed what he said.
Yeah, not.
Someone mentioned.
Okay, so somebody said Rush. No, I'm talking about this. This is the one I'm talking about right here. Yeah, solid song.
Good move.
If you wanna take a look at it.
Good
Palantir pushing to the upside there, but yeah, a little bit of a quadunk happening on the markets. Very, very strong pullback as of right now. VWAP coming right back in. So I was looking for that lower high on Amazon, and it did make a lower high, and that sell comes in very, very aggressively right back into VWAP there. What's happening? Yeah, so let's pull up.
Feel like Lady Gaga, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
you know, the paparazzi.
Make sure you get my good side. Make sure you get my good side.
So that would be every side. Just get him from every side. Get this guy from every side. How come every time I sit here, I'm beside these studs? You know what I'm saying? I got the professor over here. I've got Obi over here, and I just look like this. All right. Anyways,
you're a good-looking guy.
Stop it, Obi. Come on. Okay. You've already graduated. You don't need to suck up anymore. Okay, so here we go.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. You're trying to.
All right.
trying to provide some entertainment
Yes,
to people.
yes, for sure.
You know, it can't just be the pretty face in the trades. You know,
Fair enough,
we got to
fair
give them a
enough.
little bit more. But just to let everybody know, Obi, you know, we're doing real well here today. So a couple good trades there on Amazon. We've got Alt right now not doing anything. It's unbelievable to still be up on Apple. And I feel like we said something there before that it sucks to be patient on losers. And I mean, just cut the cord. You know what I mean? Like, let it go at some point there, and be able to not be in these crazy.
You gotta embrace the Elsa.
There we go. You got to let it go.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I should have dropped that because he didn't have no kids. Like, I've watched Frozen about like
No, it's a good movie.
I think
I've seen it with my
1,130
siblings.
times if you add both of them together.
I haven't seen the second one.
Oh, you haven't? Ooh.
I don't know.
That's
Apparently that's pretty good
cat.
as well.
yeah, apparently, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm really looking forward to? Moana 2.
Yes, we talked about this. Yeah.
And then
When is that
Despicable
coming
Me.
out?
I don't know if it's. I saw the ad
saw
for
the
it with
trailer.
Inside Out 2.
Okay.
So that Moana 2 is coming.
How was
out.
Inside Out 2?
I mean,
I
that
like
one.
the first one. The first one was solid. Yeah.
That one's Sigma. I mean,
Okay.
that
Sigma.
one.
Okay. We're some new age.
Oh, good. It's bugging Ramin?
Yeah,
Okay.
some new age.
I'm also supposed to say
slang
something
there.
about like
Yeah.
skibbity toilet or something like that. What is that one?
What? Skippity.
You don't know that one?
No, I don't know that one.
That's cat.
I am familiar with Sigma though. Yeah.
All right. Anyways, I have no. I mean, my kids are just like they. I'm like, what the hell are these guys talking about? Then my wife, no. 10-year-olds. See, that's my kids.
Okay.
9 and 12.
Gotta stay up
Oh,
with
they talk
with the
about that
times.
kind of
You know.
stuff. Yeah, that stuff is.
20 thou coming right back in on the NQ. Talk about a wick dance with that 20 thou 100. So great reason
like a
to
wick
kind of make some decisions in and around there. And the charts are breaking. Apple's making some fresh lows. But before that, we got money talks.
Down day for the DXY right now. We're continuing this upward trajectory, actually kind of bouncing quite nicely off this 105.80, which is a bit of a top earlier in the week. And then we had that nice bounce off of this level here 2 Fridays ago. So interesting level here for the DXY if we can hold this 105.80. We did some data coming in earlier today. Durable goods orders month over month coming in higher than expected. 0.1% versus negative 0.5% estimate and 0.2% prior. So interesting number here. We've got the core PCE prices for Q1 also a bit higher than expected. 3.7% versus 3.6% estimate. And the GDP quarterly over quarterly final number here for Q1, slightly higher than expected as well, 1.4% versus the 1.3% estimate. We are going to get lots of interesting economic data coming through tomorrow with that PCE price index at 8:30, and then we're going to get the 10 a.m. Michigan consumer print that's going to be for the month of June, the final print for the Michigan consumer sentiment for June. 8:30 a.m. though, that PCE number definitely worth watching. It is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. We also had a little bit of Fed speak earlier today. Atlanta Fed's Bostic saying that he's seeing there could be a likely to be interest rate cut for Q4, and that he's penciled in 4 quarter percentage point rate cuts for 2025. So some maybe a little bit more dovish talk coming from Fed's Raphael Bostic, guys.
I am well aware of the risks. Okay, so new position. Man, oh man. When trigger fingers turn into trading fingers.
I like that.
Yeah, right here.
Damn.
Here goes Amazon. So let's go, man. We'll buy it a little bit right here. We are now 20 cents. There it is, Obi. We get that pull that we needed. We just talked about like how traders getting rinsed a little bit back and forth right here. But rinse no more for that as we continue to go back up to the upside there. Nice, good move there on Amazon off of 195.20, man. Comes right in. We'll take a little bit of advantage of that one. We're already out of half of the reload, honestly. Like right now, we're kind of in this mode. By the way, I haven't got what's for lunch yet. I'd like to tell everybody what is for
I'm
lunch.
curious.
Yo, BPI, how you doing? Is that linen?
What's going on, Patty? Oh no, he's leaving me hanging.
Oh my God.
This guy, man, the crypto kid over there. All right, so I mean, I like the linen. You got to have the linen on a day like today. I got the golf shirt on right. Oh yeah, this golf shirt sponsored by the CSE.
Ooh,
Canadian Securities Exchange. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Now take me out for a round.
I mean, you got to throw.
I'm trying to go next week with my dad, so I gotta.
Okay, cool, nice. Where you guys going?
I have no idea.
Okay.
So next week I'm actually going up to North Bay, which is where my lovely wife is from. And my in-laws are up there, and I've got nieces and nephews that we haven't seen in a minute. So we're going to go check that out. And then my brother-in-law is also sort of a golfing. See, we're not really fanatics because we don't golf enough, but we really like to go out when we go out. So we're getting ready to do that. So he's already booking some times and whatnot. So we'll be going out in the Great North. It's about 3.5 hours from here, northbound. And then tomorrow I'm 3.5 hours east in a baseball tournament. So that should be a lot of fun. I'm just hoping that the weather works out well for us there tomorrow. So we're almost at the highest spot we've been at all day here, which is nice to end the show in that range. But newest position for me, we did buy some alt on VWAP right now. Look, that story is a weight loss drug there. It hit the New York Times. If we can come over, bless you. We did have this trade right here come through to VWAP, so we'll take a bid at 57s here, see if it does break. We are noticing that the 50 period is coming back up, so I was still going to stop out if we broke below here. It's not a huge trade for me. The amount of shares that we have in a name like Amazon as compared to this is ridiculous, so let's just keep on going back up to the upside. Let's go. This is why we're at the highest spot we've been at all day, man. Obi is trading the best names, trading the strong names, waiting for pullbacks, taking advantage of that. And it's that P word, and it's patient, baby. And you got to be a little bit of that in today's trade. Let's see if this one will work out as well, as we see about 185.50. Seems like we're bouncing. I'm going to take one more out in and around here right now for us on Google.
Yeah, a bit of a break of trend potentially maybe happening. So I do want to kind of exercise that idea here on the Palantir. Again, Palantir very, very strong through the morning session there. You can see again pointed out here, first red candle as well on the 15-minute, breaking prior bar lows as of right now. A little bit of a wick to the upside. Let's see what Palantir has in store for us. Where is VWAP is the question. If we do make a healthy little pullback. 24.73, so nothing too crazy there, only about 20 pennies away. But again, with the way this ticker kind of moves on the daily, I don't know what the ATR off the top of my head is, but let's take a quick look at what the ATR on Palantir is. So the ATR on Palantir is 1.02. So yeah, it's already done about an ATR, just over an ATR right there, as it's done 1.05 on the day there. So it's interesting stuff. Let's take a quick look left there, see if there's any levels of resistance there. Yeah, potentially, maybe. So in and around here, you can see that we held this level support, pushed up to 2660s, came back in, held as support before we actually break that support and flush hard to the downside. Maybe a bigger picture trend holding and happening as of right now. But again, intraday, maybe poised for a little bit of a pullback off of this 25. I like that 25 as well as a psychological level on stocks. But let's see if we can take a quick little pullback in towards VWAP. But again, maybe this is just a little bit of a sell with the market selling off so aggressively there as well. So going to continue watching that one there, just short underneath that 25 level, giving it a tight risk. Let's see what Palantir has in store for us there as of right now. But 20,000 bouncing on the NQ. Let's see how far that goes. There's only about 2 minutes left to finish on the 15-minute chart there, Sean. What's going on?
Yeah, Jimmy's breaking through 25. Didn't want to interrupt you, but look at this. Look what we wrote about WBA. Look to use VWAP, right? We talked about it right here. WBA, miss all around, now taking yellows. Fade any pops. Use what? VWAP as the tool. Okay, so this is the sticky note. You can go find it. Bears versus Bulls, we'll put it in the chat right now. We only have 2 minutes before we go on to the next day. Use what as a tool? VWAP as a tool. Let me clear my water. All right. So, no, I don't need water. No, I don't need water. I'm fine. All right. So this blue line, can you guess what this is? This is VWAP right there. So again, you get out. And we're supposed to use something as a tool. I can't remember what it was. It was VWAP right there. So it comes right back up, right into that name, and then goes right back into lows again. I'm just bringing this up now. People in the chat were talking about it. So congratulations if you actually took the sticky note sort of rules there. We did make money on Walgreens. We are very obviously we are very happy with it as we faded that initial pop. It was the only pop that happened in the open market there besides this one that we completely missed as we weren't even looking at it. I would have been short here into this VWAP Thankfully, it didn't break. And I just feel that, now back into the bottom might be a profit area there on Boot Alliance there, Walgreens. So now we'll go back over to GameStop. And by the way, let's go Google right now. Wow, this is going to be a good name for us. We're almost 70 cents in the money on Amazon, and Google's starting to go. There's GameStop. There's GameStop. There's GameStop off of let's go, man. And as I said, if you have diamonds bigger than your head, then you're doing something pretty good. And this GameStop guy has those. So there it goes right now. I mean, if you're not now listening to everything about VWAP, then I don't know what's going on. As soon as Adara went live, I said, you need to look at as soon as she sat down there with a trading account, I said, you got to look at VWAP, girl. And that right there, boom, 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 straight up to the upside right there as it just continues to go. So yeah, great move there for GameStop. Congratulations, anybody that's in that one. But not to be the bearer of any bad news here. And this is where, no, there's no bad news here at all. It's just, if you're in GameStop, it's great. What I want to bring up was, this goes all the way back. So I'll say this to Adair and Sharif there so they know. This 26 level for GameStop goes back a couple weeks where we haven't been able to break it. So if you're in this big move and you want to continue it, great. If you're a day trader, that's a level. I'll leave it at that. And it's just like what we're doing on Amazon, right? Do we think Amazon can go? Sure. When it hits the 50 period, when it hits VWAP, we get out. Look at Google, right? There's some more outs for us right here at the 50 period as it goes back up and then it retraces back down. We play the game here every single day. So we'll be back with more trades at 2 p.m.
Yes, sir.
So far, so good. Unfortunately, we do not have what's for lunch, so Obi will have to give a prediction.
Breast of chicken.
Good one. I will say wing of chicken.
Okay. Okay, all right.
All right. Without any further ado, it is the midday show. It is all about ATR again. ATR. All right, let's go learn more about that. Thank you, Obi. Thanks, Ramin, Fabian, everybody here that's been working on the show, of course, including Mark, who probably has more work to do in the podcast room, it seems like every day, even though it looks completely done to me, but every day there's something new happening. So we like that one more time. So, all right, without any further ado, it's the big show. Let's go.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That right there is your girl, Adara. You faded me because I point to her, right? Is your girl, Adara, and I am Sharif, and we're waiting for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We already have Mr. Two Pamps, Darwin in the chat. We have Miss Master JT, sure. Benson, Yannick, Brendan, Townsend, Scott H. What's up, Scott? You trading MLGO or what, Scott? We got Matthew, 1320, Wolf, Darwario, whatever, Ponzi Fonzie, 1320, Stock Up, Gorev, John H, Jesse Munson, as well as Fiddleback and Borahout, Chris Starr, what's good, my peoples, to you as well, TH number 3, shout out to you as well. We got Why Not, we got Bonjamin, we got Kirby, we got Patrick Van, and we have Hey Davis. Hey to you as well, my friend. What is going on over there, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest, today this was a spicy day for me so far, and I've really only taken one trade. The trade, it was not a winning trade, but I'm happy with what I did with it. This Nvidia, I wanted to go short. Okay, well, initially, what I said was, Sharif goes back from his walk, and I said to Sharif, if I miss this flap on and break an Nvidia, I'm going to be displeased as punch. Direct quote. No word of a lie. That is what I said.
Good.
That's what I said.
She did say that.
So I saw this. I was like looking at this. I figured basically once we had that VWAP projection, I realized I wasn't going to get what I wanted here. And I was like, I'm going to try to get back in this though, by the way, because we kept projecting 20s. But basically, I realized I wasn't going to get what I wanted. And I said, Adara, it's fine. I come back, do some, take some little photos for the week ahead, which you remember to check that out. But anyways, so I took some promo photos for that, come back. I see a video below 124. I liked what I saw in the book at the time. Got involved, and this was a planned ad. I said, we'll add if we get to that 124.20s and reject. We did. I added. But then, basically, what occurred was I was kind of like, I didn't really love what I was seeing in the book, so I de-risked half at 124. I thought we'd break lower. We didn't break lower. We got to 124.20s with the viciousness, broke above it, got out. But we still can't get above 124.20s in any way other than like a little... Like, I thought we had the viciousness, we didn't. But then I have to have the viciousness to take it short again if we're still below the 90 MA, if we're still below that flat bottom break level. I owe it to myself to take this trade. Man, do I have confidence. And I want to shout out Obi and Sean this morning with their Amazon trades. They committed to those trades, and it Express delivered them some profit in 24 hours or less because it's Amazon, so it gave them nice profits there. Shout out to the Amazonian and Sean, to borrow a Sharif nickname. Also, I'm going to shock everyone and look at a name I don't think anyone would expect me to be looking at. It's going to be Rivian. Rivian in that $14 level. I was listening to the conference. They didn't say much. I learned RJ's son's name is Maximus because he named one of the platforms Maximus and then said, I like that name. It's actually the name of my son, which is one of the strangest comments I've ever heard, but that's not the point. Shout out to RJ. I do think the guy's really cool. Basically, we keep projecting 14. I'm probably not going to get this short, but I'm keeping Rivian on my mind because I might have to hop into that R1. Micron also rejecting the 90 MA, so I have a couple things in mind. Nvidia, though, is really the big, that's my big kahuna. It's my big white whale trade. What are you looking at?
Did he say anything about the R2 or the R3?
He just they talk generally about oh, this is our automation, this is our engineering. I feel like it would make sense if you are a tech person. It made little to no sense to me. I'm gonna be really honest with you.
All right, so we got nothing from that, I guess. It's kind of crappy. All right, let's have a look at the small cap gappers du jour before we start the lesson here, Ram. GOVX is a decent holdover from yesterday. Or sorry, this one is from today. What am I saying? I'll get it right. This one is up triple digits, 114%. Great hold at that $4 level at VWAP. Former area of resistance at 412 and also jives with the volume weighted average price. Nice bounce up there. Good bull flag forming on GovX. Not one that we're unfamiliar with over here. $11.25 million market cap, 51.2 million shares done on the day, and a 2.5 million share float. Let's find out if there is a short float of note on GovX. No, 1.8%, not really anything to write home about, so we'll leave that one alone. GovX, decent. MLGO, this one was a really good one off VWAP initially. If you had that dip, look at that move back up. You got dollars off that. I was actually about to punch into that, but I have a rule, no trading until I'm on the show. So I didn't take this one, but it was good. I watched it in real time. Alas, it did not hold above VWAP, and now we're breaking down below that 20 3/4 area where VWAP is, so keep your eye on that. BlackBerry, an earnings winner, holding at the volume weighted average price at 250. Good pre-market level hold there. The high at 7 a.m. was at 247. It defends 250 quite well. Resistance flips into support. But this is the one that everyone wants to talk about. I won't be swayed otherwise. GUMA is on the way up. GME up a cool, a decent 10% at day's high right now, $26.69 on the way up into 27. The Katina man did alert Adair and I, though, to this $26 level that was holding for multiple days. Alas, usually levels are made to be broken just like rules, and that level did break. We broke it by some distance, 70 pennies, 69 pennies to the high side. Keep your eye out now, though. That 26 is broken. Keep your eye out for that 27.50, 28-ish area. That is a bottom end of kind of like the range that we were in between June 13th to June 17th when we broke down below that level. So I'll be looking to see if it comes in. So much so do I like said level. Let's front run it and put an alert at 27.43. So if it gets into there, we'll have notice about it. Let's flip back to the 5 on that one. I mentioned BlackBerry, Kala, K-A-L-A, doing awfully well as well. This one, it's been a bit of a tougher trade if you've been using VWAP as kind of your line in the sand for the breakout trades. It's up 40%. It's a decent move, but it's above VWAP sometimes and below some other times. Kind of hard to gauge this one, but the trend is very clear. It's higher highs and higher lows, so there's no arguing with that. The only other thing I don't like about this is the range per candle is quite wide. You can see multiple candles of indecisions, really high wicks and low wicks with very small bodies. That is a thing that keeps repeating over and over and over, and I don't know why. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It seems to be respecting the 20 period. If I really had to, choose a moving average or an indicator, it does seem to be finding some support at that 20 period. DAKT, last but not least, a holdover from yesterday, and you can see what this one was doing. It did it in the pre, it did it after the bell, and then it fell asleep at around 11:30 because it became awfully consolidative. The higher end of that consolidation range, or later in the day, is at 13.5. Lo and behold, we are at a 1351 HOD on the day. So that level absolutely holding on the day. This level over here from 310, that high, basically. So we'll have to keep an eye on DKT. Those are the 6 small cap gappers. I'm sure I'll add and remove from them, but we'll talk about the large caps once we're done the lesson, but we'll send it to Adair and make sure she's all good there and nothing you want to tell us about.
Yeah, I'm still scalping this Nvidia. Basically what I'm doing is we're doing, I don't want to say rinse and repeat because I'm still in it, but basically I add when we get above 124s, we get below or at 124s, I take some out. We get above, I add, I take some out. There's still like, a nice little seedling of an Nvidia tree that I'm watering and then taking an apple off of. I guess it's an apple tree. I don't know. The point is I'm in this trade. I'm nurturing this trade. We are, for whatever reason, attached to 123.90s. If we can't break below this soon, I may just get out of the whole position. But right now, pleased as dang punch, to be in Nvidia as of right now. And I mean, hey, Nvidia, you want to stay below 124? I don't mind. I have enough shares to make me happy right now. So I'm smiling, and I'm also smiling because I love learning. And we're going to have our
I want to read what Chris M.A. wrote. I think you might like this. The mustache is growing on me. Yeah, I like that pun.
I love this pun.
Shout out Chris M.I.A. I don't know if it's Missing Action or Miami. Mike Boston. Sharif, you need a hat so you can go full Super Mario with hashtag. Thank you for the recommendation, but my name is not Sharif, it's Sharif. All right, so let's get to the lesson, Ram. We're doing average true range all week long. Today is really the last kind of lesson. We're going to talk about a trading technique. Tomorrow we'll talk about the pros and cons of the average true range. Today is the last one. Today we're going to talk about using average true range for your trailing stop. So traders, rejoice. We are diving into the trailing stop savior, a technique that uses average true range, ATR for short, to lock in profits while giving your trades room to breathe. Let's see how to transform your trailing stops from villains to heroes. So the trailing stop struggle. This is a struggle. Neil uses them often. I personally don't. I use trailing stops more of a mental stop rather than hard stops. But trailing stops are absolutely fantastic for locking in profits if you use them correctly, but setting them too tight can prematurely exit a winning trade, and conversely, setting them too loose can help you, or can leave you, I should say, vulnerable to sudden reversal. So how do we fix that issue? So ATR to the rescue. The ATR, your intraday volatility meter, can be your trailing stop savior. Here's how to use it for dynamic stop loss adjustments. So the trailing stop formula is what we've been talking about. It's a derivative off the formula we've been using all week. So you're going to combine your trailing stops with ATR. Here's the basic idea. So you're going to set an initial stop loss using the stop loss buddy formula that we talked about 2 days ago. If you weren't here for it, super easy to go back and look. It's covered in a previous lesson. So as the price moves in your favor, gradually trail your stop loss a certain distance behind the price. So here's how you're going to do it. So use the ATR, the average true range, to determine the trailing distance. Multiply the ATR by a factor of, example, half, 1, 2, to establish this buffer. We've been talking about the multiplier, this factor, all week long with ATR. This is kind of the real nuanced part of using average true range, is how you incorporate the multiplier. The multiplier is reflective of the market conditions, the instrument that you're trading, and your specific risk appetite for trading these instruments. If you have, if you're less risk averse, you use a smaller multiplier. If you're more risk, or if you're less risk averse, use a larger multiplier. If you're more risk averse, you're going to use a smaller one. So just keep that in mind. So you're going to basically use the following. So here's an example in action. Imagine you buy a stock at $30 and you set your initial stop loss at 28 bucks, okay? Using the stop loss buddy formula that we already talked about 2 days ago, which is lesson 3. So the ATR here is $2. You know that, right? You use the multiplier of 1. The ATR is 2. So you're setting your stop at 28 bucks because you got in 30. Now that we know that, okay? Now you have to use you have to determine your trailing stop. So in this case, you're going to use a factor of 0.5. You used one before, now you're going to use 0.5 for your trailing. So if the price rises, say to 35 bucks, you got in at 30, price moves up to 35, now your new stop loss becomes 33.50. How does that done? So your original stop, it's going to be basically your original stop that you see, $28 plus $5, which is the move. You're going to multiply that $2 ATR by 0.5, and then you're going to get basically that new number. So keep that in mind. Yeah, super easy to kind of reorganize the formula. It's the same thing, just with different numbers in this case. So the ATR to the rescue continued. Volatility matters in these particular cases. The beauty of ATR is its adaptability. If the market becomes more volatile, which is a higher average true range, your trailing stop automatically increases its buffer, protecting your profits during swings. Conversely, in calmer markets, a lower ATR, your stop loss trails more tightly. And that's kind of what we're looking for there. So what are the benefits of using average true range as a trailing stop? Well, first and foremost, all trailing stops help lock in profits if used correctly. So as the price moves in your favor, the trailing stop ensures you capture a portion of those gains. But it's also really good for volatility awareness. The stop adjusts to market conditions, so offering greater protection during those more volatile periods. And flexibility, that's another one of the benefits of average true range. You control the trailing factor, right? Allowing you to customize the balance between profit protection and giving your trade rooms to run. By this, I'm talking about the multiplier, that 1, 2, 0.5, whatever it is that we've been talking about the past few days. This multiplier really is the kind of the more wild card part of using the average true range. Okay? And remember, guys, as we've been saying all week long, ATR is a historical measure. It is a lagging indicator, not leading. So make sure you are using it with that in mind. Price can reverse course even with a trailing stop, right? Consider other technical indicators for confirmation before adjusting your stop, right? Keep your eye on the market, news, catalyst. Make sure, you know, if you're trading one of those Mag 7 names, you've got an eye on the future as well. And just a quick bonus tip here, backtest your trailing stop strategy with historical data to find the trailing factor, that multiplier, that factor number that we've been talking about, that balances profit capture with risk management, and that works best with your trading style. Hope that helps, guys.
Yeah, with everything in life, practice does make perfect, and it's the same for finding the ATR that is true to you. Because it's not just the average true rate, it's just, is it true for yourself as well and for your trading style. So shout out. Thank you so much, Chewy, for preparing that lesson of the day. I will shock absolutely no one and say I have been involved in Nvidia. I got out of my initial Nvidia position. It was actually larger. I think it might be the most shares I've ever taken in Nvidia. I want to clarify, I felt confident in it. I was qualmless about the share size, but basically, like I said, my level was going to be that if we broke decisively above 123 in a way that was, to shout out OB, distinctly different. If I was like, if I get that distinctly different 123.20 breakout, I'm going to be out. We get to 123.30, and I'm like, okay, Dara, should be prepared to leave. I say if we flip from resistance to support at the 123.20, like if we come back and we bounce off 123.20, that's where you leave. We came back, but we rejected. So I said, Adara, stay here, breathe, be chill, be calm. Basically, I ended up getting out. Like I said, weird resistance that we're trying to break, or sorry, support that we're trying to break right now at 123.90s. That's why I got out of the original position. I think my average was like something like 124 like 15s. So what I did was I took out a portion at 124.05s, portion at 124.01s, and the remainder at 124.97. So that was what I did with that position. I was going to add more to this Nvidia position. I still might if we get back to 94s, to give that the option, because I did de-risk quite a bit here. But we have my breakdown that I wanted. Last time, what's the low of day? 123.16. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that, but I would love to see us break below 50s. I'd be pleased as punch. It's a really small position right now. This is more just for me getting back in because I still saw what I was looking for. Happy I got it where I did with that initial position, but sometimes you got to add when you see some stuff that you like. So let's watch, let's wait, let's plot, let's scheme. Shout out to it. Great furthest thing for some reason. But I am the furthest thing from unhappy right now in these trades because I came in confident and I said, Adara, you have to be the trader you wish to see. And that's what I'm trying to do right now. Hey, you use that previous area of support as resistance? Don't mind if I add here. Let's go. We're going to add, if we break decisively above that 124 and then back into my danger zone, which is going to be like that 124, 124.20 area, that's going to be dicey. I, of course, am always willing to scalp out. I just wanted more shares because that was not the vibe here. So if we bounce off 124s, this could get a little bit dicey. This might have been another little false breakdown, but we're having lower highs in the book, which is why I like this. Let's see if I continue to like Nvidia. Also, it was really interesting because at the Rivian presentation, one of the women presenting, her name was Vidya, and it kept like throwing me off because it kept saying Vidya, and I was like, please stop. Like, I keep thinking Nvidia is doing things, guys. But yeah, NVDA, SMCI is high of day, says Zai. So let's take a look at this one for Zai. Wow, SMC fly. Great look here. Bounce off of VWAP, why don't you? Awesome look here for the SMCI. Speaking of flying here, we also do have GME. So I want to take, SMCI, I don't have technicals here. I'm going to be honest. I think this 847 area could be interesting because look, we had those bounces. Then we go a little bit lower here, but we have a doji. We have a bottoming wick tail, and then we pop back up. So 847, that is my level on GME. Let's see, we have, not GME, on SMCI. My level on GME, look at this 25.5. This is holding beautifully. It's also VWAP. If I take GME, and I've taken GME before, it's going to be super scalpy, and it's going to be based on a wick, on the book here. My Nvidia is coming into level, so I'm going to let her cook.
All right.
And I'm going to visit her. How are you?
All right, sounds good. Yeah, just took a nice little scalp on Apple. Super quick 30-penny winner. We got short at 213.58 and then covered the majority of it at in the low 20s. This was a 20-period retracement on the 5. It was the first time we had gotten into the 20-period on the day after breaking and closing, not just wicking, breaking and closing above the 10. This was the one right here, and then we had two topping tails off the 20, so I got short there. I actually didn't get the best price that I could have. I actually wanted a bit of a better price, but profitable trade nonetheless. We'll see if we can get anything more here on the dead one Apple. Very nice lower highs, lower lows today. This bottoming tail candle kind of, I don't know. I don't think it's bringing in the winds of change. We could retrace back into the volume-weighted average price at 214. I'll be looking to get short in and around there as well. Looks like I covered way too early, though, as it's on its way down a little bit more. So right idea, not the best execution, so we'll look to improve a little bit on the execution there. We'll keep an eye on that. I don't really have anything else, really, to be honest with you. A lot of bull flag candles, patterns looking on the Mag 7. What I see right now is a lot of similarity between Meta, Microsoft, and Google. So the top three up here on the top charts, they both had big up moves in the early part of the day, and then they had like this center area kind of. It looks like possibly the beginning of a head and shoulders on a lot of them. The Meta has really got a deformed right shoulder over here, but Microsoft and Google a lot more proportion in their proportions. Does that make sense? But anyway, I'll be looking to either play the bounces off VWAP on these names, on Google and on Microsoft, or if they break down, we'll be looking to take the neckline breakdown, which on Microsoft is actually looking really good, really defined over here at around 454.75, 454.50. So this is kind of what I'm seeing, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, but just confirmation bias at this time until we definitely get that breakdown. Looking at the futures, trying to gauge, what we are intending on doing. Well, quite frankly, we're stuck in a range. We're between 20,000 after taking 20,000 and VWAP. By multiple, I mean a lot, like from 9:50 to, 10:50 because it's Central Time till right now. So the better part of half an hour. All these candles on the 5 rejected off the volume-weighted average price. All of them as well bounced off yesterday's closing print at 20,011. Only a couple did bounce off 20,000. This one is the only one to make it down into 20, but we could be getting there quite soon as we break down now into the low 20,000s again. Here we go in the single digits. 20,000 looks like it's incoming here. There is this price action support, 20,000, as well as that pre-market consolidation area top. This is around 9 a.m. right here. This is the bell, as you can see by the volume candle. So we'll see what the futures gives us, but it looks as if, some of these are setting up to break down, even though they had really good movements to start the day. So I'm going to be watching Microsoft. I personally would like to either take a dip trade off the volume weighted average price, which is getting close to right now, or if it really breaks down below that level, to look for maybe the head and shoulders to form a dare.
Yeah, I am still in Nvidia here. Every time we reject 124 again, the more I'm like, hey, just chill. But if I don't see a certain amount of breakdown, I'm an impatient individual. That's why I like scalping, right? So I'm like, I need a little bit more wiggle room in Nvidia. If the lowest you're gonna get around to is 123.65s, someone might have to run away with profit. I mean, I'll be happy with that, to be clear. I'll take what profit I can get. I'm really proud of where the mental has been at today. I think it's basically what I'm trying to say is if you come in with it, if you have your levels of your confidence, I think you're good to go. And I've always said this as well. I do think I have this conversation with Sharif a couple times here, both on and off camera. I do think sometimes I'm able to trade at my best or just perform my best in life when you get a little bit of something goes a little bit awry. So for me in this case, I didn't get my Nvidia flat bottom break at 124.20 that I desperately wanted. But I was like, you know what, Adara, then just play off that level for a short. Initially did not do it successfully. I think I was a little too tilted, didn't take enough time to just breathe and say, what's the chart telling me right now? But then after that, was able to kind of get back in the right mindset and use that, it wasn't even an L, I just wasn't really able to, the point is, I was able to use that mindset to keep going and keep climbing. There is a message I want to, or something in the chat I want to address here. John H, anyone else short MU today? I was looking at that, John H. I mean, shout out to you. That's a nice level. Oh, it's not a chair pushback yet, but I love that 133.51. That is something I'm going to be watching out for in Micron. If we reject that, and reject that in 90 MA, I shall maybe take that short 6-cent spread. I can live with that. Micron, I acknowledge if I trade that would be a little bit less of a scalp, and it would have to kind of wait for the whole move to form a little bit more. So I'm just watching my Nvidia. I have no reason to get out right now. I might add, but I'm not going to add if I don't have my eyes on it constantly. So I'm going to take a look here as well at CMG, which is the Chipotle. It's a little bit of a spicy one.
Ooh.
Since that stock split we had yesterday, 5-cent spread, K Chipotle.
She pushed back her chair.
That got it. Micron, you don't, not quite yet, Micron. But CMG gets a pushback because look at this. We have this wick up here into 62340s. Are we going to break the downtrend? No, we are not. Keep projecting off that 90 MA. Much like Micron, CMG is a short candidate for me, but right now my little Nvidia's just doing its thing 21, so I might add and nurture that position because if we ever break down into 60s, it's on.
It's on like Donkey Kong?
Yeah. It's on like Donkey Kong. It's on like, it is just going to be on, Sharif. I don't know what to say.
I like it.
But I will be pleased as punch. How are you doing?
I like it. I'm looking at Tesla right now. I don't really have any good trade ideas. I'm not going to lie about that. I'm keeping an eye on Tesla because we kind of formed this bottom at 195. I mean, the earlier IB lows definitely broke that 195 on a wick basis, but look at these closing prints, all very much near that 195. 195 was also a pre-market, low end consolidation level. I'm talking about that 194.75-ish area. So if I get in here, I'm really going to have to pack my patience because the range, the majority of the prints are above 195. So let's see if we can get something in and around that area, and then I'll give it like 25 pennies or so. I don't know. I don't really want to go long a Mag 7 name if we're doing this dance on the future. That's the thing. I just don't want to take this level if I'm not 100% convinced with it. Now, I do like this level because we did defend it on the IB low, right? And we are barely negative on the day, so I feel like maybe we can retrace at least into the volume-weighted average price. I'm just thinking out loud here, guys. Forgive me. But yeah, this one looks interesting. I just don't like the weakness in the market, so I'm not going to take it long. I'm going to hold off on that one as we break down again below break even on the day, now negative on the NQ. Yeah, unless we break down below 20,000 or get back above it on a decisive basis, like this to me is not decisive. These wicking candles with very small bodies, these are candles of constant indecision, and it looks like an equilibrium between buyers and sellers at this level. So if I don't have a good read on the market, I'm just not going to take anything long or short. We'll see what we get with some of these Mag 7s later. Let's flip to the small caps now, see what's up. Okay, BlackBerry just broke down into the volume weighted average price. It's been a hold up at that level all day. So let's see what we can do on BB. BB trades on the New York. Let's see if we can get long a little BlackBerry here. And we do get long at BlackBerry. So I'm going to give this one to 46s. So we'll hang out at that level and see if we can maybe scalp a little bit. What happened, Ram? Oh, my position board is not showing, by the way, too. I'm not really sure why that is. I know, Elon, about snow. I don't want to talk about it, though, because I don't want to jinx it. I know about snow. I know about Pandub. So let's just leave those two bad boys there. We'll get to those in a second. So anyway, I'm long BlackBerry. Let me tell you exactly where I'm long because the position board doesn't show it. I'm long right at 250. I already put my stop through the break end of this area right here at 246. So we'll keep an eye on that. So if it makes a newer low at that level, then I'll let you. Are you not able to talk to me? Okay, I have my thing plugged in. I just don't know why it's not working, Ram. I have my Unity plugged in. Just not sure what's going on in there.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I realized it was a throw there.
Good.
So, Nvidia, I want to talk about this. I'm so pleased this punch. I did add at 91s again, and I was able to take this short. I'm just going to zoom in this chart. I'm really proud of how this chart looks. This is the type of trading I need to do more often because I've always seen myself as an in and out scalper, and that's fine. There are some trades where I want to do that, but maybe there are times as well where you want to be able to take your scalp them out, and then add back in and keep going. The only name I've been involved in so far is Nvidia. Pleased to say we are up on the day, and I am ready for some more opportunities and some more trades. Like I said, CMG kind of getting spicy, pun mostly intended. Micron still having, I should really be taking those 90 MA shorts now that I'm done with Nvidia. Nvidia is so far down for the breakdown now where if we bounce off 123.40, that could be an interesting scalp long because we're kind of waffling there. But basically what happened was I ended up scalping out about 50 pennies in the money for the rest of my position after taking some out at 76s. Let's see how we do here on N to the V, to the D to the A. Darwin saying Live Nation and Taylor Swift news. I'm trying to see if I can find that because I'm not aware of that Live Nation and Taylor Swift news. She is the economy, says Darwin. Yeah, unfortunately for me, that is very true. I'm not, my thoughts on Taylor Swift have been made clear. But let's look at LYV and see if we're living over here for that. Okay, not much happening. We got a little bit of a volume pop, but volume here on Live Nation below 300 or just around 300K here. I'm going to see if I can find that news. Thank you for letting us know there about that, Darwin. And also, Tony, thank you so much for the kind words there about the Nvidia. Yeah, I really appreciate that. That's the type of trading I need to do. It's like once you figure out what type of trader you are, you really owe it to yourself to commit to that and to try to keep growing. With that in mind, yeah, Micron CMG, I would love to take those rejections and take those kinds of trades. We just have BGZ in the chat saying, woo! So, I mean, good. Yeah, I feel that. I guess that person is short Amazon, so let's take a look quickly at Amazon, which we know that both Sean and Obi printed on the long side today. This Amazon, we got to push back. Okay, This Amazon short is actually kind of an interesting look. Like I said, I am not at one with Amazon. I don't know what it is. It could be a great look. I get involved, and then for the amount of time I'm in that trade, the trend leaves. The second I get out, the trend's back. So I'm like, I don't know. I know that sounds really superstitious, but it is just not my vibe. That being said, this short could be interesting. Shout out to you, B to the G to the Z. How you doing?
Good. Sorry, it wasn't the first trade, Ram. It was multiple. We had a bunch on Apple, too. So, we're trying to fix the position board, guys. Sorry about that. We'll have that ironed out for you in a second. The Fuge took a dump there as I was fixing my my headset. Didn't have eyes on that, but the Fuge, this is exactly why I didn't want to go long Tesla, exactly why I didn't want to go long anything, because these candles over here were obvious candles of indecision, but now we are finding support at the exact same area we found support earlier on at that 830 print when we got all the economic numbers. We dipped down into 9,050. We did find some support at around there, moving back into 75. So keep your eye on the Fuge. I'm going to be a very short bias at the moment here to look into some shorting the pops, whether it's, we'll figure out which one we're going to get into. But now that we've kind of decided at least, which side of the fence we want to sit on, I feel a little bit more comfortable doing that now with the Mag 7. I'm still in this trade on BlackBerry. I didn't expect this one to be quick to react off my entry, but it's obviously just a VWAP play here. We'll see if the buyers are still buying at this level. Gorev, CRM is running today a decent pullback to go long from these levels. Let's have a look at CRM for Gorev. Not one that we typically trade on the show and not one that I typically trade either. So we'll keep an eye on that. CRM, great look today for all these names, whether it's cybersecurity or cloud. Looks like it's doing the dance here with the 10 or the 10 exponential. Nice 253 hold right there on CRM, looking to go back into that high of day at 256. It's been up and to the right. Every single print north of 930 has been above the 10 exponential. In fact, that 930 print was above 10 exponential as well. So yeah, this is an interesting area here, Gorev, because yeah, you're getting into that 10 exponential and touching it for the first time since 10:05 on the day. So good luck for you. Let me know how it goes with that. But the future on the way right back down into those lows again. Tesla at lows, Apple at lows. The soft one really just took a dive there to the downside. So the future on the way down. You're seeing Meta breaking that 50 period. Amazon just broke it. Microsoft is below it. Google is right at that 50 period right there. Tesla broke it a long time ago. And Nvidia just touched 123.07. Great trade, Derek. Beautiful rejections off 124. And we're heading down more, it looks like here, as we test that not IB low. It's the 8:30 a.m. economic data low. Let's call it that. Big Kyle Burdett, 499 super chat. What's up, my guy? Slayed the Cobia and the Reds yesterday. Missed you all. Spy watching for auctions around 450. Shout out to Big Kyle, who was on the water yesterday. He was boating. He was fishing. He was doing things that I wish I was doing currently, immediately, right now. Shout out to Big Spy Burdett doing his thing.
Yeah, speaking of the SPY, I haven't even looked at it. Let's take a look at the big SPY for big SPY Burdett. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's take a look at the SPY here. S to the P to the Y. Yeah, the itsy bitsy spider crawling down the spout today. Shout out to, I know Obi's made that joke before, but and it's a good one and I enjoy it. Whew, okay. This is interesting to me. Look at this bottoming tail candle and then a topping tail candle here around this 545. This could be interesting. I might have to do some tape scalping here on the SPY because I find that fun. And I mean, you can't say the SPY isn't giving you stuff to look at today. You cannot say that. We had a big Quadung here. I was going to want to say fall, but I was like, I have to say Quadung. We fell viciously below VWAP, and we just did not want to come back up. We tried to get above 546, and then SPY was like, no, thank you. So pushing lower here. I want to take a look at Altimmune as well. Someone was mentioning Altimmune in the chat earlier. I apologize I wasn't able to get to that, but I'm going to take a look now. I believe you said you were involved and you weren't really sure where to go from here. Okay, Altimmune struggling with VWAP. I think that's definitely worth noting here, right? We got below VWAP, and then we had, to me, this is more damning than the fact that we're below VWAP. We had this wick into VWAP at 655, and we reject it. I would say if we don't really hold support here at 645, I think things could get kind of dicey. This could be a little bit of a downward channel. To me, that 655 rejection is not one to kind of to snarf at here or to scoff at here. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Also, it's worth noting, this one did not even initially start moving up on news. It's a rumor. There's like an article going around from the New York Post with regards to this obesity treatment, right? So I would say there's the catalyst to me is not as strong. And then also I have to be honest here, I do not love the look of this daily chart. Why? Look at this massive low support area we keep seeing around 680, 680, 680, 680. Look where we reject at 680. High of day is 690. So to me, this wick on the daily chart, in tandem with what I'm seeing in the intraday, I'm going to be honest, Altimmune, I don't think would be immune from more downside. And it honestly does not make me happy to say. I hope no one gets stuck in this position. But it is, to me, I don't love this VWAP projection. CMG! Sorry, guys. I apologize. CMG, I took this trade, and I know this is not, I like scalping. This is not really a scalp. But I liked the CMG because, I mean, come on, I said I like these rejections. I was going to risk 15 pennies, made 15 pennies without my position. Right now, we're near low of days. If we come back to 696, Well, okay, sorry. If we come back to 63 and we reject, I'll add a little bit. If we don't reject, I'll get out there. Really, though, what I want is a low of daybreak. I want a nice chip here in Chipotle that I can have some guacamole to dip in there and buy guacamole. I do mean money. I'm joking. This is a really small position, but I'm just having some fun here in this CMG. I'd love to see the thing crack a little bit lower. Right now, bouncing a bit off 80, so I think if we break below that, that could certainly be spicy.
A spicy meatball.
Or spicy, I don't know, spicy Chipotle bowl. I don't know. Good times there. How are you doing?
Good, decent. Yeah, in softy now, looking for a double bottom at that 454. We'll look to scalp this one on the soft one at, where are we long? We're at the whole dollar long, looking to wet my beak at 20s or so. We'll see what we get there. Decent hold at this level on BB, on BlackBerry, but it's having trouble reaching my PT, but it's holding that level. There seems to be a bit of buying, more than a bit of buying at 52s, so we'll see if it can break that level, head a little bit higher. I did wet my beak there nicely on softy, so we get some profit there. Let's see if this one holds. I've already put my out on this one, so it's gonna have to mean revert pretty quickly, or I'm not really gonna give this all that much room. We'll see if we can get like 50 pennies out of this monster here. 454 L long on MSFT. We did do a nice hold of the 8:30 a.m. low on the NQ June contract, 19,954, and right up we go again. So a bit of a defend at that level, unsurprising to me because we did earmark that level. Let's put another beak wetter coming up here on the soft one. Let's see if we get something. I'll put it at 33s. We get, and we won't get upset. Back into BlackBerry, having a lot of trouble right now with 52s, not printing above that 52, despite the fact, that it did hold this level. So we'll see. We're in the money on it, but nothing really to write home about. Obviously, we're like a penny in the money, so it's kind of like a joke. So holding on to the last little piece here on softy, holding on to BlackBerry, keeping an eye on the future, knowing full well this could be a dead cat bounce on the futures. So I'll be quick to get out of the softy trade if I have to, now that I've de-risked it there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in two trades right now, which is like I always do, but CMG is just cooking there. It's lightly, we're getting that panini press on the burrito out on the McBurritos. But Nvidia, I took this long because it's a bit of a reversion. It's a bit of a mean reversion trade, and the reversion can be quite mean. Somebody was saying last week, but I mean, this is something I wanted to try because this 123.40, and to be clear, I actually have this written on my little document I call tickers to look at, which is just my version of a trade journal. And I said, it's like, Adara, you are so comfortable taking mean reversion shorts. Why are you not comfortable taking them long? The principle is inherently the same. Right? So why did I take this? Because I was eyeing that 123.40 level. That's why I got out of the short. 123.40 was holding really nicely there earlier. So when I see that we come back and we have that bottoming tail candle, I say, you know how much smoke I want? All of it. I do want all the smoke, but I only want the smoke into 123.70s. Why? Because that was a massive area while I was in the short here. That being said, Nvidia, if you don't want to give me more than 55s, like, hey, I understand. We're going to take half out of 55s. I'm aware it's a 10-penny winner, but you want to be able to take those trades and take that profit well you can. I also want to acknowledge, we were talking about this yesterday as well. I feel very lucky to be able to scalp and trade a little bit differently on this floor, so we are able to have lesser fees. I'm able to kind of take these kinds of trades, so I do want to take advantage of that, and I also want to acknowledge how grateful and lucky I am for that opportunity. We did de-risk half this Nvidia position. This is going to be really tight risk here. If we break below 123.30s, I'm outie. I am outie, but we're holding this level so well that we're going to hope, we don't want to hope, no opium, but we're going to see what we do here. CMG, though, might be getting a little dicey, or diced tomatoes, diced onions, perhaps. But yeah, CMG here, if we, like I said, 63, we stay below 63, I'm pleased as punch. I really want that low of daybreak, but if I can't get it, I'm okay with getting out. Right now, 10 pennies in the money on this. Already took out half of that position. How are you doing?
It's good. We just wet our beak on Microsoft. Still waiting, sadly, at BlackBerry at 52s. That wall of sellers at 52 really can't be overcome by said buyers. Look at the bid and the ask on BlackBerry. The bid outweighs the ask by a scotch, but but not by that much. That's what I was trying to say very ineloquently there. Got stopped out for the remaining beak wetter on MSFT as it did break down to 79s. Still positive on it though. Want to see what this one does. A little zig, a little zag, but if I had to guess, this is a short day right now on the futures because we did get those two bottoming tail candles on the future, but another red candle forming right now. So I am very short biased. Now it's just going to be about what I want to wet my beak on for the shorts. Let's see anything coming into the 10 or 20 exponential off which we can get maybe another rejection trade. Nothing quite yet coming in. I'll wait to see if anything better sets up. Right now, I'll just kind of manage BB and see what we get there. Let's flip back to some of these small cap gappers and see what they are doing on the day. GOV. That was intense there. GOVX breaking down below 4. If I had to guess, this is a short setup for a 4 rejection. It seems to be, well, I don't want to guess too quickly on this one, but it is below VWAP, so I would either range trade this or take it for a short breakdown trade. BB still, we already talked about that at 52s. MLGO has a bunch of candles off 19. Interesting look here. Not that, I'd like to trade it with this setup, but this area hold in the pre, $19 was an area of resistance until we broke it at around 10. So interesting how MLGO flipping and using that now as a level of support. Didn't have eyes on that. Setting up decent. It's about $1 above that level right now. Let's put MLGO on the side chart. See what it's doing over here so we can get live updates. For whatever reason, my charts don't update it unless I put it on my side watch list there. Kind of a glitch with the system. Trying to hold 20 bucks right now, but a double bottom at 19. We'll have to see if that level gets tested again, but good look there. What else we got? DAKT moving right back above the volume weighted average price, but it really hasn't had a whole lot of respect for these indicators on the day, so I'm unlikely to use it. It's really GME here that's getting my attention because that big move into 2669, the breakdown below VWAP and a hold of the earlier area. Consolidation top at around 24.90, 25-ish. It ends up holding that area, and then the volume really just dropping off. I don't know who was buying these over here. 2 million candles, 2 million shares, 1.5 million, and then 2.5 million. Then all of a sudden we drop off quite aggressively. So unsure exactly what that was on GME. I didn't get a catalyst on it. I'm looking just to make sure that there was nothing that came in midday. No, not that I see. So kind of a move without a catalyst at this point, and that's always a little bit suspicious. So look at that with a little bit of suspicion. What are you looking at, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to talk about trades in a second because I apologize for that very loud, very enthusiastic fist bump.
It's all good.
Because I'm happy.
Good.
But let's talk about Donnie Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Hey guys, I'm still in my CRM calls at 2:45. Adara, Sharif, what do y'all think? Dump or hold? It was flying. Let's take a look at CRM to see, let's see how this one's going. Okay, I mean, I gotta say, today at least, it's fantastic, Donnie Zimbabwe. We are up almost 5% right now on this intraday. What a blast. We're basically at high of day. High of day, I'm seeing 254.83. We're at like 254.50. So great look. Bouncing off that 9 EMA. Beautiful uptrend. Let's take a look at the daily chart. I mean, yeah, like, no advice, right? I have to say right now, you said 245 calls, we're at 254. So to me, that's a good look. And the daily chart is a great look as well, I have to say, Donnie Zimbabwe. Look at all the support. We had that little chop and turn at 230, blasted higher. The area that I would have argued would have been maybe resistance is that 245. Are you at the call? But look, we get to 240, then we blast off, right? Like, to me, I have to say, and again, not advice, just my take on the chart, this is a gorgeous uptrend on the daily, and the fact that we blew over that previous 245 of resistance, I don't think is a bad look either. The area that I would say things get a bit dicey is look at this previous support of 267. We're about $13 away from that. That is where I would say maybe things will go, But right now I have to say it's a gorgeous uptrend. That would be my take for you. I'm not seeing anything on the intraday or the daily chart to make this look sketchy right now, Donnie Zimbabwe. Let's also talk about, we just got a new super chat there. I'll talk about my trades in a second. Thank you so much to Pablo Huise for the $3 super chat all week trying to short AT&T. So let's see what's going on with A to the T Oh, it's just T. The ticker's just T. Is it on the NQ?
Just T on
Oh,
the
I
NY,
found it.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, the NY, because it was on, it just taking a second to load there. Oh.
Oh, that's nice.
It's an interesting little daily chart. I gotta say, this might, I think we are, I don't know if it's a short, I'm gonna be honest, but I think that 1873 right now, that was kind of support in the pre-market. We're coming to this, but now we're kind of bouncing off VWAP in the 90 MA, right? So that 1873 area, if VWAP can't hold, that could be interesting. Right now, though, all I'm seeing is a pretty nice uptrend in the intraday, but you said all week. So let's take a look at the daily chart, see what levels you're liking on the AT&T. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, it's definitely on an uptrend here for sure. I would say that 1835, if that doesn't hold, that would maybe be a little bit more weakness, because look at this 1834 and how well this held up, okay? This was, to me, this is definitely resistance. Because we got here, we had this week above, then we quadunked, then we hit, oh, this is beautiful, the 17.6. Look at the support, a little bit of resistance, then tons of resistance coming back to April. So to me, that 1760, 1840 area might be a little bit more interesting. Right now, all I'm seeing is a pretty gorgeous look here. If we don't bounce off that 1840, 1835, that could be a little bit of a downtrend move. But I do want to talk about the two trades I had quickly before I throw it back to Sharif, so I can explain the weird fist pumping and the weird that was going on off screen. So Nvidia, I took a long scalp. I ended up being profitable on this because I took profit on half at 233.55, got in at 123.55, got in at 123.45, and then so got profit on half, took the rest out flat. I just realized it was going down. Happy I got it where I did, because I was risking into 30s and I definitely would have lost. That's why I'm trying to read the book more. It's like if I see something I don't trust, get out of that. Nvidia, though, if we keep bouncing off 45s, this could be a long, but I will only be scalping it. CMG. Took this short here. I said I wanted low of days. I got my low of day break. Trying to scalp here at 62, 67s. But the issue was the spread on this is a little bit wider, so it made it a little bit harder for scalping. Once I realized we kept climbing back to 80s, I took it out there. Happy with that trade. If CMG wants to reject 80s again, I'll get involved. But someone just fist bumped. So
I took a short on Tesla. So now that I'm quite not confident, but you can never really know what the futures are going to do, because any day or any minute you can get new catalysts. But you can kind of gauge what they're doing, and look, it's a bit of a bamboozling assessment. This future, a lot of bottoming tail candles off this very clear area of support. I'm talking about that 7:30 a.m. candle. Central Time, 8:30 Eastern. That's when we got all the economic indicator or economic numbers. We got GDP, we got preliminary jobs, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So we reacted to that. The reaction area low is where we have a quadruple bottom on the 5-minute. So I'm looking that we're at day's low. And then I'm also, so that is obviously bearish. But I'm also seeing these umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles show up at an area of clear support. So I'm unsure if we flat bottom break here or we curl up, right? And that's kind of the look. That's why I'm a little hesitant. Now, that didn't stop me from getting into the Tesla trade. Since I was bearish to begin with because of that, on a scalping basis, not on a full day basis, I waited till Tesla got into the 10 exponential and then rejected as I anticipated it would, and it did that like it had been doing it all day, and then we were able to take 30 pennies on it super quick, more actually than that. What I got? Yeah, 30 pennies. 30 pennies on TSLA super quick, but it did actually end up giving me way more because it did come into that 50 penny level. So I'm waiting. I'm going to keep rinsing and repeating this type of trade. Like, for example, Apple is kind of setting up in the same way that Tesla is, in the sense that all the pops into the 10 exponential or the 20, take your pick, are rejecting. So that's kind of a rinse and repeat style strategy until it's not, right? And then you're going to have to sniff out the winds of change, see when they're coming, and be ready for it. The other thing is seeing a bit of a double bottom form here on the soft one, 453, acting as a local area support, not an area that I had earmarked, not an area that I see a whole lot of interaction with or an obvious area of support, so I'm less likely to want to use anything off 453. In fact, I'd be looking to short. So if this weasels its way back into 454, which is where the 10 exponential is hanging out, I'm likely going to short this if the future continues to do what it's doing right now. So nicely happy with those trades. Now let's check on that other trade that's been doing bupkis, and it's still doing bupkis. That 252 seller is just too strong for the buyers. Look how long we've been consolidating below this low, 1127. It's now 1153. So, you know, the better part of almost half an hour now, we haven't been able to break 252 despite the umpteen amount of touches at that 252. Now, I got to tell you, the sellers now on the book overwhelming the buyers at 52 versus the buyers that are at 51. That wasn't the case about 10 minutes ago when I looked last. In fact, most of the New York book and the NYSE orders were in the single 100s. Now they're like much, much larger. So unless a hidden buyer is going to come up here and push this bad boy through 252, I got to tell you, I don't like this position on BB anymore. I'm in the money on it, but I'm just too stubborn to close it. So I want to see if it breaks. I've got my beak wetter at 54s, but that's my look. Tommy 11, what's your look on Nvidia? My man, I have not been trading Nvidia today, but over here, there's been a lot of Nvidia trades, Adira. Give Tommy your look.
Oh, I would love to give my look, Tommy. Yeah, I mean, I've been trading Nvidia up a storm. I like those dollars there. Thank you.
Katina Man dropped it.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Sean, are you in Nvidia right now?
We're long Amazon 195.
Oh, he's long Amazon 195. Shout out to Sean there. Yeah, Nvidia here. My level on Nvidia, I'm getting out. I tried to take this scalp long here, and I just, we're going to try to get out of it. Yeah, there we go. Basically, I still took profit on that trade, to be clear, because I got out 60%. Basically, what I was noticing with Nvidia is we are having higher lows. We had this base around 123. Then every time we got to that 123.40, which was an area of resistance previously, resistance support can flip-flop. I was trying to take that trade off the book. I should have taken everything out where I did at 123.59 instead of holding a piece for the dream, but held a smaller piece, still took profit, and look, we're bouncing right back up here. So to me, honestly, right now, Nvidia is a scalp. Until Nvidia can break above 123.60, which to me, like, and honestly, I want to be clear, 123.60 was not even a level that we had on the way down. The level on the way down was 123.70. So 123.60, for whatever reason, certainly forming as a little bit of resistance, what you will. That being said, we're still holding up 123 right now. I think it could be a little bit more of a range and a scalp basis until we have a decisive break either below into that 123s or above into that 123.60. That is my look. Thank you so much, James Knapp, for the $10 super chat. A great look there. First, yeah, let us know if there's a message you have, because I'm not seeing a message here, but shout out to James Knapp. I very proud I did not take a nap this morning, because I almost did. But great look there to James Knapp. Shout out to you. Also, I want to address, I had this SPY trade here for like half a minute. Literally half a minute. Got out because I realized that, Dara, you don't have the confidence. I was initially going to risk into 545.15s, and I was like, Dara, if we can't stay below the 545s, to be clear, I wanted this kind of little choppy, churny breakdown. Why are you even here? So I just got out there, took a bit of a paper cut, but that's not going to get me down. You just put a Band-Aid on that paper cut, and you keep on trading. I also want to look quickly here at Nike, because Gaurav was mentioning Nike. Nike does report earnings tonight. Shout out to Blonde, Frank Ocean 2016, because every time I hear Nike, I do think of that album. Great look here for Nike here on the intraday. However, look at this bottom or this topping tail candle we're getting here at 94.50s. Now we're kind of breaking below the 90 MA. This could be a little bit of a dicey look here for Nike. Right now, though, it's just running to the upside, lacing up those cleats and trying to push higher. Let's take a look at the daily chart. We know China sale weakness was an issue for Nike, so we're going to have to see what they do in China. China will also be in a lot of minds because, you know, China, we got the debate tonight as well, so that could be kind of an interesting look. I should look at DJT as well. But this 93 area holding really well, 93.50. Let's see what 93.50 does here. Slightly higher highs here and some support at 93, so that'll be an interesting look. I will say Nike in a bit of an uptrend right now, in my opinion, as long as it can hold that 93.30. What are you looking at?
I'm just looking at Boeing. Big Kyle asking me if there was anything for Boeing, and there is. There's one good, one bad, Kyle. Take your pick as to which one you want to see. Here it is. So the first one that's good, the F-18 or the FA-18, I don't know why they changed it, fighter attacker. Super Hornet, which is the newer F-18, upgraded ahead of schedule. Possibly. That came in at 10 o'clock. This one came in much earlier, though. The NTSB sanctions Boeing over release of 737 MAX investigation details. So apparently, they released it and they weren't supposed to, something like that. Unauthorized release of the 737 MAX. This one says vis-a-vis Benzinga. So one good, one bad. Obviously, I think the good one outweighing the bad one, because up 1 1/4 on the day, Kyle. So let me know what the look is. They're selling off, he says, so we'll see. Look, I've set up a short position here on MSFT at 454. I'd like to short this level, especially if we reject off 20,000 on the future. So I've set it up at 90-ish to be able to get filled because, you know, softy, a bit of a spready one as well at the moment. So I may or may not get filled. It came like 2 pennies away from filling me, and now it goes into the 50s. So that's kind of frustrating there. Looking for a 50-period exponential retracement on MSFT and a rejection of 454. 454 also happens to be support level resistance level 1 on pivots. It's also the area rejection low at 950. So if we get into that level, I will give it to 454 and a quarter. So I will have to give it some room. It's going to be to this area crest. If it breaks above that area crest, that's a new high and the trade is invalid. So right now, it keeps dancing up into my level into the high 80s. The last not printing me at in the low 90s there. So that's what I'm looking at. Let's see how BB is doing. Oh, crap, I'm short Tesla at this level. Oh, nice, I have a good short. This was another unclean stop, Adara. I just got lucky. We just took like 30 pennies on Tesla from a mistake. Oh, boy. I'm going to have to get a lot better than that. That's just a mistake by me.
But you also took pennies on your actual plan trade.
I did. I did a good plan trade there, but this was a mistake. This was an unclean stop. Yeah, that's not good. I'm not going to celebrate that because that's just, you know, like that could have got me in trouble. So anyway, I'm not going to cry over spilt Tesla. Anyway, okay, so 253 on BlackBerry, Adara, finally. So that 252 seller got taken out. We've been watching 252 reject over and over. There is 254 now on the ask. That's where I'm sitting, baby. Give me those 254s. I'm ahead in line. I've been waiting for that 254. I'm first in line. Let's go. Come on. 254s we won on BB, baby. Up 15%, 14.93. Great, or was a great Canadian company. We don't even know if they do anymore. Brendo and I joking at the big desk that, what are they? An Internet of Things, cybersecurity company, handheld mobile device company. What the hell are they? I don't even know what they are anymore, Adara. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they'll give us some indication as to what they're going to do. But right now we're trading them and we don't really care. Oh, I'm trading them and I don't really care. Mr. Long Shorts, CRM with a nice break out of the daily range. This morning we were looking at CRM for somebody else, and I'll look at it again for you. Over here, there it is. It broke higher and it held the 10 exponential yet again on this one. So we've been yapping about the 10 and the 20 exponential on the deeper and the more shallow retracements. CRM, just too bullish, just too strong on the day. Shout out to the Benny Hoff and the boys over there at Slack and Salesforce. 256 HOD or change, 256 and a fifth, excuse me, HOD. I mean, there's really nothing to do here but to get long at the 10 exponential. Otherwise, you know, I'm not punching in at high. Excuse me, not punching in at highs. And yet again on BlackBerry, we come into 254. I don't get filled, and it comes all the way back into 251. So frustrating because I know I was sitting there for a while. But we won't complain about that. Let's see what else we got. Softy coming into my area, but not filling me quite yet. How long do I have to wait in the low 90s here to get the short on the soft one? We'll see what we get there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what you get. I do want to shout out your trade on BlackBerry there and your trade on Tesla. Shout out to Sharif. So happy to be trading with you every single day.
Yes, ma'am. Likewise.
Oh, thank you. I just did that shocked face because Tesla, like, Tesla, what are you doing? I got long
Get
Tesla.
Get it, Katina, man.
What? Pardon?
The Amazon's flying.
Amazon Dollar Club.
Yeah.
Oh, let's take a look at Amazon. Yeah. Whew. Express delivering some profit to Sean over here. Look at that bounce at that 195s. Great look there for the Katina man, as we do call him. And I hope he and his team have a great time on their. Also, I love that my brain thought I was in Nvidia. I'm not in Nvidia. I'm in Tesla. But yeah, But please vote. I literally just meant to say that. I'm so kicking myself for that. Thank you, Ramin. Please vote for tickers of your choice. Go in the chat right now, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy, whatever you end up putting in there. The top 5 tickers are going to be discussed by Sean and Obi. With the Shonfidence, the Obi-Wanfidence there in the afternoon show. And Sharif will be at the green screen. He will be discussing what those stories were and why we're talking and why people care. So if you want GME, AMC, Nvidia, Tesla, any ticker of your choice, you put that up right now. Also watch the Freedom and Wealth podcast. It's great.
Oh, yeah.
The episodes come out every Saturday at 10 a.m. They make me do a lot of reflecting. Well, I do like my morning podcast and makeup. So shout out to Freedom and Wealth. Also, I just want to quickly explain why I got long Tesla. I got long Tesla at that 9 EMA bounce, but that wasn't my only reason. We also had a bottoming tail candle. And the other reason I really liked it is because Tesla was, look at that rejection we had here at that 195.20. 195.20 was going to be my area for a short. So I said, Adara, if that flips from resistance to support, you got to flip up your approach to the trade. You got to go long. Like I said, I really struggle having confidence in longs. And I think it's because my mindset isn't there as much, but you got to get the mental right. Please, just punch. I took out half at 40s because it was struggling with 40s. I'm really like, Tesla, you want to stop struggling at 40s. I'm blessed, please just punch. I really want us to hold 20s. If we break, I'll get out break even. I have no qualms with that. I am qualmless right now. I am happy, and I want to hear how you're doing here in your Mr. Softy.
Well, we just took 20 pennies on the soft one. Again, shorted. I got long earlier, actually. We're going to keep an eye on this one because I'm not going to let it go against me now that I've wet my beak. But Katina, man, the reason I was looking at you is, can we give the people a preview of what to expect on the pod?
Oh, it's stuff with Kevin O'Leary.
It's stuff with Kevin O'Leary. Anybody who wants to hear what Kevin has to say with the Katina Man and the Brendo, we already saw their interview earlier on. Get ready for episode 2, a more detailed version of that. Kevin O'Leary spitting hot lines with the Katina Man and the Brendo on the Freedom and Wealth podcast. If you're not subscribed to it, get into the YouTube right now. Into the YouTube. I sound like Obi on the Amazon. Get into the YouTube and subscribe to said podcast and get notified every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. when they do drop that. Shout out to the big boys there, always doing the absolute most in an absolutely good way. Shout out to him, and I hope you enjoy your vacation. Obviously, next week goes without saying there, Katina Man. Where are you going?
Just around Ontario.
Just around Ontario.
Well, my parents from North Bay.
Okay, so the Ms. Katina, and a lot of people know her in the chat as Marissa because she's obviously there shouting out her man. She is from North Bay, and so they're going to be moving around Southern Ontario. So shout out to him, guy. All right, so I'm sitting there waiting for the beak wetter coming in on softy at 55s, but I'm going to be very careful with this trade because the future is back above 20,000, and I don't want any smoke if the future starts pumping to the high side, being in a Mag 7 name. Going to keep an eye on this one, Adair.
Yeah, I was literally just looking at Microsoft thinking, oh, that's a good short. And I was like, oh, right, Sharif has that short. So shout out to you there. As you always say to me, hope you print.
Yes,
hope that USB drive is loaded up with some great trades. And you take that one through the Bill Gates to the downside. Bill Gates
sounds good. Yeah,
so look
good
there.
with that.
Yeah, so Nvidia. Like I said, Nvidia was always going to be very spicy to me at 124. That was a level I liked yesterday. So it comes back today, and you know how much smoke I want on this. Just about all of it. Sean says a lot.
He said a lot.
I second that emotion there, Sean. But let's see what we do here at 124, because we can't break above it. I mean, we have this bottoming tail candle. We're in a bit of an uptrend. Like, if we bounce, I'll take the long, but I'm not taking anything. I am taking diddly until I see that break above 124. If we break above 124, you might ask, Adara, what would be your game plan? I'll tell you. I have my levels in Nvidia from yesterday, and they still hit today, so we're going to keep going at them. 124.25, we take out some profit. 124.55, we take out some profit. Then we get 70s, then we get 124.95, basically 195, but we can't get any of that till we break above 124. So I am going to shock everyone and just say I'll be watching the Nvidia book from here on out. However, I do want to look at GME because GME here. Gimme never gets unless you're a GME shareholder, in which case you are getting some right now.
Yeah.
Look at these bounces off of VWAP. This is a great look.
Back.
Oh yeah, it's
GME
back
is
better
back.
than ever. But if it rejects this 2580, I'm gonna have to hit up for some shorts because look at this topping tail candle here. Now that being said, do I want to step in front of this giant freight train? No. No, I value self-preservation enough to not want to do that. But I do like this topping tail candle. I like that we had the stop and turn at 26 earlier. This could be a lower high, but I do not want to be counting any chickens before they hatch or count any games before they stop.
Oh.
Let's also talk about Tesla.
Is that like a playoff, like the game, as in like a game bird?
Not even, but I love. Like a game, like when you're going for game. I like that, Sharif. Puns on puns. Also, I got, I think I took 45 pennies out of the rest of my Tesla long, so please just punch there. If it keeps bouncing off that 195.20s, I'll keep playing that to some extent, but my big old white juicy whale there is going to be Nvidia and that 124.
All right. So packing my patience here with the soft one. What I had something to talk about. It completely blanking out, but that's all right. Let's check back on BlackBerry lulling me to sleep. We'll see exactly. Soft one is one that I've got my, not my hopes into, but the one that I'm focusing on right now. We already de-risked nicely in front there, waiting at 55s. I'm a little, aggressive in my profit taker there. Because the future is dancing at this level, it's at break even, 20,012. That is the line in the sand from red to green on the day on the NQ September contract. So if we get above there and we really get above there aggressively, I'm going to have to really question this trade. I've moved down my stop from the break of this crest over here into 10s. So if it breaks 10s, I want to lock in profits. That's why I've moved down my stop. But the future is setting up very interesting here. So I may look to the TQQQs. This is a consolidation area low where we had umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles at that level. And then we come right back into that level and we're getting a topping tail candle. So this could be interesting right now on said futures to see if we can weasel into a trade right here for this area rejection. It's going to be, we'll have to see if it rejects or not. I mean, and if it does it wick up, stop you out before it gets you in again? So I'm going to be looking at this level. I don't have to be first into this. That's the thing. I don't have to be first. I just have to participate in it. It's at my level right now. I'm watching it, so we'll jump into it if I need to. But Microsoft, I definitely move down my stop on that one so that I don't get shafted out of my win on this one because I don't want to give back too much. So we'll keep that in mind. Now I'm seeing topping tail candles come in on the dead one at the 20 exponential, and that's awfully bearish for me. So last time I did this topping tail candle dance, look what happened. So here we go. We're getting these topping tail candles going into 213.50, and it looks like it's going to round again to the downside. I have to load up Apple at this point. I'm looking to go short here. If the futures, they got to cooperate though. The futures not cooperating at these levels. Let's keep a look on Apple. Definitely interested in the short on AAPL here. Just unsure how I want to weasel into it. Unreal. What the hell is happening with Amazon?
Oh, Josh Brown apparently bought some more on CNBC.
Oh, then that must be it.
Because the Josh Brown pump is real, guys. As someone who's been in a short when the Josh Brown pump hit, the Josh Brown pump is real. Josh Brown is this guy. He's the Compound Podcast, and he has a Ritholtz Management. He is the CEO. And if he says he bought a stock on CNBC, that stock will go up. Without a doubt, as someone who was short Pfizer, that was a beautiful short, and then Josh Brown came around. I was like, come on, man. Nah, it's all good. All jokes aside there. Shout out to AMZN. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. That's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, so apparently Joshua Brown buying, oh, it is. Yeah, I see. Doubled his Amazon.com position. Calm down there, Josh. That's a lot of... Amazon. Well, he's up big, though, in NVIDIA. He absolutely murked it on NVIDIA. He's been holding NVIDIA for years. He was one of the original people to pound the desk on NVIDIA. And there's that video of him saying so on CNBC a while back, but that's neither here nor there. So let's keep an eye on that. Looks like Apple is really rejecting off that 20 period here, coming back into 213. So I did miss that bad boy, and I'm disappointed with that. Because there was multiple topping tail candles, Katina, man. That's why. Oh, he's talking to himself. I thought he was talking to me. My bad. Yeah, so keeping an eye on that. I mean, Amazon is just insane. We're going to have to load this up here, guys. I mean, all right, let's load up the Zon AMZN. Here it is. As you can see, you can just tell there's so much exuberance. Look at the way the tape is moving. Unreal. A lot of tape aggression here. It's on its way to 200. Let's be real. What's the market cap now? Why is it below 2 billion again? What? Why is it below 2 billion?
You mean 2 trillion?
Trillion, sorry. Did it lose? from the high from yesterday? No, that's so weird. How come my thing says less than, it says 1.99? That's so weird. Everybody was reporting that it was ahead of 2 trillion yesterday, so I'm a little confused. Elon, maybe the VWAP force be with you on BlackBerry. Shout out to you, Elon. Yeah, I've been waiting for that one. It came in at 254s, but I didn't print. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Amazon here because this is moving absolutely parabolically to the high side. And I don't know, if I had to guess, I think we probably see 200 today, 2 1/5 in the green right now. More, sorry, 2 2/3 in the green. We're about to hit 199, Katina Man. The Katina Man, are you $4 in the money here? You went long 195, didn't you? 375 in the money. Shout out to him. Great trade there, Katina Man. Let's see what this one provides. Coming up into 199 a day.
Yeah, it's funny because I also like that Apple short. Now, the reason I looked at it is because you said BlackBerry is lulling you to sleep, and I was thinking, how's the dead one doing? I wish I'm joking. That is actually why I like that Apple short. Yeah. I tried to get involved around 33s. Apple said, no.
No, you don't.
Said, that's okay, Apple. I'll watch Nvidia. I did lose on Nvidia. I have to say, part of me was a little bit like, PNL, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, Derek, you're still up on the name. You're still up on the day. You're getting bitter because you took, honestly, a pretty small paper cut on a trade that you liked. So I can't really be like that. You know what I mean? I liked the trade, and I stood with my principles. Why? So the scalpier part of my brain was initially saying get long 123.80, but I said, Dara, if we fail that, you don't really have a level. So instead I used 123.80 as my stop, got involved just above 124. So once we got up and had that bounce, didn't end up working out. We did blow 123.80 and then kind of came right back up like that never happened. So always a little bit disappointing, but as Neil said a couple lessons of the day ago, you have to make sure that you're sticking to your risk management principles. And sometimes if you stick to that, that's even more important than if the trade went well or not. However, Nvidia, you want to keep making lower highs after that failed 124 break. And I think you know what I'm going to do. It's going to involve some purple triangles on my screen. That's all I have to say on that.
Yeah, the Katina Man's done with his Amazon trade. I just want to let everybody know.
Okay.
Yep.
Sean's done with Amazon there. Shout out to Sean. Killer Cam saying, look at PLTR chart. Yeah, I can see what I think. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't have a Palantir, and I have to say, I would not say I'm the best at seeing the future on Palantir. But man, this VWAP bounce. Look at this. We come to 2480s. Whoop, to the upside. This is gorgeous. I really like this look here for PLTR. Let's take a look at the daily. This was on the sticky note, right, Sean? Palantir? Yeah. It was on the sticky note. Was it on the sticky note at 24s?
Well, we talked about it at 24, but I thought the dip into 23.50.
Oh, Sean liked the dip into 23.50, which did not materialize. But great look here. Palantir just bounced off that 24 level in the daily chart. I would like to see if we can get back up into that 25.80s, which we actually maybe could today. We're about 55 pennies away. But also, guys, if there's any stocks you're looking at, for whatever reason, in any direction, should they have volume, you go in the chat right now. GME, AMC, Micron, Amazon, Levi. We haven't even looked at Levi. Let's see what's in the jeans there in Levi Strauss. But whatever ticker you like, whatever tickers your fancy, go in that chat and you pull that up for us and we will take a look for you. I'm going to look at Levi here because I just realized that's an earnings name I have very much neglected. This one came apart at the seams there. Look at this. But we keep rejecting at 1950. We're quite far away from that now, but that 1950 rejection could be interesting. I don't want to say a range, but we're certainly seeing some support and bounce at 1915. So that's about a 35 penny range that I should definitely keep my eye on here. Tesla trying to climb back to that 196. Nvidia, if you keep rejecting 123.80 again, I'm afraid I'll have to short you.
All right, no lesson of the day with our friend Neil, because he's off on the day, obviously. So we will do the lesson du jour a little bit early today, which is all right. So let's get right to it here, Ram. We are talking about the average true range all week and exactly how you can use it in different scenarios. Today, we'll talk about how you can use ATR to help guide you in your trailing stop placement. So let's get right to it. Not a moment to waste. Traders, rejoice! We are diving into the trailing stop savior, a technique that uses the average true range ATR for short to lock in profits while giving your trades room to breathe. Let's see how to transform your trailing stops from villains to heroes. I personally didn't consider them a villain, Adara, but
It's a little bit
apparently the
heavy,
lesson doesn't really like them. So
Let's go thematic.
I know, right? Just a little bit. The trailing stop struggle. So trailing stops are fantastic for locking in profits, but setting them too tight can prematurely exit a winning trade, and conversely, a loose trailing stop might leave you vulnerable to sudden reversals. Apparently, Rivian is flying, says Rob EV, and he has EV in his name, so he's got to be credible there.
Yeah.
No, it is actually up nicely off 13.43 into 14.25. Shout out to Rob EV for alerting me to that. The ATR to the rescue. How do we use ATR here? So here's how to use it. Okay, so first and foremost, the trailing stop formula. So combining your trailing stop with average true range, here's the basic idea. You're going to set an initial stop, not your trailing stop, your regular stop, using the stop loss method that we talked about 2 days ago. If you weren't here, just go back and check that lesson. As the price moves up in your favor, gradually trail your stop loss a certain distance behind the price. What is that distance, though? And that's what we're going to talk about here. So you're going to use the ATR to determine the trailing distance, right? You're going to basically multiply the average true range by a multiplier, a factor, whatever synonym you want to use, 1, 2, 0.5, whatever the factor is, to establish that buffer. So here's an example. Imagine you buy a stock at $30, and then you set your initial stop at 28. Okay, so you had an ATR of 2, and you used a multiplier of 1. You multiply 2 by 1, that's 2. Deduct that from the 30, you're putting your stop loss at 28. So that is the first step. Then now you want to choose your trailing stop. So your factor for your trailing stop, your multiplier, is different than the multiplier you used for your original stop loss, and you need to make sure that you're nuanced with it. So it takes a lot of practice to do that. So because you're choosing a different multiplier this time around, let's say we're going to use 0.5 rather than 1, you're going to get a bit of a different result. So the formula is as follows. ATR, multiply your trailing factor, so it'll be $28 plus 5, and then you're obviously multiplying 2 by that 0.5, so you get that $28 level. All right, so, ATR. So volatility in this case matters as well. The beauty of ATR is its adaptability. If the market becomes more volatile, which is a higher average true range, your trailing stop automatically increases its buffer, protecting your profits during those swings. Conversely, in a calmer market, which is a lower average true range, the stop loss trails a little bit more tightly. So the benefits of using your ATR or the ATR as a trailing stop influencer or guide or whatever is to lock in those profits. As the price moves in your favor, the trailing stop ensures you capture a portion of those gains, and it's also volatility aware. The average true range obviously looks at volatility. The stop adjusts to market conditions or conditions specific to your instrument, offering greater potential during those more volatile periods. And it's absolutely flexible because you've got a multiplier here that is influenced by 1, the volatility of the instrument you're trading, 2, the current market conditions, and 3, your own disposition as a trader. Are you more risque? Are you less risk off, I should say? So depending on how you choose to trade, that should influence your multiplier. So you control the trailing factor, allowing you to customize the balance between profit protection and giving your trades room to run. But as always, guys, remember, average true range is a historical measure, not a guarantee. And essentially what that means is it's a lagging indicator. It is showing you the historical volatility, the historical true range, not the future. But you know, in trading, the future seems to rhyme, not exactly repeat. And the price can reverse course even with a trailing stop, right? Consider other technical indicators for confirmation before adjusting your stop. So make sure you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's before that. And with this strategy, especially because it's so, you got to really test it to figure out what works for you. Backtest your trailing stop strategy with historical data to find the trailing factor that best captures your risk management along with your trading style. And you may want to try that in a paper trading account or a sim or whatever you want to do. So shout out to ATR there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I do find the adaptability of ATR, like this whole week, I didn't really realize how much you can use it with your own way. Like you can use it in conjunction with different factors depending on what your risk management is, right? It's really a nice little adaptable skill for traders. And it's not something you'll get with VWAP is just VWAP. You know what I mean? It's always going to be VWAPing. VWAP, be VWAPing. But with your EMA, you have a little bit of adjustability, right? So it's just interesting how certain things that we use, certain tools can be a little bit more flexible.
Absolutely accurate. 1320 Wolf having his say in there. Put buy limit orders where you would put your stops. 60% of the time it works every time. Stops 60% of the time it works every time? Maybe I misread that. Let me know what you mean, 1320. All right, I'm keeping my eye on the future because we're getting topping tail candles on the NQ September contract into the volume weighted average price. That is very interesting to me as I've got the TQQs here. I want confirmation of the rejection, and I'm taking the future short. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Topping tail candles through the VWAP and into that area consolidation that we were ranging from between 1050 until we broke down at 1120. I'm liking this level. If we reject here, I'm taking the future short. Amazon retracing a little bit right now. Microsoft kind of dancing south of VWAP. Apple on the way up. Apple's a little bit different here, which is kind of Apple and Tesla a little different. They're both coming in to the top side while some of these other ones pulling back a little bit. So I'm going to pack my patience, but I'm definitely interested here on a short on the futures. I'm talking about the NASDAQ or any derivative thereof. I'm not talking about the SPY or the ES. I like this level here. If we break down below this level, I'm going short Adair.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Just the confidence in that. Like, this is what I will do. Also, guys, I know what you guys can do. If you have any tickers you like, you can go in the chat right now. Let's say you want to look at the Qs or any derivative of the Qs. Be like, how did Sharif trade that? We can go over it with Sean and Obi. You can go in the chat right now. TQQs, QQQs, Nvidia, AMC, GME, Amazon, BB. Maybe you want to look at that BlackBerry trade. I don't know. Shout out to Mike Lazarinas. Whatever tickers you want to talk about. That's the best part of a democratic system. You go right in there and you put your little vote. Also, Nvidia. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm laughing like a loon over here. So I know I said I wanted Nvidia long. I tried my Nvidia long, proud of myself for trying. I said if we break above 124, we hold. I try a long. And Nvidia was like, I can give you the 124 break and I'll hold for like 2 minutes, but I can't really give you anything else. I don't even think we got to 124.10s, guys. I think we went to like 124.09. I was like, oh, we're still gonna hold. Like I said, tried the long, didn't work out, was a little bit like morose about it. Then I hit my P&L because I was like, Adara, what are you even doing stressing out over this? You're still up on the name, you're still up on the day. Calm yourself. So I did. Right now the P&L is tucked away for safekeeping. And I, bless you, Ramin. And I did take a couple different trades on Nvidia since then. So, because I still at that point thought it was a long, but I thought it was a long off 123.80. Took the 123.80 long into, I wanted the 124 break again, but I was like, you know what, Adara, we get to like 123.95, we run away. I said, Adara, if you can get 95s, be pleased as punch, take your 15 pennies and leave. That's what I did. Then I realized, I think this is a short here. Didn't end up holding as a short, mind you, but I was involved at 123.80s for a bit there, kept pushing it lower. I think Nvidia now is holding that 123.70 as a support. That was also an area of support that we struggled with in that initial short back to the downside over here. So we're going to have to wait and see what we do in NVDA, trying to push above 124s again until this has a nice 124 break and we have something that kind of is more interesting to me. I don't want to force myself. I don't want to push my luck. Happy I hit the P&L though right now because the thing you have to focus on is progress and learning and not sweating over a tiny paper cut on NVIDIA. Like, come on, Adara. Priorities. So there we go on NVDA. Let's take a look at GME. Oh, what's everyone else looking at here? ADB, Adobe, a couple people want to look at there. Let's take a look at A to the D to the B to the E. It's a great look. I mentioned this on Sector Recap. Don't know why this is up, but this CRM, Pan W, a lot of it's software pals. Really strong today. Adobe trying to bounce off that 547-ish area. Let's see what we get. Nice 90 MA bounces here though right now. Honestly, all I can say is nice uptrend, higher highs, higher lows. Adobe illustrating a nice, shout out to Adobe Illustrator. A nice look there. Thank you. Thank you for the button there. Yeah, no Photoshop needed. What a great chart for Adobe. Also, look at this bull flag breakout on the daily chart.
She pushed back her chair.
I think I like there should be like a chair pushback animation or something. But no, look at this gorgeous bull flag we have on earnings. And then we get a little bit of a, we have the flag develop after this flag pull, and then we push up. That's a great look, but I hope the TQs are getting down for you.
Get down.
Out.
Yes, I know. I like to make sounds that are odd and off-putting. That's kind of what I do. All right. The VWAP rejected on Softy. We're getting a even day, or sorry, yesterday close break on rejection on Tesla. 213.75 possible rejection here on what's it called? Apple. I'm not really going to write home about this one too quick. We'll see we get there. I'm short at 78, 74, 78. I've already put my stop through the break. You know, I didn't really want to take any out at this level. I want to see if we curl down, right? I'm more short biased today. That's the whole thing. So I'm just going to pack my patience, see if we can get the beak wetter here. I've put it down in the low 60s. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. Let me just make sure that I have my stop set properly on said futures, and I do. So good. We're going to leave that one, let it work. And if it ends up stopping out, then the market's telling me to go long. So that's exactly what I do. But I got to tell you, I like this look on Amazon because Amazon, yeah, shout out to the Katina man. He took like a 3.5 banger there, and it may be back for some more. It did a bit of a, let's call it a doji candle, a candle of indecision there, and then it did another candle form on the 5-minute chart to make a new high. So looks like maybe Amazon here wanting to test that high of day again on the high of day that it printed earlier, 199 and a quarter, 24s technically. So we'll see we get there, and yeah, we'll see. But Amazon's been very strong. We've been looking for a possible 200 move on AMZN, but right now showing some red candles. But the futures just not cooperating. It's continuing to stay strong. I've already put my out. If I get stopped out, then I will be looking long at these levels. I'm sad I didn't take the what's it called? The VWAP rejection on MSFT. That was pretty clean there, and it gave you a nice 40 penny move, more actually. It gave you almost 60 pennies there to the downside on MSFT. You know, we had a couple of scalps on this one, ended up getting stopped out though for the remaining balance. Apple looks like it's destined here to come into VWAP at around 214. That's going to be really interesting because that was an interesting area low at 955. We kept, you know, bouncing off that 214 before we gave way at 1015. So if we get into that 214 area, that's going to be awfully interesting, and it could get me short on the dead one at that level. But I got to tell you, Nvidia's breaking up. Apple's breaking up at these levels, and it's really holding up the futures. So I'm going to leave my position exactly as it is, but I am very cognizant of what Nvidia and Apple are doing at these levels, and I don't want to be on the wrong side of that. So keeping an eye on those. Trader CL, go long or go home, baby. Well, look, man, you know, we'll go both ways around here, and I'm not talking in that way. I'm talking about long and short.
Yeah,
so
good thing. I think it's good you clarified that right away.
Yeah,
So
well, we say that a lot on here anyway, right? Because of the long and short thing. So I think they get it. But yeah, some newer viewers may not understand that reference. Yeah, keeping my eye on that, Adara. But I feel like possibly here the future getting a little bit stronger. But yeah, we still have Apple below VWAP. I wanted to make that clear, and Nvidia are both below VWAP. So I'm sitting here talking about how they're getting strong, but they're both still south of the volume weighted average price.
Also, I think I want to add here too, for what it's worth, I have been watching Nvidia like a hawk. Nvidia just now coming to 124.20s, we've rejected before. 124.20s was huge support and then resistance for Nvidia. So just be aware, we're at a level that could be pretty key. I'm not getting involved until I see something here. If we break decisively above that 124.20s, which it looks like we're trying to do right now, that would be more interesting to me, but that was a massive level and it keeps proving itself as a level, so I do want to trust it there. If we get that nice 24.30 break and then bounce, and it looks like Nvidia is trying to tempt me there, so let's see what happens there. Shout out to Ahmed Awala, AED 1799 super chat. I'm long TQQ. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look here at the TQs here. I know Sharif was involved in these. Yeah, I mean, shout out to you, Ahmed Awala. I don't know where you got involved, but that bounce at the bottom there was nice. It looked like it was rejecting VWAP. It did not. Great look. Again, these are not always going to necessarily be as much of a chart thing because they're futures, but I think that rejection at that 74.90 area is pretty interesting. This just reminded me, we do have that auction coming up in half an hour, so I'm going to pull that up so we can get those results. We have a 1 p.m. auction. Whenever I see move down to the futures, I always have this paranoia that I missed the auction. But we're half an hour away, so we're all good there. It's a 7-year auction. We're going to be getting there at 1. So interesting topping tail candle here for the TQs. I'm not as much of a TQ person, but I do like to trade the SPY. And the SPY is also giving you a topping tail candle. I had a trade briefly here. It was just kind of meh. I didn't believe in it. I just wasn't comfortable in it, so I got out. And that's the same, actually, impetus for this Micron trade I want to talk about. I liked it. I watched it a while. We were rejecting 132.70, so I got involved 132.68. I was going to take it down to at least 131.40s. But then I realized I did not like what I was seeing in the book. I was going to risk it into 132, but we were moving with the viciousness I didn't like, so I ended up just scalping it out, getting everything out, lost about 10 pennies. But if we keep bouncing now, if this downtrend wants to reverse, now that we're above the 90 MA, I have no qualms taking that long. So that'll be an interesting look here. Apple getting a bit of a topping tail candle. I just put 3 A's in AAPL, so good times. That's how I'm doing. No, I'm joking. But yeah, interesting look here. Apple VWAP projection. I don't want to take the short without a little bit more confluence, but to me, this is an interesting look. Again, VWAP can sometimes just be a level, but if it comes into play, you always want to check that out. That is for certain. Rivian still popping up here. Rivian revving to the upside. Wow. But Rivian rejecting here at 1440s. That was a bit of an area of support earlier. Let's see what we do here at 1440s. We have this topping tail candle into 1452s, then become a little bit lower. So R to the I to the V to the N is could be on watch there. But yeah, the TQs were a little bit spicy. SPY a little.
I got stopped out for a 10-penny loser on the future. So we're going to have to reanalyze that. And nothing has really changed. A topping tail candle through 214 on Apple, rejecting VWAP still. We haven't rejected it ram, but we've come into it and not breached it on NVDA. But I'm very cognizant of the fact that the winds of change may come. They may come fast and furious, maybe because Tesla looking to go green, now Nvidia breaching the volume-weighted average price, Apple finding a topping tail candle, but it's not really dictating the market like it used to anymore. So just because Apple rejects doesn't mean the future tanks. In fact, the future's headed up. So I'm happy I got pushed out of that position before getting, murked on it. But there we go. Some winds of change coming here on the future. Now we're going to have to start looking possibly long on some of these names. The Zon right back into that 182, high 80s, looking to breach 199 again. I'm going to be all eyes on 200, but looks like that topping tail candle is coming in on AAPL. Like, look at this. This is very interesting over here. Just selling off the entire thing through the break of VWAP, through the breach of 214. We were talking about this level being a good area of resistance, but the bamboozlement can be real. So the topping tail candle can come in, and then boom, the next candle after that can be a great green candle that ensconces that whole thing. So I'm not going to jump short into Apple too quickly on one topping tail, because I've seen it before. So I'm keeping my eye here. Let's see what else is going on. Wow, no way we went into 254 again on BlackBerry and it didn't get printed. Like, how long do I have to wait? This feels like a buyout. This feels like a buyout. I swear, it does feel like a buyout. So yeah, it is bullying me, Adara. So we'll keep an eye on there. As I said, Apple right back into 214. So if the winds of change come here, I'm taking Apple long, Adara. So we'll see there. I don't know if you want to do your thing. Do you want to go for a walk or no?
Oh yeah, I'm going to do it probably in a little bit. But
yeah, I just want to remind you. Yeah, because it's 12:30.
You.
But yeah, here we go. Amazon right back up again. I'm going to be looking here on that 199.25 because that is the high of the day at the moment. So Amazon, awfully strong. Day number 2 in terms of strength for Amazon. Again, no catalyst on this one, but breaching that true 2 trillion, despite the fact that my platform says otherwise, says 1.99. So I don't know what the analysts are saying, but maybe my platform is wrong. The other thing that I keep looking at here is the multiple rejections off the volume-weighted average price on Meta, and it's not even directly off VWAP. It's all south of VWAP in that 518, high 80s, mid 80s, mid 70s, in and around there. That's been accumulating since around 10 after the hour. Another good look here is on Softy because it did reject VWAP, but it's putting a candle of indecision. Ooh, this is so bamboozling time because you don't know whether to look long or short at these levels because the future just took area highs, it's back above VWAP, it's green on the day, and eek. So I'm going to make a decision here. I think I'm going to start looking long though, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I took a long on Nvidia. I know I have been waxing poetic about Nvidia, but I did say, I believe I said, if I didn't say that, that's on me. But I know I was thinking, like, Nvidia above 124.30, because that was a huge area of resistance. To me, that proves that the area of resistance I was more into, that, okay, Nvidia, get spicy here, get spicy.
Kill it.
Basically, Nvidia, I didn't even care we were below VWAP. That wasn't part of my plan. VWAP, sure, that VWAP breakout, nice little addition. But my plan was always, I wanted to see what we did here at 30s, because holding up on 30s was something I needed to see. That was actually an area, like, to me, if we broke above that area of resistance, 124.25s, and we held, then I wanted my long there. So we're going to see. We rejected here. I'll take like 42s. I'll take 10 minutes. I know that's small, but I just do not like the way that we had that sell-off. I think as much as I don't view VWAP as a reason to take this trade, the market clearly used VWAP as an area of resistance, and I have to respect that. Because it's not just going to be, I'm not the only person trading here. I am one tiny little trader in a big old sea of traders. So I got to,
Well, I wouldn't call you tiny. You're pretty tall.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, I'm just one person, right? I'm just one spec with a small share size there. So let's see. Could it break back up again without me? Or, I could get back in. I'm okay with that. But I wanted to get out for now because I have another position I want to talk about that I do, for now, I really like.
Got it.
IWM. I took this short because we're at this $200.80 area. Look at that support here. I mentioned this actually on the when I was doing the small cap recap because I look at the IWM. This is actually also VWAP, which I didn't realize. That was a massive area of support, a little bit of a range. Then it fell, became resistance here on a wick basis. We come lower, we get above VWAP, we reject, then we come back down. This, I don't know if we're going to keep rejecting this, but I did want to take this short. I'm aware we do kind of have higher lows here. Fully aware of that, only risking into 70s. And not because it's VWAP, although that helps. I'm risking into 70s because A, topping tail candle, and B, see its cousin, the other topping tail candle we got at 11:30. So not one, but two topping tail candles. I'm not going to say confluence because it's not really confluence, but it's something I want to look at. And Nvidia's laughing at me all the way to the bank for getting out of that long. Let's look at that. Yeah, clearly, I don't know, maybe I didn't have the confidence for that position at the time. Now I would have been like 30 pennies in the money, but it's all good. We come back to VWAP and we bounce, and I'll get in. I also want to watch 124.70s because that was an area of resistance yesterday that, like I said, a lot of those areas of resistance yesterday came back into play today, and this one actually did come back into play today earlier too. Look at that. If you go back to what we were seeing around 10:30, so that could be an interesting look. Right now, IWM, a scintilla of pennies in the money. I'm going to deal with that trade, and then I'll go probably on my little walk. But please just punch for that. And I still took profit in Nvidia. I'm not going to cry out here over spilt shares. I'm just going to use this trade to motivate maybe like Adara. Why didn't you have the confidence? What was it the issue there? And keep going, keep reflecting. And I want to hear about that.
Bro, your Nvidia trade is flying.
I know, I'm not in it anymore, but it was a good look.
That's a great trade, Adara, because you had the right call on that, and it's really going here. Nvidia really breaking in, looking to go 125. I'm short on Apple, already took some profits. Right now, I'm looking to add for the move back into 214. I'd look to take out some more, 2 adds, 2 beak wetters so far. I think Apple's weak on the day until it's not. Topping tail candles through VWAP, to me, yell, weakness. So I took it short. We'll see. We can squeeze out maybe a little bit more out of this one. But right now, decent scalp on this theme. We're finding a little bit of resistance at the 50-point level at 20,000 and 50, moving back down into the low 40s now. Go down, Apple. All right. It just pumped back up as quickly as it went down. I don't like that. No, bro, I'm not good. No.
We're all in this together.
All right, I didn't expect that response. That's why it made me laugh. Anyway,
funny.
I'm waiting for the low 60s on the next beak wetter on Apple. We're nicely in the money right now. Let's see if we get this continuation. But I have seen this dance before where we get multiple topping tail candles through a key area of either support or resistance. It bamboozles you into thinking short or long or whatever, bottoming tail, topping tail, and then the winds of change come on the market. So I hope that doesn't happen to me. Right now, we're about 20 pennies in the money on this Apple short. I'd like something around 50s because that's where the 20 exponential on the 5 is. We'll pack our patience to see if we can get something in and around there. Rivian, millionaire. Dude, I remember you talking about the NQ at 16,000. So do I, my friend. So does Adara. And that's the madness of this whole thing, right? Is that we got up so quickly. It feels like, you know, the breadth wasn't there and kind of still isn't, right? These Mag 7 have been doing the heavy lifting. We all know that. If you've been, you know, in these markets for the last, I don't know, year and a half, it's been the Mag 7. And it continues to be the Mag 7. I mean, the Russ was kind of cool in the beginning of the year, had a bit of a breakout, diddly squat the rest of the year. And yeah, so that's kind of the look here. And I agree with you, Rivian, man. I mean, it was just not that long ago that we were talking about that level. So that's the look. All right, just packing my patience here with this Apple short. Let's check out on the BlackBerry long. As you can see, multiple moves into 254. None of them have triggered for me because it didn't cross. So we'll pack our patience, see what we get. This one I want to mention, Tesla. Tesla's been at this break-even point for a while now. So the first time we got into it was 20 after the hour, it was about 22 minutes ago. We keep touching this white line, that white thin line, not the thick one, the thin one, at 196.43. That is yesterday's closing print on Apple, so not unsurprising that it is accumulating on Tesla, not surprising that it is accumulating in and around there, but I was looking for either a rejection or a breakout at that level. We'll wait and see. Right now, though, the future coming back down, looking maybe to touch VWAP. So behooves me to put a beak wetter on said Apple short. If we get anything around there, I'll wait around the low to mid 60s. But Apple, I feel like, you know, if it really starts curling back up and makes its way above the volume weighted average price again and makes a higher high above that 1235 candle, I will flip long on Apple. I have no problem doing that. But right now, I'm still feeling short.
Yeah, the song that I feel like echoes how I feel right now is the Jackson 5 classic, I Want You Back. That's what I'm singing to Nvidia. I was blind to let you go, now that I see you in his arms. I want you back.
Oh, no.
NVDA. No, more I feel like that because I got out of NVDA, at least partially because I was babysitting IWM, which, like, what was the point? It's fine. I'm happy. I'm really proud I got out where I did. The second I saw we got near that VWAP, at that $200.70 level, I got out. I managed it okay. Like, I have no right to be singing Jackson 5 over this. Amazon 200.
199.66 is coming up.
Yeah, Amazon getting near that 200. We're going to pull this up because some people were like, can we see the Amazon 200 break? I mean, we can put it up for you guys. We can see what we see here. Bottoming tail candle galore here at 199. Guys, this is something else. Go, says Sean. And I will say the Josh Brown pump does continue to work, apparently, because he goes on CNBC, he says, guys, I bought more, whatever. And this pops to the upside. But if you guys want a podcast to watch, you should watch the Freedom and Wealth podcast.
Oh, I don't have that thing. I don't have that button.
Because you have Sean, look at Sean and Brendan. Look how studious and concerned about the markets they look.
They do.
So great look there. We also have the auction. It's going to be the 7-year in a cool 15 minutes. Nvidia, you want to keep bouncing off 30s? I'll start singing Jackson 5. I was blind to let you go, baby. Because look at that bounce at 124.25. That was my area. Was it a specific area? Possibly, for sure. But it was my area. I do want to go out for my little walk, but Nvidia's like, Tara, you can't leave me. I'm over here. I'm above VWAP. I'm respecting your level so nicely. You let me go early, and now you're like doing this. But in all honesty, I want to be clear. I don't have any FOMO about that trade. I made money on that trade. I have to acknowledge the decision I made. Me thinking Jackson 5 is just for fun because I'm on a show and we're going to talk. And,
yeah, exactly.
You know, shout out to Jackson 5. So there we go. Arm pumping, says John Szymanski. You could literally be pumping your arm here too. I know Sharif pumps his fist a lot, but I'm sure you could be pumping your fist if you're an arm right now. Look at this double bottom here.
Oh, wow. That's nice looking.
Oh,
right,
beautiful
and a neckline
look.
break continuation.
And this chop and churn, they make you wait for it. To me, this is a false breakdown. Look at all of these bottoming tail candles. Then we get that one topping tail candle and arms like, yeah, I'm going to fly now. I'm going to, shout out to Rocky, going to fly now. Lifting that pull-up bar to the upside. Great look. Now ARB needs to see if it can push above that overhead resistance. That's going to be at that 166 area. Great look for A to the R to the M. Do you want any coffee or anything?
Oh, I'm good. I'll take a water, though.
I'll get you water.
Thank you. All right, guys, let's have a look at said market. As we've been mentioning, Amazon, very, very strong. And as you can see there, 16 pennies from that $200 level. 199.84 is the high of day on AMZN. Again, no real well, hold on, there is a catalyst. What am I saying? They're going to take on Temu. They're going to take on Shein. They are going to make a very kind of like low cost, style app like Temu and Shein, and they're going to get the products directly from China. It's going to be very similar. Shipping turnaround time 9 to 11 days or 15 days or whatever it is, and that is obviously going to hurt PDD, JD, as well as BABA. The Chinese ADRs have been quite red today as a result of that. Unsurprising. I wouldn't want to take on Amazon. Amazon's got a reputation of just destroying their competitors. One of the things that the FTC and the DOJ want to look into is Amazon basically poaching people's ideas. They'll meet with a startup and, under the pretense that they want to invest with them. And, allegations have been made, unproven, of course, and that's all they are, that Amazon basically takes the idea and robs the company and basically competes with them, and they're out of business in a few years. So I wouldn't want to be in competition with the Zon. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but if I was one of these Chinese ADRs, I'd be awfully worried, because we know that Temu and Shein are working off North American clientele. It's not the Chinese clientele that they're making money off. So we'll keep tabs on that. No scheduled date for that yet, but one piece of evidence that they did give us was when they're going to start accepting applications from sellers, and that's going to be in the fall of this year. So we'll have to, definitely pack our patience there and see how that all pans out. I'm still in this Apple short. I'm still in the BlackBerry long. I've been waiting for this VWAP rejection to manifest on AAPL. There is now 4 5-minute candles all in a row that have rejected off the volume weighted average price. So I don't want to take this out early, because if it ends up curling down, I want to participate in the down move. To me, it's worth it to get stopped out as a risk to participate in that down move. So we'll keep an eye on that. Tesla finally getting a bit lower than that closing print, 196.41. It had been dancing there for a while. That print is yesterday's closing price, does now move down into the volume weighted average price, about $1 lower than that closing price at around 195.75 there. All right, come down, Apple, man. Let's go. I've been waiting, and there it is, baby. Yes, we get that fill on the dead one, Apple. Happy with that one. Nice 20-penny winner there as we get that beak wetter. I'm going to look to short this again, guys, at 214. If the winds of change don't come on the future and Apple really starts moving to the high side, I'm going to leave my resting order there for another short on the dead one at that 214 general area. That's going to be my look with Apple. I'm seeing a lot of this rejection of VWAP on the Mag 7. You're seeing it on Apple. You're seeing it on Softy. You're seeing it on Goggles. And you're seeing it on Meta. Obviously, you're not seeing it on Amazon, because Amazon's pumping. And in fact, right now, you're not seeing it on Nvidia either, because Nvidia is now straddling the volume weighted average price from the high side, trying to hold up at that 124 and a third, 124 and a quarter. Good look for Nvidia there. But I'm basically just looking for what the next trade is going to be. And so we didn't get a 200 breach today on Amazon, but we also don't have another lower low. So let me tell you this. If Amazon comes back into the 10 exponential, I'm going long. Now, it may not break below 199. Right now, there's 3 5-minute candles that are all showing me that 199 is a good support level. Ever since we took it at 12:35, so 15 minutes ago, we've been defending that 199. Now, if we do come in to about 198 and 2/3, I'm going to be looking to get long off the 10 exponential on the 5 on AMZN. Let's go have a look at our boring position of the day, BlackBerry. We've been looking at that one for basically the entire show. Still in the money on this one. Still a seller at 53. A couple of touches at 54, all of which I didn't get filled because the bid didn't cross. So we'll have to pack our patience with that one. But I'm still, oh, thank you, Adair. I appreciate you. I just got a water reload, baby. So keeping my eye on the Zon, keeping my eye as well on the future. I want to see if we break above that last little move up on the future at 20,060. If we move up and make another high, well, then that will be another higher high above the volume weighted average price, and that's going to change my look on the market. So yeah, that's a look there. I want to mention as well that Tesla, even though it did reject that closing print from yesterday at 196 mid-40s, the range is getting wild here on Tesla. This looks like it's going to be a flat top break if I had to guess. And here's why. because it is now bouncing off VWAP and rejecting off the closing print. And there's not a lot of distance between those two levels. 196 is VWAP, 196.41 is the closing print. So getting really compressla.
You get all the flowers for that.
Yeah, getting really compressy here between the VWAP and the closing print. So if this one breaks to the high side, I'd like to see a breakout trade take place on this. So that's my look. I'm looking to get in Amazon at the 10 period, but if it doesn't reject 199, I'll get in likely at 199. And I'm also looking for either a breakdown or breakout trade on Tesla. Nothing else really going for me at the moment, Adara, other than to get lulled to sleep by said BlackBerry. Come on, Jim Balseeles. What's the other guy called?
Mike Lazaridis.
Thank you, Mike Lazaridis. Let's go. Where are the buy programs, my boy? Let's go. Let's see what else people are talking about. Ash says Guma is tanking. Let's have a look at GME. Again, really not sure exactly what the look was there, why GME was moving up bigly on the day, but now it is down below that 25 and a fifth. And that 25 and a fifth, my friends, that is a level of no importance, except to say,
Like you set it up so well.
No, hold on, because I had a white line through it, but I hadn't adjusted the closing print. You know I have my white lines as closing prints, right? No, but seriously though, this is an interesting area here on GME because this could be a double bottom. These were the closing prints, 25 and a fifth. The wick took us down to 25. This will be another 25 touch here on GME. Do we get this defend at this level? All right, let's pull up GME on a trading screen, baby. It behooves us to do that. Which one are we going to flip off? Not in that way. We're going to take off AMZN and switch to the New York and have a look here. I want to take the 25 along. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to sit at 25.05 because that be my birthday. And
Happy my birthday.
Right? Why not, right?
Quote of the year.
Yeah, I know. So if we get long 25.05, we'll see what we get. But I won't let this go too much against me, though, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I like your look on Tesla as well. You know me, I'm short biased. I was looking for Tesla to break 196, but if it won't, and it's a long, I'm okay with that as well. I'm in a short right now that I feel like I need to address because I'm sure people are looking at this like, and I get it. I get it. I'm short Nvidia right now. You might be like, Adara, you were just talking about you were long Nvidia, you got out too early. That is true. I was, and I did. I was singing Jackson 5. You know, we had a whole moment. But you know what I have to say here?
What?
Is I come back, Nvidia has this topping tail candle into 124.70s, an area that was an area of resistance earlier today, and also an area of resistance and support yesterday. I say, Adara, take this short. So I did. Now, for whatever reason, we're like trying to do some bouncy bounce at 124.50. It's like 124.50 was not an area you gave a hoot about earlier today, Nvidia, so je ne sais pas. But if it wants to flip from resistance to support 124.50, I'll get out break even. I'm all good there. But look at these consecutively lower wicks. I know we're bouncing off VWAP, but you have to look at the balance of the evidence. We're rejecting off a key area of resistance again. We have these lower wicks here. You know, the other way you could look at this, and I think it behooves me to consider this possibility, to use a strafism that I love, is look, this could be a bull flag. I'm aware of that. We had this pop up here. Now we're consolidating. But I have no reason here. There is no vigor. Like I said, I'll get out if we get to 124.70s. We haven't even gotten to 124.60s yet since I've been in it. We get to 124.59, and then NVIDIA's like, I don't know. And I'm like, hey, NVIDIA, if you don't know, I'm good to go. So let's see how we do here. I noticed Trenda, so shout out to Trenda, our trading turtle. Just so you guys know, in 5 minutes we have that bond auction, so I don't want to be involved in NVIDIA. I don't want to be NVIDIA when that thing hits. But I want to be involved for now. I'm 5 pennies out of the money. I can live with that. Very happy I hit my P&L. I think that's been mentally good for me because I have a tendency to overthink it when I'm like up on the day. That's when I get all wild and I'm like, I can't take a trade. But no, you have to, it should not matter. It's all mental. Shout out to Opie always talking about the mental. I've said this quite a few times. You don't notice how important the mental is until you go live. Okay, NVIDIA, don't love what you did here. Your little pop above 60s. Let's see if you can hold this because I don't. Oh, okay, we'll see. Well, we'll see is what I'll say to that. CCL, Manuel Palma, CCL grinding slowly. Could get interesting over 18.5. Let's see if it could get interesting over 18.5. I have my video on my side chart because we need to be mentally prepared for that. But CCL, Yeah, CCL trying to push up here. I agree. I have to say, I echo what you have to say here, but I would say less 18.5 and more. I would like to see 18.48. I know that's a really specific level, but that to me would be the next high. Then that 18.5 was kind of interesting in the pre. We can break above that. But I think right now we need to continue to have these higher lows here, these bounced off the 9 EMA, and that beautiful push above VWAP. That to me would be a great look. Then we take that 18.5 and then we try to get to that 18.60. Shout out to you, Manuel Palma. If you're involved in this, I think it's a great look. I think this multiple times we see support at 18.36. So hope you print, as Sharif always says to me. I say it to you. Yes, Nvidia with your topping tail candle.
Get him.
Please just punch. I haven't gotten anyone yet, but I thank you, Sharif. I do have an order to get out half the position at 124.30s, just above, because we know that 124.30 area was a bit spicy for me. Let's see, we bounced off there, so I'm going to go monitor my child. How are you doing?
All right, we're in GameStop to defend 25. I mean, it went 20 pennies in the money, but we were kind of greedy and didn't want to take it out. So I'm looking for a hold of this level. The stop is already in place. I'm actually going to give it a little bit of room below 25. The reason I'm getting into this area over here is because of the double bottom. Possibly we had an area defend at 11.25. If it breaks, it breaks. I mean, we're taking a shot at on GameStop, and I think that this is what people want to see. A lot of people come in here to see what we're doing with GameStop, what we're doing with AMC and some of these other names. So I'm long at this level. Get stopped out. Get stopped out. We'll see what we get. We will not get upset. The other one, this one's upsetting me though. Not upsetting me, just boring me to death. Come on, BlackBerry, move up a couple of pennies up here.
The boring trades are the worst.
Yeah, they lull you to sleep, and that's the thing. But yeah, the reason this was frustrating is because you can sit on the half. You can sit on the midpoint. That's something we haven't talked about here. So you can sit on the midpoint, meaning that you can sit in between the penny levels. So if there is, say, 24.54, you can say 24.53 and a half and then get filled there. But I haven't done any of that. So I've been just leaving my order at 54s because, well, we've just been leaving it there. All right, GameStop up in to the mid-20s again. If it passes the $0.25, we'll get filled. It's having trouble printing above the $0.25 for a little bit now. Been watching this for a few minutes. Let's see, it's at 23s here. Here's 24s on the ask. Can we cross a little bit? No, so there is a seller there. That unsurprising. So we'll just pack our patience or get stopped out. One of the two. So let's flip back to the Mag 7 over here and see what they're all up to. Oh. Okay, so this shifted. That's interesting here. Amazon broke down here well below the 10. So I didn't have a plan for that. So now what are we doing here on Amazon? Are we going to go long? Possibly at 198. 198 is also an interesting area over here. That's the consolidation area low that we put in. That was that doji candle of indecision coming at 20 after the 20 afternoon. Yeah, 2020. I guess that's how you say it. 198, the 20 exponential is 20 pennies below that at 197.79. You also have this IB high over here at 197. And make sure that you guys vote every day on the afternoon rundown or for the afternoon rundown during our show here. If you want to know what the look is on GameStop, throw GME there in the chat. If you want to know what the Katina man did with his Amazon winner, if you want to see what Obi did, the Amazonian himself, what he did with that, throw that in the chat. Otherwise, you don't have your say. Have your say every day on the afternoon rundown. All right, we're printing here on Gumma as it moves up nicely in the money. All right, I did pack my patience on this one, and I'm happy that it manifested. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. I'm a little greedy, I'm not going to lie. Let's see if we can get 50s. And here come 50s, Adara, and there goes the 50. Happy with this trade. Literally got bottom wick on this one because of that print that we had, 11.25. That's the only reason I got into GameStop. Happy with this trade. Let's see if it sets up now for short at the $0.50, because that's where VWAP is. And it had been using VWAP, as you can see, as a level of support. Does it now flip to resistance? We're not gonna have to wait all that long to find out. It's very close to it right now. And yeah, here it is, breaking through the 50s. So now GameStop at that 50 penny level. Let's see if the sellers step in here. Well, not really. I don't see anything really on the book to show aggressive pressure selling. So keep your eye on the tape to see if there are new orders or hidden orders coming in at this level. Well, we're dancing a little bit right now, a little above the $0.50, a little below. As someone in the chat liked earlier, a little zig, a little zag. So we'll keep an eye on GME. Oh, BlackBerry's back up to 253. Come on, 254. Let's go. Let's go.
I will cheer it on for you.
Yeah, yeah. All right, let's see what that tags are there, Jack. Chuck of all trades, Gumma, going under 25 today. I wouldn't be surprised, Chuck, to be honest with you. GME, you know, it's a volatile one. So we'll see how this one ends up panning out. Let me know how you trade it. 1320. Oh! Are HFTs printing ones in the time on sales on BlackBerry? Let's have a look. Oh, I'm on BlackBerry. What am I saying? Well, I don't see too many ones here, 1320. To be honest with you, I see a lot of 100 prints. I'm assuming what you're talking about is that liquidity algo that runs on Apple and runs on some of these other ones. Oh, I'm short Apple. Okay, so I have to focus on that. Short Apple at this level. I don't want to be short here. I'm getting out. Okay, because that was another I actually had that planned. Sorry, but I'm just not ready for that trade. I'm getting out of that. Broke even quickly. In and out on Apple. Back to what I was saying here on BlackBerry. Here's the only one that's showing ones, and it's coming on D. See where it says D1320? That means dark pool, right? So you're not really sure exactly when that order came in, because dark pools, you know, they don't actually have to come in at the time that they print. Funny enough. So keep your eye on the gateway. If it says D, it's dark. D is dark pool, right, Katina Mania? Thank you. Yeah, D is dark pool there. So keep your eye. I'm seeing big size coming in. To be honest with you, 1320.
We got the auction.
Go.
Sorry, we just got the auction here.
Go.
I put it in the chat. We hadn't had it yet. We just got that number out. It is going to be 4.726% versus 4.650% previous. So we're getting a lower number than the previous number there for the auction. I'm going to be honest, I was not mentally prepared for that re-auction. I got short Nvidia again because we had those rejections here. If we stay below 124.50, I stay in this. What are you? Sorry, I'll let you finish.
I need to know. Did you say re-auction?
I did, like reaction.
That's amazing. Reaction.
I feel like I've said it before.
Have
but,
you?
Yeah.
I thought you'd be more impressed with that.
Thank you. I'm pleased as punch with it. Thank you. And I also want to thank Chewy for holding down the fort there where I got a little bit of coffee. Much appreciated. Teamwork does, in fact, make the dream work.
It does.
But Nvidia, you should hear that. Teamwork makes the dream work. So I press short because you're rejecting these lower highs, and then you keep having these lower highs. So Nvidia, that's how teamwork works. You could learn from Sharif and I. That's all I have to say on that. And Trenda, who sits here being adorable every single day.
I have my reservations about Trenda.
He's like such a hater to this turtle. When he tries to feed
I just like trolling Ram.
Oh, that's true.
I don't care about Trenda. It's good. It's fine.
Remember when you fed her a Ferrero Rocher the other day?
Oh. You remind me about that, eh, Adara? Okay.
It was fun.
Adara, I want to mention that Amazon is getting a bounce at the 20 exponential right now. We were talking about this one possibly, either being a 198 touch and bounce or 28 period exponential touch and bounce. And it looks like the 20 period exponential theory, option, possibility is the one that is manifesting right now. It did come in to that 80 penny level, and right above 198 it goes. But look, I'm not going to put all the weight in the world on one candle over here. Let's see what this candle does. We just closed this 5-minute candle and opened a new one here at 105. If this one breaks and closes above this one, I'm going to go long on AMZN, maybe to front run it for a 200 break. Who knows? Right now, we are getting defense, though, at that level, at the 20-period exponential. And quite honest, if I get long here, then I don't really have to give it that much room for a stop, because I can just base it off where the 20 exponential is printing. So right now, we're kind of 2 candles of indecision at this level. So I'd rather wait and have a bit of a more secure trade with this on. But I do absolutely love that we're getting 2 doji candles right now at a key technical level to see if we hold up there. 1320 Wolf, probably just an iceberg order. Thanks for humoring me. No, of course, I'm not humoring. I'm answering your questions, man. You have good questions. Shout out to 1320. Scott Edwards, any thoughts on NXL here? That was one Neil had his eye on yesterday. We talked about this one, NXL, Ram. And to be honest with you, it was a nice mover, but then it really, the bed, right? Because that was a big Christmas tree retracement that we did there through $4 yesterday, Adara.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah, it was big.
I was like making that.
I remember, yeah. And then we did nothing, essentially. except sell off after that and then consolidate in the aftermarket. Kind of the same look here, to be honest with you. Who was it that asked me? Scott, because the 930 print took us from 2 2/3 into 3 1/3, and then it was a huadunk and the making of a newer low, right? Through 2 to 2 1/3. So $1 worth of range right now on NXL. I got to tell you though, Scott, here's a look too. I should mention that this line that I'm putting in right here at 273, that's yesterday's closing print. So it obviously had issues breaking above 273 once it huadunked off that 337. If you're new to the show, huadunk means tanked, okay? It's just kind of like a noise we make on here to indicate the tanking. But seriously though, if we get up into that 273 again and reject, that's an interesting short. However, if we break above it, I'd be looking for a possible long, at least maybe into VWAP, if not into $3. So keep your eye on what happens here. In fact, we rejected it here and we attempted to break it over here and then we sold off. The most important point though is to notice that there is a little bit on the left and a little bit on the right. And what I mean is there's some showing some evidence pointing positive to the long and some evidence pointing to the short. The evidence pointing to the long is a successive higher lows. The evidence pointing to the short is the huadunk, as well as the rejection, the multiple rejection off that 2 3/4 level, the closing print from yesterday. Let me know how your trade goes. Goes without saying, I hope you print on that. But yeah, let me look, see what Amazon is doing. So right now, Amazon did hold up at that level. That 198-ish level, the 20 exponential on the 5, does hold up here, but they are both successive candles of indecision.
Are you seeing anything on Chewy? Because Chewy just had this massive move up here. Thank you guys in the chat for bringing up Chewy to us. If you want to see Chewy or any of the tickers, go in the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, thing of whatever ticker you want to look at. Definitely vote for that. Chewy, this could be, I mean, Ryan Cohen is the connection here between Chewy and GME. This could be something there. Oh!
This was this morning.
Okay, that's good then.
So shares of Chewy are trading lower after the company announced $500 million repurchase of shares from BC Partners. That obviously doesn't explain the PAMP.
I'm going to look at Roaring Kitty's tweet because I saw some mentions. Maybe he's mentioned in this.
Sounds good.
You do have that connection with GME. I sorry to interrupt you.
No, this is more important. Absolutely, go for it.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at this right. I have nothing to look at right there right now. Also, Nvidia popping back into 124.70s. So that is a long. I had a bit of a short there, got out. I will say massive support at 124.30. I was looking for a breakdown there, and Nvidia was like, I do not care. I do not care, Adira. And I said, cool. Took what I could there and then got out. I'm trying to find his, the Roaring Kitty. I think I found this account. I am not seeing, 9 minutes ago he tweeted this dog. So I guess you could argue this is a Chewy reference.
I'm assuming, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so he tweeted this dog and now we have.
Chewy is ripping.
Yeah.
Because of Catman. He tweeted a picture of a dog and Chewy rips. What kind of world do we live in?
So anyways, guys, sorry for the wait there. Also, thank you, Killer Cam, for telling us there was unusual options on Chewy earlier this week.
Yes.
420 Bud Monster just summarizing it beautifully. The cat tweeted a doggy pic. So.
The Catman strikes again. Shout out to Derek. Thank you for looking at that.
Thank you guys in the chat for telling us. Sorry we didn't see that earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't have eyes on that at all.
Also, tap on Chewy is 33.70 to answer Mark Lasky's question. As of right now, that's what I'm seeing.
All right, we're going to have to load up Chewy here, Derek, because it's kind of like a required reading up in this place. All right, Guma is tanking again, right back down. So let me clear all my orders on this one. I don't want to be involved in any...
TTD also apparently
Yeah, you can
pamping.
take over if you'd like.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just looking here. Thank you, John Del Sanyo, for letting us know. TTT apparently pamping. Let's pull this up.
Pamp.
I haven't heard Pamp. I love the most enthusiastic Pamp. Okay, we had volume on TDD, but TDD was already kind of in an uptrend, so I gotta say, to me, this is a little less pampy than Chewy, but thank you for bringing this one up, John Del Sanyo. We are at highs of day on a nice volume pop. Is there anything on TTD? Like I said, I've had some issues with my blotter, unfortunately, as of late, trying to deal with that,
of course.
but...
TDD.
TTD.
Yeah, Kathy, what's top and bottom? Okay, that's not a trade desk volume reach a recent low. I'm looking. Nothing from today that would justify the move, Adara. Is
Yeah,
it
just
as well.
No, it's just a little mild pamp on volume, but thank you for bringing this to our attention. Dundle said no. Yeah, to me, the TTD move's a bit different because A, there's less volume. Total volume in the day for this is just over a milli. Like Eli Lilly can pull those numbers, okay? If you're doing Eli Lilly volume, unfortunately, that's not going to be as big of a pamp to me. But all jokes aside, we already had an uptrend on this. Nice move. To me, this looks just like a volume breakout, I would probably say. But thank you for bringing this to our attention, John Del Senio. Much appreciated there. Yeah, Rivian Millionaire, I see what you mean there. I think there is certainly some spiciness that could be considered questionable with what's going on here with these roaring kitty movements. Post a dog, man, post a dog. A stock goes up 15%. What a world.
Okay, so here it is. Thank you, guys. Chuck of all trades, Wolf is moving with Chewy. Thank you very much for that. I've got Chewy. It's halted still, guys, but here is the headline on Wolf. Watching shares of Petco Health, PetIQ, TDH Holdings. Shares see a spike in volume to the upside. Traders speculate the Catman X post of a picture of a dog might be a new pet play. Here it is, as Adara showed you, the Catman posting a picture of said dog, and that came on 1 p.m. That was exactly 12 minutes ago. Let's have a look at when this started pumping. Exactly 12 minutes ago, right at 1 o'clock. So no ands if or buts about that. All right, Chewy's open. Here we go. Let's see now. I'm looking mean reversion here, guys. I don't know what is the short float on Chewy. So let's bring down trade ideas. Shout out the NOS boss and his crew. Chewy, 15%, 14.89. That's decent, guys. Short float of the 133 million shares, 14.89 is shorted. Woof. Let's see. Bigger, 22.17% short float on Woof. So 22 essentially of the 150 million shares is shorted on that. So high short float on both names. Keep your eye on that because they can move parabolically here. And there goes Chewy to the high side. Here comes 40 bucks. 39, I believe 39 right now is HOD. Woof is also halted to the upside, guys. Woof is halted at 358 right now. Let me look quickly here on Chewy on the side. 39.10 HOD right now on the Chewy one. Let's see if this one can continue to go. The halt level previously at Adara was 33 3/4. I chart halt levels as possible areas of support and resistance. So if we come down into 34, 33 1/4, look for a possible area of support. We're $2 off the top right now as we do a topping tail candle through 39, 36.5 incoming here. Not a good topping tail candle. Keep your eye on this one. It can be awfully volatile. We're already down to 25%, having been up 35. Now we've made a new low below this candle of indecision at the 1 minute candle at 13.13. The 13.14 candle makes a newer low. 13 is 114. Sorry, guys, I'm talking in world time because I'm getting excited. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. 35 incoming here, Dara, as this one breaks down. Wolf, I believe, is still halted at 358. I believe this one halted at 110. So we have like another 30 seconds to a minute of halt time. Quickly here, let's look at GameStop to make sure that it's not moving without us. GME at 25 1/3. GME held 25 again here, Ram. Let me look quickly. Yeah, it's all good, Ram. Never got it.
I love the Rams.
Yeah, of course. This is the area we got in on GameStop. It came back to 25.10 and bounced again. So it was a rinse and repeat level. That is a triple bottom off that 25.10. The first print we got at 11:30, then the one that I got into there, and we just dropped again into that level. 3 times now at 25.10-ish has been defended on the day. Let's flip back to the Chewy one quickly over here. CHWY on the New York, guys, still hanging out below 36, coming back down now into the low 35s, guys. All right, so be careful with this one as it could mean revert down.
Yeah, there was something else I wanted to look at for people, and I do not. It was Chewy, and then something else here that I...
Can I just cover the super chat?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, my bad, because I didn't see it. David Clark, $10 super chat. Hi, Trader TV. Best experience of my life. Unbelievable SPX, NDX, SPY, triple Qs. I was able to locate some issues with European options and American options. Shout out to you, David Clark. We're here every day from 8:30 to 4:30. Make sure you're joining Adair and I, Brendan and I, the Katina man and the Neil, and obviously Obi stepping in
And vote.
for Neil. And make sure to vote, guys. Afternoon rundown in about 45 minutes. If you don't vote, you don't have your say, get into the chat right now. Use that prompt on your screen. Make sure there's a space between the word join and the $sign, and have your say every day.
Yeah, definitely vote for the tickers of choice there. We love that over here. Also, now there's one called Bark, apparently. I wonder if the Bark's worse than its bite over here. Let's take a look at BARK. Thank you, Sharif, for the positive response to that pun. Bark is it barking?
What's happening?
It is barking. Bark is in fact barking. Bark, bit of a topping tail. Didn't mean to, I barked that accidentally. Bark with a bit of a topping tail candle here. Then we go a little bit lower. I think VWAP could be interesting, not just because it's VWAP, but looking at this bottoming tail candle we had here. And not just VWAP, but that was also our pre-market level before this Roaring Kitty madness. So I think this will be an interesting look. Also, something in the chat that I thought was kind of interesting conversation, something I want to learn more about before I have a huge opinion on this, but I do think I want to say that what Killer Cam had to say, basically the idea that what Roaring Kitty's doing is not very different from, Josh Brown going on Amazon.
No, it's not.
I agree.
not.
But my thing that I think is interesting is with Josh Brown, you've got someone who's like a known investor saying, I added to this position, right?
And they
With
explain why.
Pardon? And they explain why. With Roaring Kitty, a man posted a photo of a dog. We don't even know what stock he's in. So I'm not saying that there's a difference. Like, you know what I mean? To each their own, and I do understand the issues and the merits of both approaches. To me, I just think what really has me going is the fact that all we had to do was post a dog, and all these dog-related stocks are running. That's just what I think is kind of
I
entertaining
respect
there.
that, but I also feel I don't need to be babysat by the exchanges. I'm a big boy, and if I want to lose my own money, I should be entitled to lose my own money, right? Like it's my money,
Literally.
right? So I just don't like to be babysat. And that's what Ram tells her dad, and now I don't feel that good about it.
You troll her so much, bro.
I love teasing Ram. Shout out to Ram. No, seriously though, guys. Obviously, Josh Brown may sound more convincing in his reasons why he's getting long on Amazon than maybe Roaring Kitty did to you, why he's getting long on GameStop. But I mean, it's not for us to be the judges of the merit, right? And so if you believe it, do it. I just don't like to be babysat. I hate that babysitting mentality, and yeah, that's just my opinion on things. All right, let's see exactly what we're up to here. We're still above the volume-weighted average price on the NQ September contract, and that has me a little bit bamboozled as to what to do. I mean, like, look at the ranges that are taking place here on Apple between that 213, let's say 60, and that 214-ish area. So Apple caught in a bit of a range. Meta has been in a range for a while, since basically recovering off that 515.50. It's been in a range since around 1210. That's a better part of an hour, guys. Goggles, much the same thing. The one that really hasn't been rangy has been Amazon, Nvidia, and Microsoft. They've both had, decent moves here. Tesla was caught in a bit of a range as well, as we mentioned, between the closing print and VWAP. Though I did mention that the higher lows were more indicative than the range between VWAP and the closing print, because those higher lows pushed it well higher than the closing print. And now we're talking about that area low or area top earlier from 1025 to 1045 when we were rejecting off that 197 area. We make it up to 197, and now we dip into 196. But looking to hold 196 here is Tesla, as that's VWAP. And right back into 196 in the third, it goes again. Let's look for a 197 break and take. We know Tesla's been awfully strong lately. No reason why it should be strong, not from a traditional catalyst perspective, but who cares about that? Because we trade the price action, baby. And all I know is 197 is an interesting area here, no doubt. So yeah, we'll keep eyes on that. John, I found news on Chewy, BC Partners, $500 million repurchase. Yeah, but that was, I mentioned that, John. I already mentioned that one, but that was a negative catalyst, so it sold off on that news. Obviously, now it's bouncing. It is really the Catman news here that's moving, but thank you for pointing it out, John. GME running, says Alex Diaz. Guma. All right, Guma is back. Let's see. No, come on, bro. It's not running, is it? No, not really. It's at the $0.50. No, it's not running. Come on. It bounced off 25, but we already mentioned that one. Darwin, Kramer, Mad Money watchers, we recommend Chewy on Tuesday. Sell half right now. Shout out to the OG Darwin. Chuck of all trades, Sharif Adara, I need the cat man. Send us a message before he posts. Yeah, that would be nice. It'd be nice also if BlackRock called me before they punched into Apple, or Uncle Warren called me before he got into Apple as well. So, you know, we're not going to get that. Brad Gober taking the zone long at VWAP if it holds. Shout out to you, Brad. Let's see what you're talking about here on AMZN. All right, Brad, so it looks as if that dalliance with 198 gave way here on AMZN, and it dipped into 197. So here's what I'm going to say, Brad. Look at the IB high over here. That 1020 print, that takes us all the way into 197. I like your idea, Brad, because VWAP also at that 197 area. If 197 comes in on this on, I want all the smoke. You know, I'm going to say that. We're going to do that right now. We're going to put a resting order on AMZN so we can basically take the subjectivity out of it. Let's flip Apple. Let me just make sure. Oh, I have Amazon here. So it looks like it's moving up now, but quite frankly, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go and we're going to sit at 197, and I'm going to front run it. I'm going to go, let's say, 05s is probably not enough. Let's go 7s. I'll sit right there. But it's heading back up here aggressively, Brad. Look at that, 197, 50 hold, and now it's at 198.40. Oh, my goodness. So good recovery there on the Zon. I'm still going to stick with my level. I like it because of this area over here, and the volume weighted average price comes down into my area. I'm getting long. Doesn't. I don't.
Yeah. I tried to go short Nvidia, and I stand by this. That 124. Okay, so I tried a long earlier in Nvidia because I loved that. I was really proud of my patience. I said 120. I had my levels I liked. I waited for 124.70. We got above it. We bounced. We broke below. We came back and bounced again. I said, Derek, go long. Long didn't work. Got out. It was a smaller position anyway. Then I took this short, slightly larger position because I love this level of the 124.30. We broke below it. I made sure we broke below it a couple times there. So I tried. Wasn't able to get the perfect price either. Got 124.26s, so it's a little bit on me as well. We broke above into the 40s and I got out, so all good. I cannot be too upset about this. I traded it appropriately. But CMG, now this could be basing out. We had a slightly higher low here. We're below the 90 MA. This is not one that I can really, I'm happy with trading this one earlier, but it's not really a scalp name. You do have a wider spread, so I'm just going to be cognizant of CMG here. I'm going to see what happens when I'm done the lesson. Also, before I do that, I want to look at coin for Brad Gober. And by the way, if you guys have any tickers you want to look at, you go in the chat right now. You only have 25 minutes left to do this.
That's it?
Yeah, only 25 minutes, Sharif. You go in the chat right now, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you want. Tesla, Nvidia. I don't know why I'm using this voice.
Tense,
Microsoft, AMD, Bark, Chewy, Woof. I don't know. Great look. I have to agree though with you, Brad Gober on coin. We're actually going to push back. You know what? You know what gets a pushback? This 119.50. Oh, this 219.50.
What?
Sure, look at this.
That's
this
beautiful.
topping tail candle.
That's
look where we bounced, 219.50.
Good look.
Then we get a slightly lower high, or lower low, but not to fear. We come right back up here. Brad Gober, thank you so much for pointing this out. What a look. If you were involved in this coin breakout right now, and look at how we break this top as well. We have a couple failed wicks above it. Then we come just form a support area. You're making coin if you took that coin long. So shout out to you, Brad Gober, and anyone there who is living their life and doing their thing, 21. Definitely interrupt me during the lesson if any, cats make any noise on Twitter or any other things of note. But for now, we will talk about the average true range because, you got to rejoice. We're going to get into the trailing stop savior, which is a technique that uses the ATR to lock in some profits while giving your trades a little bit of breathing room. Because it could be hard when you don't give your trades enough breathing room and things go a little bit awry. As someone who never gives my trades enough breathing room, I totally feel this. So I'm really, I did that thing where I accidentally wove my mouse.
You want me to take over?
How do I fix this when you accidentally close all your tabs?
Oh, so you're going to take it and then shake it again. So,
really?
No. So you got to grab a window, get out, exit out of that, grab a window like that one. No, that one. The chart.
Oh, the chart.
Yeah, grab it. No. Click it. Now grab it from the top like you want to move it.
Oh, yeah.
And shake it. There you go. Again. No, you got to let it go. And then do it again. No. Let me do it. There you go. I don't know why it brought that one and not the other ones. Here, let me take over. I'll do
Thank
the lesson.
you.
No worries.
It's going to take a minute.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I can do it. No worries about that at all. Let's do it. So we're talking about average true range all week. Today, we'll get a little bit more nuanced, guys. We're going to talk about using it for your trailing stop placement. So you already, I thought you already read the intro, so I won't read that again. So why is the trailing stop such a struggle to use sometimes? They're fantastic for locking in profits, but setting them too tight can prematurely exit a winning trade. And sadly, a loose stop, a stop set too loose, can leave you vulnerable to sudden reversal. So that is kind of the yin and the yang that you always got to deal with there. So ATR to the rescue, baby. Your intraday volatility meter can be your trailing stop savior. Here's how to use it for dynamic stop adjustments. So the first thing is you're going to combine your trailing stop with ATR. Here's the basic idea. So you're going to set your initial stop loss as we explained how to do using ATR. Go back to the lesson on Tuesday if you want to know how to do that. So that's step number one, setting up your regular stop. And then you're going to move on to the next step. As the price moves in your favor, gradually trail your stop a certain distance behind the price. Well, how do you do that? Well, you're going to use the ATR multiplier formula here. So here's what we're going to do. So example.
I'm done.
You want to take over?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Go
Yeah,
for
thank
it.
you so much, Chewy, for
No worries.
for doing that. Just because, yeah,
No worries.
yeah. So basically, we're going to talk about this. We were the example here, right? Or the let's talk.
Yeah, we're right in the example.
Perfect. Thank you. So sorry guys for the thing there. So let's talk about this example in action. So let's say you got a stock, you bought it at $30, and you set an initial stop loss at $28 using the stop loss buddy method that we talked about yesterday. So let's say your ATR is $2 and you choose a trailing factor of 0.5. So if the price gets to 35, your new stop loss is going to become 33.50. How did we get here? Because use the original stop plus your profit gain and then minus the ATR multiplied by the trailing factor. So first you multiply the trailing factor and the ATR, and then you subtract that number from the total of the original stop and profit gain. So for example, you got your $28 initial stop loss, right? Plus $5 minus your $2 times your factors. That's going to be one. So interesting look there. That's how you get 33.50. Let's talk as well about the importance of volatility, because the beauty of ATR is you can be adaptable with it, right? If the market becomes more volatile, so you have a higher ATR, your trailing stop will automatically increase its buffer, protecting your profits during swings. But in a calmer, more subdued market where you have a lower ATR, the stop loss trails a little bit more tightly. So that's something worth knowing. Here's some benefits of ATR trailing stops, because you want to be able to lock in your profits, right? As the price moves a bit more in your favor, the trailing stop will ensure that you capture a portion of those profit gains. It's also aware of volatility, which is always great, right? Volatility is always important. So the stop adjusts to market conditions. So not only is it adjusting to what the market's doing, it's also adjusting how the market is feeling. It offers you greater protection during volatile periods. And also flexibility. We love flexibility in these markets. You got to be flexible, otherwise the markets will chew you up and spit you out, right? So you control the trailing factor, allowing you to customize the balance between profit protection and giving your trade a little bit of room to run. But remember, ATR is a historical measure. It's not going to be a guarantee, and the price can reverse course even with a trailing stop. So you might want to consider other technical indicators for confirmation before adjusting your stop. Just as you want confirmation before you enter a trade, you want to make sure that you're not adjusting your stop willy-nilly, that there's a reason if you choose to do that. Also, as a bonus tip, you might want to backtest your trailing stop strategy with historical data to find trailing factor that balances profit capture with risk management to best suit your trading needs. Thank you so much, Sherry, for putting together that lesson. Now with the first part of it.
I just want to make a point that the multiplier here is really the trick. So the formula is super easy. Anybody can plug in the formula, Dara. The trick here is to figure out three things. One, the market conditions. Two, the nature of the instrument that you're trading. Is it volatile? Is it not? What is it doing now? Apple wasn't volatile a few months ago. Now it is. So that's number two. Number three, what is your personality like? Are you more aggressive? Do you like to wait out for bigger moves? Or are you scalpier, right? So your multiplier has to absolutely factor that in. And that's why you need to kind of practice it sometimes in the sim or whatever. However you do it, small size, maybe live, whatever. Figure out how it works for you, because there's just no cut and dry formula that I can say I use a multiplier of 1, you use it, and then it doesn't work out your way. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you for doing the lesson, Adara. All right, let's have a look at the Mag 7 here, Ram, because we're getting some decent moves here on the dead one. Again, back into 214. I'm looking to short here on Apple. I get that there are higher lows. I get it double bottomed off that 212 and a half. However, it's been awfully rangy for the better part of the afternoon, and so is the future, and so is Nvidia, so is Tesla, so is Meta, so is Google. So I gotta get the feeling that we may be stuck in this range, and people are taking maybe the long weekend a little early today, right? So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, July 1st is Canada Day, but that's not a market holiday. And then we have a half day on the 3rd, and we're completely off on the 4th. So, you know, sometimes people just take off early because they want that vacation. Anyway, Apple coming down now, rejecting that 214 again. So I am going to work my way into a short here on AAPL. I do like this level on Apple. It has been, it's been good to me. I mean, I got into it here. I wasn't ready for that though. That's why I got out, because this was a stop that got triggered, and I was not prepared for that. So here we go, right back again into 214. We'll see what we do. So I'm gonna look to defend into the high. Okay, so the 214.20. I'll be defending into 214.20. The $0.25 is my line to stand. That's where I get stopped out of there.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that Tesla range, because I'm trying to play that Tesla range, but I have so many reservations. You know, I usually say I'm qualm free. Right now I'm full of qualms. I am so qualm full. It's not even funny. Yes, I made up a word. But Tesla.
Let's hear it.
Well, I mean, come on, we're rejecting this area. So I think I owe it to myself to attempt this short. We're rejecting it with these hopping tail candles. The thing I'm cognizant of, though, and the reason I have a little bit of heebie-jeebies, is the fact that we're resting really nicely here on VWAP. We could break out. But look, we also rejected this area earlier, this 196.80. We're going to give this 196.80s. I'm going to give this 20 pennies. I'm making minimum 20 pennies if we bounce off VWAP, or sorry, if we bounce off the 90 MA. I don't want to, be cognizant, so I want to take out half the position there. I want to save a piece of the dream for VWAP at 196. I don't know if I'll get this, and honestly, the amount of qualms I have makes me think maybe I should get out of this, because I don't want to take a trade I'm not comfortable with, but I have no reason to leave yet, so I'm going to try to pack that patience. I think this will look cool to hold up, but if we keep holding 196.60 as a support on the book, that is actually going to be a quantifiable reason for me to leave. Let's take a look. Apparently, Chewy was back up. That was a little while ago. That was while I was doing the lesson, so I don't know if that's still valid. You know, these Chewies and these things like that, they can change minute to minute. Oh! Chewy bouncing off the 90 MA and VWAP. This is actually a nice look.
Oh.
It's not really my type of trade, but I actually don't mind the idea of taking this long here off this VWAP. And as I said that, it popped. So I guess shout out to anyone who took this VWAP long way before I looked at this. Great look on that. Let's take a look at GME. Because GME, GME here, recovering pretty nicely off that 25.10 level. I want to shout out Sharif's trade on GME. GME is not an easy one to trade. Sharif killed it on that trade. Tesla, keep going lower here, please and thank you. Like, if not, I'll take you long, but I, just want to be able to get out of this trade mostly unscathed here. Nvidia is still chopping and turning around. It's 124.60. I don't have a level on that right now, but I'm going to have to go get out of my Cybertruck. How are you doing?
Good. Well, not good, but we're in Apple now short. Again, I've got my DCA, planned DCA to defend up into the 20s. I've also got a beak wetter in the mid-80s. If it prints, it prints. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's coming down a little bit now. It's kind of been a rinse and repeat style trade all day. Doesn't mean it has to stay that way though, guys. I mean, at some point the range is gonna break. Why not now? So we'll see. Doing this 214 rejection right now on AAPL, keeping one eye on the future as well, because we're definitely near that consolidation area high on the futures. I'm talking about the NQ September contract. I'm not talking about the ES. So looking for that 214 rejection on AAPL, line in the sand, 2.25. That just goes without saying. Let's go ahead and put that line in set sand. We're going to put it at 26s, and then we're going to cover the entire thing there. You can go off that. You can go off that level if you want as well. 214. It's just a general area. The reason I'm defending into the 20s because we have a topping tail candle at 12.30 right into that level as well. So if we come into that level, I'd like to be able to defend it. So that's my look there. And 214, we're going to cover everything at 30s, and it's going to be this. So we'll put that in. and we'll pack our patience there. Tesla, though, a little bit of a different look here on TSLA as the look with Nvidia, Tesla, Amazon, both curling up a little bit. Not by much, but a little bit. Tesla is just still in that 197 range that we talked about earlier. These were the topping tail candles at around that 1020 to 1045 that we rejected. Tesla at 197 now. So we're short Apple, but I'm very interested to see what Tesla does in and around 197. Again, I'm very cognizant of the higher lows, this upward channel that has been putting in essentially since that bottom at 1130. However, it doesn't mean that the seller at 197 is gone. It just means that there was buyer exuberance at these levels. So packing my patience, I want to see what this one does. I'm absolutely interested in possibly taking this short at 197, but I will also have one eye in the future because we're still dancing a little bit here between 2,000, and a quarter to 20,000 and 2/3, generally coming into that 60-point area and then rejecting again. So multiple names ranging, and then some other names really curling up, like Amazon, Tesla, and Microsoft. Microsoft still south, though, of that volume-weighted average price level and the 50-penny level. Meta has just been dead money since noon onwards. Unreal. Unless, obviously, you're range trading, in which it's not dead money. It's great because it's printing for you. So that's a look there. Let's flip back to some of these small cap gappers, see what's afoot over there. Anything going on with BlackBerry? It's back at 53s, but I'm probably not going to get printed at 54s. That's just my luck on the day. MLGO still all the way down over here, defending that the pre-market level at around $19. MLGO double bottom off that level. Great defend of the pre-market area. Resistance now making it an after bell support 19. Two bottoming tail candles in and around that area though. Be careful with MLGO. It's a bit of a bamboozler. All right, BlackBerry's at 54s again. You don't say. There's no way I'm going to get printed on it, though. Just watch. Here we go. We're at 54s again, and I'm not getting printed. How low in priority am I? I've been sitting there on the ask for the entire morning. I must be the lowest person in priority, or there must be a zillion people ahead of me because I'm not getting printed, even though it comes into the ask. So not really sure exactly what's going on with BlackBerry there, but there does seem to be some chop and churn at those levels, so we'll see what we get. And a dare. Oh my God! Oh my God!
It heard you, and it was like,
God.
Sharif, I care about you, and it gave you the fill.
We got the fill, and now it's printing 55, so let's pack our patience with this one and see if we can extract a little bit more out of it, Adair.
Yeah, shout out to Jesus Cabrera, who voted for a ticker, so please do that, guys. If there's any tickers you want to look at, go in the chat, ! join space, $, whatever ticker you like. He was voting for PDD. Now, this PDD, this is beautiful. I really wanted to take this short. I wasn't able to get filled, but I do want to shout out Jesus Cabrera for this one because look at this topping tail candle.
Oh.
We had this bottom here at 137.94. We have this bottom, then we pop up here and we reject. This chart is beautiful. At the same level, we had this kind of bear flag breakout earlier. That's going to be 134.30s. Then we come lower here. We make another, some lower highs, lower lows. Look where we have a little bit, for a moment there, of support. That's right, 132.94. That number sounds familiar. It's because we had that bottom there earlier. Now we wick up into 132.94, so we reject with the viciousness. I want to take the short at 132.80s. The reason I didn't is A, I did not get filled, and B, we do have these bottoming tail candles that I want to be cognizant of, so I'm going to have to be aware of that. Shout out to, I think it was Urso in the chat saying Nvidia looks like a long. Yeah, I mean, great look there. That was before we had that pop of 124.70. I didn't take that because this 124.70 break has been so bamboozling. We failed it the first time, then we got it the second time, and it wasn't perfect. So I was like, you know what, Nvidia, you have to be more patient. But Nvidia 125/124.95, depending on how picky you are about levels, was an area of resistance earlier. I'm going to watch this. I'm qualmless about shorting the pop. Also, I have to acknowledge that Tesla, I'm really proud of what I did with the Tesla short. It didn't work out, so I left. And I left before we had that big old pop. Because I had that short, because at the time that was the range. You know what I mean? So I thought I was shorting the top of the range. I didn't feel that comfortable to begin with. I probably should have been more cognizant. If we bounce here, I'll try to take the long back into 197. I admittedly did try to take the long here after I got out of the short, and Tesla said, no, Adara, the Cybertruck is closed for you. So I said, okay, Tesla, I understand, I respect you. The reason I'm not hopping into this long with both feet first right away is we do have a couple topping tail candles that I want to be aware of. That being said, I do like this area. I think I might be more confident in this than I was in the short, which, no, but then we break down. Yeah, if I don't have the confidence, if I'm this wishy-washy talking about it, I should definitely not be trading it. Let's look at AMD, which is a name that I usually look at that I have not looked at a lot today. And
What happened?
look at it's just a nice look. We had a bit of a fake out bull flag here. We come down, so we have this bull flag formation. We come down here a little bit below VWAP, pushing down. Then we come reject VWAP on a wick basis. Then we come down once again, higher low, push to the upside here. I'm okay with scalping AMD if there's something I like, but right now no levels are tickling my fancy. Again, if there's any tickers that are tickling your fancy, make sure you put those in the chat. Let's look at T to the S to the L to A. I think that's going to be what I'm staring at right now. Nvidia 125 rejection is also just something I'm obsessed with, but I think I might be more obsessed with Tesla, something.
You typed in Stressla too. I
did actually. My brain. That's how I need more coffee. Thank you for letting me take that walk, girl. I appreciate that. But I really did type in Stressla, guys. That's how tired I am. How are you doing?
Get down, Apple. Come on, bro. Look, give me a print. Here comes. Oh, wow. Got right into my area and then didn't cross. Oh, come on, Apple. You can give it to me. I'm just waiting at 86s. It's not the biggest deal, Apple. I mean, it's not going to cost you anything. Just drop down a little bit. Come on. And there it is. Nice. Okay, so we print a little bit on Apple. I didn't get DCA'd. I'm sad about that. I was confident that we would get that trigger, and it did come in to 07s multiple times. Go down, Apple. Nice. I wanted more size, though. That's why. I had that DCA planned there. The reason I took a little bit smaller size to enter because I was unsure exactly how this one would resolve. It was multiple touches at the volume weighted average price. And usually if you keep accumulating at something, there's an eventual breakout. Doesn't look like it happened this time though. So that purple line right there goes as an unfulfilled DCA. We're 20 pennies in the money on the dead one right now. I want a bit more. If we can eke out a little bit more, I'm thinking maybe mid 60s. In fact, I'm not thinking it anymore. I'm going to do it. So we're going to sit there and cover the majority of, or the rest of the move down in the mid 60s if we do get it. We also put a topping tail on the future. However, most notably, the winds of change may be coming in on the NQ September contract. So we've been talking about this range. However, now we're getting higher wicks than each previous wick. So that's called higher highs. Even though the candles are not closing in that kind of decisive fashion, you know, that close near the high of the candle. No, they're kind of wicky, a little above, a little bit below, a little zag, but you know, it feels as if maybe we're curling up here. We're already up 0.5% on the day on the NQ September contract after being down over a quarter. So a bit of a recovery there. Not a lot to write about, to be honest with you, right now on the future. Oh, nice bottoming tail candle. Come on, Apple, let's go. 66 is incoming. We're 30 pennies in the money now on the dead one. If we can print here, if we cross 66s, buyer at 68 right now, it moves up. I didn't want to flatten out. I'd rather just wait to see if it comes in. Showing 69s on the ask. It was showing 68s before, and yeah, it looks like I'm not going to get filled there. So we'll pack our patience, and I'm going to leave that. planned DCA at 24.17. So much do I like that 214 rejection. I'm going to hold on to it. So we're going to leave it there. And if we get printed, we get printed. Somebody was asking me there, Manuel Palma was just asking me about Meta for a breakout through VWAP. And I said, Manuel, I'd rather trade it as a range, 519 high, 518 low. Look what it just did, guys. This is not an accident. It goes right into VWAP at 519 and it drops 70 pennies just like that. Manuel, I speak from experience, from desk slamming experience. It's very spready. Have a resting order at the level that you like. Don't chase it. Don't be a schmuck like me and lose. And you know, basically 25 penny was the cost yesterday for chasing this one. I wanted it in the low 90s. I ended up getting it at 17s yesterday. So don't be a schmuck like me. Have a resting order at the level that you like on Meta and let it trigger. If you want to trade it as a range. If you don't, then that's all good too. So that's what I'm looking for there. Apple coming up again. So, you know, we're 1 penny away from getting filled on our last part of the position there, and right up into the 80s we go. So We're gonna have to pack our patience on this one. I'm still gonna hold on to that planned DCA at 214.07. I like this level on Apple, so I'm leaving it there exactly. Man, I should have taken the 197 general short on Tesla. I had a feeling this was going to do it. We were waxing poetic about these topping tail candles that were rejecting 197 from 1020 to 1045, multiple topping tail candles into 197, all of which rejected. Lo and behold, this candle at 135 comes in to 197. Yet again, you got a nice rejection and it drops about 50 pennies. Still an opportunity to get in. Keep your eye out on the higher lows though. Each successive low is a little bit higher on Tesla. That usually spells a breakout at some point in the day or just a continued trend upwards. So be on the lookout for that. 197 ain't gonna be a resistance level forever and ever. There's gonna be at some point where it gives way. We'll see when that time is. Softy, another rejection off the volume weighted average price on MSFT, 454.50. Didn't have eyes on this one. That's a mistake by me. We had the initial short on the soft one at that level and didn't take it second time around. What a nice move down off the $0.50 on MSFT.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, wow, Tesla, we call it Stressla for a reason. I should have avoided that name. I went from being green on Tesla to red on Tesla. And yeah, I know I haven't really been looking at my P&L. That time I did because I was like, how badly did we get chewed up on Tesla? Again, the issue was I don't really know if I felt good about any of the trades. I shouldn't have kept waffling around it. Like, what was the point? This Nvidia, though, I feel so good about and I want to talk about it. So I know I said on and on and on and on and on. I was like, I like 124.70s for Nvidia. If we break that,
Katina was laughing because you said on and on and on.
Quite a few times. Yeah, I went on and on about on and on. But we kept having this level hold, right? So I was like, you know what, Adara, if we see this like what we see here, this bottom of the candle, I said, you have such a clear risk area, risk into 124.60s and get long. I took a smaller position, something I should have maybe done in Tesla. Took a smaller position here and then basically was like, you know what, we'll take out 2/3 if we get to 124.80, 88s. If we come back to 124.80 and bounce, add. That's what I did. Then I kept taking this out. I think we may have our 124.95 break, but I'm cognizant of how much of an area of resistance this is. I think if we break it above it like we did at that topping tail candle earlier, that'll be gorgeous. I'll be pleased as punch. I don't really want to add to this right now. I could, like I said, I have this trade with the option to add. I've baked it into the trading plan, but I don't want to add all willy-nilly. I just want to see, not Tesla, Nvidia, this one, Nvidia, hold this level right now. I want to talk about Tesla though, because we have to talk about Tesla. Unfortunately. I went short. This trade I stand by. I stand by me trying to take the short here. What I don't stand by was I think I got a little bit like upset. I was like, grr, Dara, try to take this long. Yeah, like what am I doing here? Tried to take the long. To be fair, I thought we were going to keep bouncing off that 197. We didn't. Wasn't able to get out as quickly as I wanted to, unfortunately. Then I said, Adara, try to take this short. We're back to that area, previous rejection. That did not work either, but vote.
Yes, 1 minute left. You guys literally have 30 seconds left right now. So get to voting right now in the chat, exclamation point, $, and then the word join, then hit space, because there has to be a space between join and the $. Enter the ticker of your choice. If it's Nvidia, put in Nvidia. If it's GM, if it's GameStop, throw in GameStop. Whatever you want. Obi, Sean, they're going to be locked. They're going to be loaded on the afternoon rundown, ready to take your tickers. The top 5 make it onto the board. So influence everybody in the chat, right? Get more people to vote for the ticker that you want, and we'll have the big kahunas look at it. All right, Apple, right back into 214 again. 214, there's been a love affair with VWAP, with 214 on AAPL. I still have my I got my beak wetter sitting in the low 60s, the one that didn't print, but I'm still sitting at 214.07 to get a really good, entry price for this one. We're still short 95s. We're showing 97s now so we're out of the money by a couple of pennies. Now we're in the money as it goes down again, but sadly we did not get more. I'm just too frugal. That's my problem. Right down we go again. I'm going to sit here in the low 60s. Nothing changes for my beak wetter. But I want to mention something on Apple, something that I also mentioned. It's very similar to Tesla in the sense that, yes, it's rangy, and yes, it's been sideways, but when you look at it a little deeper, there is a succession of higher lows that have been put in place with a flat top. Now, usually you get a flat top breakout when, you know, the trend is in your favor, when it's moving up, then sideways, then it continues up. So, you know, I don't want to call this a flat top breakout, but we have higher lows with a key area of resistance at 214. If the volume comes in aggressively during power hour, we could see that 214 absolutely get taken out, especially with the multiple upgrades that Apple has had and the price target increases that have been going on with this name in the last little while, ever since the whole thing with their AI, with Apple Intelligence, which I absolutely love.
I love, you guys know how excited I was about that pun. It was very excited.
Right? So, yeah, shout out to Derek B. Thank you, my friend. Very, very nice comment there from you.
Yeah.
Ty Bryant, Sharif, I shorted AMD at 159.15. Shout out to you, brother. Let me look at what AMD is doing. But if it's possible, can you just explain to me what your thought process was behind? Because when we explain it to everybody, people want to know why you looked at AMD at that level. So let's load up AMD and have a look at advanced micro devices. Daryl's getting excited.
I want to get in on that with you, sir. It's a great
All right,
look.
Derek, it looks like you got a fan here, man, because she likes your levels at these at this look. And I have to agree with you, Derek. Lots of topping tail candles into 159.25, 159.1, showing you that there was a real seller in and around there. Alas, we retrace into those levels. I absolutely hope you print, my friend. Goes without saying. Let me know how the trade go down, Apple. Right back into the low 80s. I'm waiting in the low 60s, so haven't got printed yet. BlackBerry did print me at 254s, but 55s was as good as it could do, Adara, because it's back into 51s. But at least we de-risked the majority of the position for 4 penny winner.
Four
Boom.
penny club. Dollar club who? 4 penny club. Shout out there.
4 penny club, baby.
4 penny club. Yeah, shout out to Sharif though. Seriously, on those stocks, you know, that is a winner. That is a winner. And you saw, you know, you guys know if I'd been in that BlackBerry, I would have like fallen asleep behind the wheel and just left the trade. So I want to shout out Sharif for packing his patience on that. Speaking of packing his patience, I tried to do this on Nvidia, and unfortunately, I think my patience bag is running a little thin. To be clear, we've had profit on this. I just do not like, I should have gotten out everything at the 80s. We were having higher lows in the book. I just got out here as we broke near 70s. I was just going to risk this into 60s, but I have to trust myself. I don't see something in the book I like. I need to leave. It's all good. We're still fighting a little bit of, it was all a dream. Again, we broke below that 124. We couldn't get back above that 124.90, so I should have left there. It's all good. Now we're all back up here. Tesla, which is a name I should be avoiding because I've clearly had some issues with it. To be clear, I did have some profitable trades in this initially with this long. Which I'm actually really proud of the levels on. Later today, I think I was, you know, not caffeinating enough. I was making some weird choices. But yeah, so good times there. This Tesla 196.80 is interesting, but I don't really trust myself on this. Also, I feel like Tesla's book has been harder to read lately. It's been a bit spreadier. Maybe I've just been spending too much time with its cousin Nvidia, but I think Nvidia I've had like a much better read on as of late.
I think you killed it on Nvidia today, especially early on. You were so aggressive.
Yeah,
and you were adding on every pop, wetting your beak, wetting your beak.
I'll pull up my chart.
Yeah,
I'm so
show
proud of
everyone
this
what you're
chart, guys.
talking about, because this is not easy to do. I think these wicks are really ruining the chart because it would look a lot better than that. Yeah. And I don't know if you want to adjust the wicks to show the full picture there, Dara, but yeah, we'll do it.
I might put this on my Instagram as well.
That's actually really good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I was really proud of these trades here. I had I think there was only one that was there were a couple that were a little dicier later, but all these ones earlier I was really proud of. And to me, I think that the profit, and thank you so much, Sharif. I think the progress and learning matters more than the P&L, which is why I hit my P&L today. Looking at it now, very happy with what I did here. Thank you, I appreciate that. The Nvidia was the best name of the day. Tesla was the worst name of the day. A little bit sad that I lost some of those gains with some of those Tesla decisions, but all you can do is learn. And hey, Nvidia, you're gonna show me this level again. I have no issue taking you into the end of my trading day here. AMD, I do want to shout out that short there that was had by, I think, Bryant in the chat. This is a nice look. I might join you actually in this if I see us break below that 159.20. I just don't like these bottoming tail candles for myself, so I want a little bit more confluence, but I definitely pick up what you're putting down here. Shop is creeping up today, says Gatekeeper. So let's take a look. Yeah, Sharif was a Bill Gatekeeper earlier with those awesome Microsoft trades.
Yeah,
so I want to shout out your Microsoft.
Softy. I did miss that double top, and can I mention something super
please.
quick? Softy and Google are looking like first cousins today, my man. Look at this, Adair. Can you look at this? Look at these two charts. We're double top off VWAP, double top off VWAP, and they look like a head and shoulders pattern. We were talking about that. I did mention it on Softy. This looks like a head and shoulders, and you got a neckline break, and you got a decent move from 454 down to 452.75. Right. So, you know, interesting. And then you continued the bearishness, because once you broke from that neckline, you started using VWAP as like that neckline resistance. So fantastic look today on Softy. Very, I don't want to say an easy to read chart. They're never really easy, especially when you have to make live decisions with real money. But, you know, it looks quite systematic in how it traded. And goggles, kind of the same look, guys, right? Even though the head and shoulders definitely not as clear because of this outline candle over here, but you had a neckline break, a rejection down into 184.5, and then multiple rejections off VWAP here. I would say, you know, you have to size a little bit more into Google because it didn't give you as much of a move as dollar move, as Microsoft did. But that's just owing to the more expensive price. I want to leave you guys with this look, and this is the chart of Boeing. Boeing is at day's highs right now, guys. Unbelievable day today for Boeing. Not really sure what is going on, but it's up 2.8%, looking to go green. I mean, it was a bad headline and a good headline. The good headline is they're speeding up their upgrades of the F/A-18 Super Hornet, which is a fighter. And the bad news is they got in trouble for releasing their 737 Maxes without authorization from the NTSB. So,
yikes! Of course they did.
Yeah. Don't ask me questions about Boeing, but that's the headline there. That's not pleasing to anybody, especially in light of the fact that they are facing criminal charges now with the Department of Justice. All right, I have to get up, so I'm ending my Apple trade here for a nice 20-penny winner on the short. I'm also going to end my trade here on BlackBerry for a flat trade there as we get out at 250. So that's done. I'm happy with the way I traded. I'm happy with the way I traded all week. So far, I've been positive all week, and we'll see exactly what we get tomorrow, hopefully. And I won't lose everything tomorrow like I did 2 weeks ago.
You gotta be optimistic. Bullish positivity, long positivity. I really want to shout out Sharif for that. So happy to be trading next to you every single day. And you can see him moving around and talking at the green screen. He will not just be standing at the green screen, though he will be in a standing position. But yeah, basically, I got involved. That's just a joke because I said standing, and Sharif's like, I do more than stand. Yeah. So please check out, though, that awesome new segment. I cannot believe we only have 2 minutes left. What a day it's been. I know I took an Nvidia short here. I scalped out a cool 2 pennies. The reason I took this short was because I love that 124.70 area is long. If we broke decisively below it, I said, Adara, you owe it to yourself to short. I took the short. Oh my gosh, I should have more here now than I do. But you know what? We're going to take our cool 10 pennies. We're going to leave pleased as dang punch. Nvidia, you gave me these great levels here 2 days in a row. If you give them again to me tomorrow, that'd be amazing. Just to clarify, my levels for Nvidia, which have actually been hitting, are going to be 120. Okay, so we go back to 123.70, 124, 124.25, 124.50. 124.60, 124.70, 124.95. Not 125, but 124.95. So those are the levels on Nvidia. They have really been hitting here. Really want to shout out everyone. What a fun day. Amazon was wild. I'm sure a certain someone or someone's will be mentioning Amazon there in the big desk, so definitely check that out. But also probably both people there because I know they both traded Amazon. Great trade. Shout out to both of them. AMD here. We have a bit of move down in the NQ in general. AMD, I want to shout out the person in the chat who had that short. That's a great look. But right now, we are almost done, AMD, with this show. We're going to see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. We're going to go over to our new audience segment with Sharif at the green screen. I hope you guys had an awesome day.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you have your say every day. Obi, he's here. Sean, he's here. They're locked, they're loaded. They're ready to take the votes that you guys cast during the midday show for the top takers. First, we'll start off with a look at the future. Obviously, a bit of a move up on the triple Qs, or the triple Qs, excuse me, up about 0.25%, a little bit higher, a little bit lower than break even. We'll have to see how the day ends up here. But Nvidia, the number one name as selected by you guys, down today about 1.5%. No real catalyst today coming out of the Nvidia camp, but their shareholder meeting was yesterday. They talked about accelerating some of those projects that they have, but in basically selling off today, possibly in sympathy with Micron, that reported last night, guys. What's your look on the monster Nvidia?
I like that. I like that traders stay late thing there. I like that. I like what we did there. Oh, we have Neil on the bottom. I just saw it. Here. Oh, okay. Oh, you're trying to hide it? It was so fun.
Market recap.
All right, so we're long Nvidia right now again. We just had a nice little bid there off of 124. We've been doing that a couple times. We just took it again right now. As Sharif said, though, down on the day, right? Down 1.6% with a NASDAQ that just right now went for a little bit of a nosedive here, bouncing again. Yeah, I was going to say off 21, but 20,100, but that's not even true. It didn't even get that high. So here we go, right back into the middle. And guess what? If you closed your eyes, Obi, and woke up at 2 o'clock, you wouldn't have thought the market's even open yet. We're right back to right where we opened. So flat. This is the opening print right here. This is where we are right now. So we're still hovering around that 20,000. Look, I mean, we're excited to have a, sort of a shortened week next week here. Obviously, in Canada, we have the holiday, and I was just looking to try to get a trade for next week. Pretty light week. There's really no earnings heading into it. I could see sort of lighter volume today into the close, and then potentially even tomorrow, looking at stocks like GameStop and DJT and things like that, that might be moving here into the close. But what I was going to say about NVIDIA is, even though we're dipping back in here for NVIDIA, I mean, our daily, unfortunately, you have to really zoom into. Yeah, that might not even work, will it? No. Yep, okay. Even though we got a little bit of a dip in for NVIDIA, I still really think the strength in this name is there. So like down into 122, 123. We're playing it right now to see if it gets going into the afternoon again. We've seen it really get going, off some levels, especially if the market wants to retrace back up. I think NVIDIA goes. So I'm just going to stay where the volume is. It's still 200 million shares. It's been doing 400 to 500 million shares. For day traders, NVIDIA, I think, is something that we're always going to have to watch. So, yeah, I'm excited to continue to trade this name along with a name that's, for some reason, fifth on that list, Amazon. We've been really trading that one today. So, any NVIDIA trades for you today?
No, not really. But I am kind of seeing something peculiar on the chart here. I didn't necessarily have any trades on it, but this 123 level and this 126, we can see that we're in a bit of a range marked off of yesterday's strong action right there. We push up into the close into 126 and change. And look at that. We come in, the opening range high just happens to be right there. It cannot get above that strength that happened at the end of the day. It comes right back into that 123 level. And you scroll back a little bit right here. This 123 has shown up multiple times before as well, kind of being a bit of a area of interest, if you want to call it there. But yeah, holding some of these levels prior day double bottom as well. That 123 on Nvidia should be interesting. That 125 to 123 as of right now. But yeah, it seems like this range as of this morning and yesterday's close is from 126 to 123. So a little bit of consolidative action, it would seem, on Nvidia, going a little sideways today.
Micron reported after the bell yesterday, and they beat on the top and bottom line, but it was really the guide here that sent this one moving to 7% to the downside, and the pre-market recovered a little bit right now, guys, about 6%. Despite that, multiple analyst comments today, mostly to the high side. Piper saying they're maintaining their overweight and a price target of $150. Multiple comments, as I mentioned. What is your look on Micron?
Normally, I mean, this is just cherry picking again because, like, we had talked earlier about 132 and how that was a consolidated level yesterday. But I stopped charting these things at 430, so it's not like, I don't know where we've been from there. Just on the chart, it looks half decent. At the end of the day, look how choppy this is off the open, right? You did get a nice hold of the pre-market bottom. So I just always try to think about what would I do next time? Obi and I always talk about that. So does Neil. Like, prepare yourself for the next time this happens. So we traded it on NVIDIA today, and we could have showed that to you as well. You always want to try to go long. I feel like on pre-market bottoms, especially on names that you thought could rebound back. I didn't think the Micron quarter was that bad, but what do I know? And apparently it was a back and forth idea early, right? So traders had a hard time figuring this out. down to 134, up to 137. So here's the pre-market high of 137. There's the pre-market low of 134. So those were both hit within the first 20 minutes. Then we danced around it. So what I'm going to say about learning from next time is basically once you break one of those things again, then maybe that is the trend that starts, right? And so since breaking that pre-market bottom, or at least that first half-hour bottom of 134, it's really been downside. And you could have got a sweet move right back into that 131, 132. So once it breaks that, respecting the 50 period all the way until it breaks, that's where you can get out. And now it looks to me like a trend change. So now I'd almost like to buy this thing down at 133. We're already long Nvidia right now, but Micron, good name. Was not on my radar as much, Obi, because again, we hit WBA early with Walgreens, and then Micron performing half of the volatility expected. So we were expecting 13 to 14% on with the options, and we only got 5 or 6 off the open. So yeah, a little bit of a disappointing day for Micron, but I think everyone that's holding this name should be pretty happy that it's just down 5%. It's up 60% for the year.
Yeah, definitely the bigger term trend is very distinct. We were talking about that 138 kind of wick high there in the pre-market. That does almost come in, but then sellers kind of step in and fade it, and it fades all the way back down to some of these pre-market lows. Look at these bars on the 15-minute here. Very, very clean. And then the break of that trend gives you a bit of reversion back to VWAP, right? So the trend breaks in and around 12 o'clock there, and it reverts all the way back to VWAP from a low of 131. So that's absolutely beautiful. They're doing about 1.2, almost, sorry, 1.9, so almost 2 RVol there, but holding that these pre-market lows as well, breaking into that trend. I definitely kind of look back at it. I was like, yeah, that's definitely a missed trade on my part. Again, and take her in play with an earnings catalyst, doing a bit of a strong sell where it's holding behavior, and all of a sudden that behavior changes and it breaks. You get that nice little reversion back to VWAP there. But again, if you look at a bigger picture, it is kind of sideways like Nvidia there. Not really getting anywhere, but in terms of opportunity, definitely you have the opening range low break, you have the pre-market low hold, the reversion back to VWAP, and that's about a few points. And this name has been trading some significant volume as well. 50 million, where it normally does 22. So like we said, almost 2 times the relative volume being traded. So definitely a lot of opportunities, but no trades for me on that one.
Just quickly here, I just want to say I'm taking, as a trader, you take advantage of things like this. We just dropped back into the 200 period. I was a little uncertain of buying more here in Nvidia. So then when you get the bump back up to the 50 period, we are taking some out of that one. So alert to that. We'll take 45 cents on a piece here, getting out at 43 cents, and then we'll wait again, for a higher move. So we'll just take out of 10% of what we have left. This has been a good day for Nvidia, but if the market wants to get going, I really like this stock. And we already liked it at 125. RMBL, Rumble, starting to go right now, apparently. Is this the right one? No, it's RU. Isn't it RUM is Rumble, sorry? Yeah, there it is, Rumble. RUM, I was like, that's not moving, $4. There's Rumble right now, and again, with everyone's favorite event tonight, besides the game at High Park, which thankfully ends at 8 o'clock, where your High Park Jets will once again beat whoever we face. Although we're on a 2-game losing streak. But that's okay, that's okay. That's okay, man, we're ready, we're regrouping. We're in 3rd place.
Yes, sir.
The debate. So I was going to say that's important. Rumble. We again, O Canada Rumble, right down here on King Street.
Main office.
Yeah, I was going to say moving possibly on some of that. So we saw DJT moving around. We'll talk about that in a minute. Then can you believe that Roaring Kitty move is Chewy on here? No, it's not. So we are going to talk about it at some point.
He tweeted again today.
You tweeted again today. I mean, here we go. Look at. I'm talking about it now, though. 28. Look at this move up to 39.
That was today?
Yeah, man. This is at 1 o'clock. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right.
When you and I are walking around, we're relaxing.
I was in a meeting, but
you're in a meeting. I'm taking whack pictures.
What's the next
for
trade?
Stadium.
Yeah. Damn.
Oh man. I found my thing over there. I take it back. Anyways, okay. Let's go over to the screen again with Shreveport. Apparently, we'll talk more about Chewy.
This is it right here, Sean. This right here is the reason Chewy went up 35% and then went all the way back down. Yes, Catman, Roaring Kitty, Keith Gill, whatever you want to call him, tweeted this picture on X, and it had Chewy moving, it had Bark moving, it had Woof moving, all of them moved aggressively, but so did GameStop, the one that he's most known for, and it's up, guys, 4 2/3. What's your look on GameStop, Chewy, Bark, or Woof?
Damn.
So how's it going, New Neil? You see on the bottom? You see on the bottom? These guys got creative.
Those are big, big shoes to
But thing
fill.
is next week. No, I think it's like size 9. I think that you have to. Next week you'll be sitting here.
Yep.
And then we've got on size 13. You know what I mean? So that's you're gonna have to fill up for that.
All right.
All right. What do you think about Chewy there? I mean, Chewy just went up pretty
at it
nice,
right
man,
now,
to
so,
38.39. Shout out to Biggie Smalls, of course.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at Chewy and GME there. So okay, I guess a little bit of a euphoric move on the tweet there. So definitely some volume coming in. But yeah, okay. So this is me looking at it for the first time as well because I wasn't necessarily here in and around 1 o'clock. We had a bit of a floor meeting there, but yeah, so we've been trending on the daily chart with expanding volume, kind of pushing past some of these breaks. We can see some of these earnings reaction highs as well, filling the gap as of a few days. Not really filling the gap, but like going back into prior support, maybe turn resistance is what I'm saying there. And yeah, you get it's interesting when some of these euphoric moves happens. It's pushing up into this prior support, maybe turn to resistance there, and then you go down to a smaller time frame there. Oh boy, look at that expanding volume. All of a sudden, this ticker's doing some crazy moves there. But talk about shorting parabolics or riding parabolics as well. So it gave you opportunities on both sides. That's what I love about certain types of parabolic moves there. It kind of there's something on the table for everybody, right? So if it's kind of not a real catalyst per se, a lot of the participants more often than not tend to be shorter I guess time frame participants, and you can see that kind of manifest on the chart here. The up move happening within about 12-15 minutes ish, and then just a slow, steady bleed back down happening over the course of over an hour, right? So it's like, yeah, it's definitely opportunity. I don't know how. Throw it up in the chat if you guys traded this name there. I definitely was not part of any of this, but the whole move kind of happening within the span of an hour and 15 minutes. Still holding some of these highs there. You can see that first little pullback happen in and around 28. That was the opening. The morning session highs as well as yesterday's pre-market. Daily lows, and we break prior day lows, weekly highs as well, prior day highs. So pretty euphoric move. Let's see what it does going forward. I think I've missed both sides on this one, a decent chunk of it, so I'm not really going to be looking at this one too much. You got any thoughts on GME?
Yeah, so Chewy just wanted to show us 15% short float, and there was talk. I was trying to find the news story here, but there was talk a couple weeks ago when Ryan Cohen got that payout or whatever, that there was a little bit of funding floating around that potentially was going to head into Chewy, and then all of a sudden you get that tweet there today. So as far as this is concerned, yeah, I mean, I just think it's just another one of those tools where if you're playing the news, you just got to be careful. And you know, nothing's changing fundamentally about many of these names. Yeah, I mean, GME I think is just a safer play in general because I don't think you're going to get caught up top. I think we definitely know where GameStop is going, and we already talked about that today when we zoomed this out earlier, and I said 26 is possibly the top. Well, you got 50 more cents out of the name. It's squeezed there. Huge move, huge volume. In that, and I just think when that volume elevates, you do have to take something out. We talked about it earlier. Get something out around 26, right? And so that was hopefully a level that was respected by many of you. There it is right here. So, you know, we talked about that. We talked about that with Rivian. Again, great trading available in GameStop. And I think they're just VWAP buys, right? I mean, you had it down. Was it yesterday? Yeah, in the afternoon, we had these VWAP dip buys at 2 o'clock. It was 23, then 23 again. But now the problem is we're underneath. So then I think you got to look to what's been holding today, and that's been 25 clean. So we're coming into that right now. Also, yesterday's top 25, this is not looking like a horrible idea. I think I'm going to try the long right here on GameStop at 25. So And we took another piece out here on Nvidia. Let's just see if it wants to, back up here. I'm going to take a piece out right now. Didn't realize we were going up to that level. We'll take a 71 if we can get it. And then we'll see. There it is, and that's been the top. So now we'll see about a 125 break on Nvidia. And I'm going to put a bid in for GameStop. Oops, GameStop just broke 25, so I don't have to put a bid in it. We were looking for this. Let's see if it retakes 25. I'm going to go long GameStop on a retake of 25.
Good look there, Sean. All right, Tesla next on the list. Today, XPeng CEO throwing cold water on Tesla's rollout of full self-drive there in China. Not really a market-moving headline. What really was interesting today about Tesla was it knocking on the door of 200. It's been a while since we've been up at these levels, guys. What's the look on Tesla?
I mean, Tesla was insane earlier on today. I know we talked about that. And just basically, again, what was the other stock we were talking about this morning? Micron. Micron looks almost exactly like this, where it came down, hit some of those pre-market levels again, and then bounced up, and then came back and then went. So again, look at all the volume here in that first 20 minutes, right? Just absolutely monstrous. So yeah, no surprise here for me to see a name like this move like that. But yeah, you know what this reminds me of? The name that we're going to talk about next, and that's Amazon. It just bumped its head right off $200. You know, so we've really liked the look of Tesla here for the last little while. We've talked about this being relatively an opportunity to buy it down here at 175. When we've had protection, we've had support. We also have the 50-period moving average. So yeah, I mean, to say I like the stock would be sort of an understatement here, as I'm just trying to get some more orders out maybe for Nvidia. But yeah, look at that retest 194. Obi, if we're lucky enough to get a 194 take again here today, I think it's a long.
Yeah.
So yeah. Nice battle back. We've seen the pedigree. It can get back up there and be real positive. Let's play the dips into this one, 194 and change. The stock's been trading really well lately.
Yeah, I like that 194 look there, Sean. So kind of interesting that also confluences with that the crazy move we had the day before. Yesterday, if you saw that break of some multi-time frame levels through that 188 level and then pushing up into 194. As you can see, that initial kind of pop of this consolidation happens to be right at that 194, and then we consolidate and we hold and push off of that 194 end of day as well. So coming into today, it seems like that 194 is definitely a good place to look. That was also kind of the area where after hours and pre-market consolidated above as well. You kind of come in for that pre-market low lick grab, and we're off to the races there for an attempted push at that 200. We were talking about when will Tesla get to 200. Right. Soon. Finally, it is here. It's definitely volatile there, well, especially yesterday. But today, chopping sideways there in a bit of a range. Maybe we get that leg coming forward or going forward there. But yeah, that 94 definitely looking very, very interesting. I agree with that.
Another one that was knocking on the door of 200, and another one that printed all-time highs today, Amazon right here. And today they announced that they're going to be taking on Temu and Shein. They're going to be looking to open up a competitor app that ships directly from China to North America with the same turnaround time and the same price point. That has this one decidedly up on the day. We've got the Amazonian at the desk. Obi, what's the look on Amazon?
Oh boy, that was a crazy move there. In the middle of the day. But yeah, let's talk about what it's been doing. We kind of see that yesterday it had a very, very strong move. And we were talking about it this morning, how that 195, some peculiar price action and tape happening in and around that 195, right off of the open, kind of potential, I guess, size showing its hand, and that pre-market high as well. Look at that pre-market consolidation, a little bit of a double top high, just above yesterday's high a day after an almost, 8%? Yeah, it was like, sorry, no, not 8%, 4.3% move that we had on Amazon as of yesterday, and then we hold prior day's highs and then kind of consolidate. So I did have the long here, and then I come back to the desk, and it's all the way up here, 197 halves, and I'm like, I don't have the 195. Why don't I have the 195? I got a little bit tilted, but I managed my risk. I was a little bit of a bad boy, but it worked. It happens to work out there. I took the trade. I was like, all right, well, it's not going to go without me, so I'm going to try to revert it. Bad habit. I got to fix that. But get a little bit in and around 197 halves, and I'm like, this is going to 200, buddy, but it's not going to be clean. And then when it starts to slow down, I really pounded in there, in and around that 199 for a pullback. And then you have reserves happening just underneath the 198. I'm like, all right, well, it's rare that the market forgives bad habits. And I was talking to Sean about this. So if the market is forgiving, I'm just going to take my piece and run. So I saw that distinct action on that 198. Happens to be the low right there for a temporary low. And then it bids back up into that 200. I wasn't there for that. I was like, I'm a little tilted. I have to step away from the desk right now. I don't care if it comes all the way back to VWAP. This is disgusting. I got to get better with that. But now we're consolidating above 198. So this still, like I said this morning, I was like, the way it's moving, this is poised to push towards the 200, and oh boy, did that 200 come in with a high right now of 199.83. So we could still have some spice left in this package here, if going into the end of the day here. So we only have about an hour and 40 minutes left, and we're consolidating near the highs of day on top of that 198. That again saw a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of churn of that volume there, dips down to 97 halves, bids right back up, and now we're going sideways on this 198. So I think it's a good look. I'm going to continue watching this one to see if it has any more moves there. But this was absolutely euphoric. I think, what was it? Somebody said that some dude bought up like double in his account or something. You can see Josh Brown or something. I don't know who that is, but apparently somebody important enough to push the ticker through all-time highs in a euphoric move. And I'm like, wow, is this a Mag 7 or is this a small cap? I love parabolics. Got involved a little too early, but nice little fade off of that move there. Got a little lucky on that one. What do you got going on?
No, we're into a name that we got GameStop.
Okay.
So here we go, man. We said we'd like to take that on the break back up. So we're long GameStop right here at O's. 01, I would say 02. The best it's got to is 20. I'm waiting up here at VWAP 38s. I think I'm at 39s, actually. So hopefully we get back up into there. That's what I'm going to wait for. And then, of course, our out will be somewhere around 24.50. Again, just respecting this little bottom. We did make a bottom now. So, you know, sometimes you got to wait for the trades to give them to you, like, so they can show their face to you. And this one, I think, might have done it right there. It just gave us 24.85. So, I mean, even right now, it's already 1-to-1. Like, I could just take it all out now and try to reload if it comes back against that bottom right there. But this is GameStop. So let's see if it wants. Okay, see, and that can happen. So let's see if it wants to go, right? And so, well, we'll stay in this one. We're long right now on GameStop. So, all right, that's the rundown. Make sure you check out the dashboard. You can see us live, all of our trades live, both OB and my. Actually, I guess you'd be up there too, probably on that dashboard.
Yeah, I'm up there.
Yeah, good. There it is.
Boom.
OB's positions.
No positions as of right now.
No nays right now. So that's okay. But yeah, anyway, check it out all day, every day. If you're wondering, like, you know, what our positions are and what we were thinking. You know, the fills and back and forth and whatnot. So that was pretty cool. We should have a trader coming on to join us today. So we'll wait for that. And then once he's here, we'll discuss it with you and introduce him. Coming on live, a new trader that we haven't had before. So, you know what, Apple, So we're up on Apple today. We haven't traded it since the AM. But again, it's just been bouncing off this 213 area. So you can sort of get all this garbage out of here, like we keep on saying, to the downside, right there at 212.75. But again, the way it fell here, it scares me to go long. I would rather be long the stronger names, to be honest with you. And right now, Apple's not giving me those vibes. We were really, really getting, you know, really feeling good about our Google trade until this happened, and it broke through 185, but it's a good thing we wind up get out. But again, this is the thing. You're taking the longs, you're getting some out, and then you wind up punching out near that bottom. So you have to be careful here with Google. Again, I thought that was relatively strong. This is going to be a red name here because of that last move. And we first got long at 186. We had dealt with that, but then these were just average in prices before eventually losing it. So Google, again, this could be at a bottom. It's up 0.5%, but look where we're underneath. So I'm actually, on this name, going to flip the script a little bit. What about a short right here, 185-ish, to start around there against this VWAP and that top? So I feel like if the market does lose itself here in the last little bit, we could probably do quite well with this trade. So hard to get the long to work here. Then finally it breaks. I think I'm going to sneeze. And then you get that downside move. I still really like Google. I don't necessarily, I'm going to sneeze, want to short names that are at all-time highs.
Bless you.
Okay. I hit the mute, but I don't know, that might have been caught everywhere. All right, so Nvidia and GameStop. GameStop right back to flat now. So let's wait to see what happens.
Yeah, in the chat, Varsha's asking, Obi, can you please share your thoughts on Nike? Yeah, sure. We can take a look at Nike. I know that I've been getting some alerts on Nike. I take a look at my phone at like 4 a.m. and I'm like, ooh, down in the DMs? No, it's just TradingView alerts. So it's just like I get TradingView alerts from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Absolutely crazy. But I've been getting those Nike alerts as well, and there's definitely reason why, as it is kind of revisiting some of these, some of the lower end of this bigger picture that I have marked here. So yeah, you can take a quick look at this. Actually, you know what? We'll go down to we'll go to a weekly here. So you can see that yeah, overall uptrend since I guess forever. Market stocks only go up, but again, strong little pullback off of the push that we had off of 2020 and 2021 there. And these are somewhat of the range lows or some of the support levels here. So all I have is this prior kind of area here. And yeah, I keep getting that alert in and around the 90s, low 90s there. And it is kind of consolidating, trickling up as well. But again, something to note is the bigger picture trend is to the upside, but the more recent 2 or 3 year trend has been a little bit more dominant, kind of pushing back into the lower end of the trend on the higher time frame there. So yeah, this was a COVID drop, nice little push right back up. Solid reversion there, and now we're holding relatively higher lows on that one. So that's what I'm seeing there, just on the chart, just off the few candles there. But yeah, in terms of a daily, I don't really have trades on this one as per se. Maybe I'll trade on like an earnings or something like that, maybe a technical area, but definitely an interesting area nonetheless, right above these 90s on Nike there. And yeah, and I saw Darren in the chat saying that, yeah, the Josh Brown pump is real. It is absolutely real. As this craziness that happened, I was like, this is, again, I just want to reiterate, like this normally does not happen on a large cap like this. Again, one of the top constituents, the top 5, right? You got to understand how much dollar volume has to be pushed into the ticker to make it act like a small cap like this. So it's definitely an interesting move there. We attempted to push that 200, and now we're holding that 198 as well. So I'm going to continue watching this one. Let's see if I can take pieces off the consolidation. I'm going to stay a little unbiased there. I'm willing to go both ways. You got to go both ways sometimes. To kind of effectively capture the move while you're waiting for something to happen. And it seems like as of right now, we've failed to follow through up into 199.80s is the high. 199.83 I have on my chart is the high of day, and the low of this consolidation 197.5. So I'm going to continue watching this one and see how much more we chop and churn around this. But something to note, we are still holding relatively close to VWAP, above VWAP, and we are in a bit of a multi-day uptrend here. If you take a quick look at the 15-minute chart there, so you can see that we had a bit of a basing out on top of this 182s, and then again, some of these lows being at 175. So we've been kind of up, sideways, and then another leg up there, kind of seeing it a little bit more clearly on the weekly chart. You can kind of see how strong this trend has been. Bit of a reversion off of this pullback that we had in 2022. So we've been bidding up off of 100 all the way back up to 200, so over 100% since March of 2023 on Amazon. And we were looking at this name much earlier in the 140s, 150s, and I was like, all right, well, this is potentially poised to kind of push towards these prior highs if it can come. We talk about and we read about symmetrical V-shaped recoveries on higher time frames when you look back at charts, historical charts, and this is a beautiful textbook example of that kind of pattern there. And I know other tickers have also had a very similar pattern like this. If you take a look at Meta on the weekly, very similar, nice, very strong V-shaped recovery. And another ticker that's doing this as of right now is Netflix. So let's take a quick look at Netflix right there. Look at that beautiful V-shape, again, off of the sells that came in off the euphoria in 2020, 2021. 22, some of them, but a V-shaped recovery, somewhat symmetrical nonetheless. And Netflix is actually about to test these all-time highs. So yeah, you can, if you take a look at Meta, you can see that it's kind of far gone. It did push off those previous highs and kind of accelerated to the upside. Amazon is starting to do a little bit more of the same there. So something I want to point out on these tickers here. So that's what I got going on right now. No real trades. I am kind of tempted to take some on this Amazon as of right now, but I'll stay a little bit more patient, waiting for the next trade. Spider is about to break low a day. You can see that, and ES as well. ES just broke intraday low, but pre-market global session trend has also broken as well as of what is this? In and around 11 o'clock. I have 10 here, but this chart is usually an hour behind. But yeah, Spider breaking low a day there. Softy attempting for a break of low a day. Nvidia going sideways. Amazon holding in its upper quartile. Alphabet going sideways. Apple going sideways as well. So I don't really have too much on watch. Oh boy, as I'm looking at my charts, look at SMCI. This is the ticker we need to be long, Sean. This is absolutely crazy here. So SMCI all day. Let's go down to a shorter time frame. All day, look at this bid. Look at this trend that's been happening to the upside. Can't stop, won't stop on SMCI. So yeah, definitely, I gotta keep a watch on some of these this tech sector basket that I have on my other screen here. Some crazy moves. So that also reminds me, ARM is probably doing something similar. Yeah, ARM near higher days, holding above prior day consolidation. So decent opportunities nonetheless. Let us know if you guys have traded any of these tickers, especially SMCI. I'm curious to know if any of you have traded SMCI on the day. Talk about a solid trend. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, Obi. Yeah, a lot of people traded it. So, all right. Again, a great name there, SMCI. We know we like that one. All right. I mean, I moved my GameStop to 30 instead of 40. I mean, the 50 period's coming in. We got as high as 25. I didn't take it out. I mean, it's 25 cents worth of a victory there. We could have done that because that would have given us about 1.5 to 2 to 1 on our risk down there to 85. But we're going to try to let this one go just a little bit. And we do have a new position alert. I mean, we didn't get much of a fill. We're gonna have to wait for it to print down a little bit. We're short Google. So I wanted to be short this name. I mean, let's see. We're also long Nvidia. We took some more out. Let's go. I mean, my net's going up here because Nvidia's going and Google's not moving. So the NASDAQ's still under the 50, under VWAP. We like this kind of a setup right now for sure. Flat on the day. You just mentioned the ES near or at the lows. Looks like you mentioned, at the lows as well. So you're not getting too much help from the broader market today. And I like the possibility here for Google to make lower moves here. So we'll wait. We do have some bids down here in the 50s, and hopefully we can break that. And then we will see. I got to get rid of that little candle there. We were already back down into here, right off the open, 183, 184. So why can we not get back into that level? I think we can. But look what's happening right now. We would be foolish. Once again, we've already been out once here. Let's be out twice if we can. Sold. No, it fades away from me. I'm just going to punch out to the downside there. We'll punch out and just get whatever we got filled out there. 67s there as it just came right back up. Again, buying off here and getting out. And then I have no more offers. Like I have one at 125. Okay, maybe we should now. Look at that stacked offer now getting taken out here on Nvidia. Let's put that other offer now at 125. Because if we get back, okay, now we're starting to go. Let's go. Hit the sirens one more time. Come on, GameStop. GameStop's back down to 25 and not doing anything. So that's kind of sucky. But right now it is Google trying to go. It is Nvidia actually going. So this right now is 70 cents in the money. So let's see if that goes. Let's hope it does. Our GameStop, like I said, we are not getting GameStopped out yet. 25.50, 24.50, sorry, will be my out. And I am waiting for 24.75 or so for a downside move. You will be getting Sharif tonight on the market recap show. So that should be a lot of fun. So join Sharif and Adair tonight on the market recap show. I'm not here and Neil is not here. Okay, so that's it. All right, nice move up to 125. You know where we're waiting? 124.95. And that's where we're going to wait. So hopefully we get back up to that side now for Nvidia. It's starting to go. What is crypto doing? Ooh la la, 62. We like crypto right now. So let's go over and check out some Coinbase. 225. That is interesting because I was didn't think Coinbase wanted to do that today, but wow, nice move over the last couple of days. Look at this, straight to the upside. So I think we know where the winners are going to be now in the space. I mean, if crypto ever dips again, like you just got right here at 210, up basically $15, and all that happened with Bitcoin was a bump up of about, I guess, 2,000, but from 60, I mean, whatever, we got maybe, what did you get, 59 and change? But 60 back up to 62 gave Coinbase this kind of a move. So let's think about that. We are still under the 50-period moving average, but again, real close to that, man. That break looks pretty nice to me there on Coinbase. So let's pay attention, see if we get like a 230 break long maybe next week for Coinbase. And then didn't we get some real good news about Hut 8 today? I believe it was an inclusion into some sort of Russell 3 million? Yeah, I mean, there's so many stocks these days, right? I mean, everyone can be included everywhere. This is what happens when you get included and people are like, yay! And then they're like, wait a second, that doesn't change your valuation at all. And then it goes right back into the downside. So celebrated name, Hut 8 at one point and all the way back down. But it's been quite a nice move for this company off the bottom as well. So again, they did reverse split. We had talked about that all the way back up now though. So good little move right now. Nvidia falling back in, Google kind of flat, GameStop right back into here now. 24.90, we're now long. We're gonna have to put something above 25 now. We're gonna get out if this goes too much lower. I don't even wanna hold this back into 50s. So that's where we'd held last time. Let's see what happens right now with GameStop. Nvidia, good couple outs there. GameStop and Google trying to work lower now. Just about a dime in the money, but we need more than that.
Yeah, I know. I see people talking about it in the chat. I already had it pulled up because I was looking at my AI basket here, chip basket. And yeah, AMD through high a day as of right now. So we had a strong consolidation in the morning session that lasted over an hour just underneath this 159.50 level. And as of right now, look at that volume pushing into that 160 break. So I definitely didn't see what that 160 looked like on the tape because I just pulled it up. But we are kind of holding and pulling back as of right now through that high a day. But take a look at this. Looking left here, just yesterday, this little bit of an opening session consolidation. Prior day as well. Can't really get through that 60 too well. You attempt it yesterday, but you consolidate for again over an hour. It would seem. Yeah, over an hour, you consolidate just in and around that 160, 160.20s being the highs of this consolidation, and you come right back in. And that area, that level happens to be high of day right now on that attempt to push right back up. But it seems like over the past couple of days, whenever it has gotten into this 160 area on a strong bid, we have kind of sold off of there. So we kind of did a little bit more of the same here. Again, looking a little distinctly different than some of these other tickers as of right now, as not a lot of things are pushing their high of days. So AMD, definitely a good look. I don't really see too much of anything right here other than a potential failure to follow through and getting involved with some of these sellers that have been showing up for the past couple of days in and around or just above this 160 level. You can see that strong volume happening as well. So the question I ask is that a little capitulatory, or are we just going to continue the move here because we have kind of built up some of that pressure here? This move is a little strong in terms of testing that 160. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to see if we kind of pull back in and consolidate on top of this morning session range here at that 159 halves. We're kind of attempting to do that right now, but this is just a 3-minute chart. I'll have to give it more time to do that. And I think people in the chat were asking, can you take a look at Chipotle as well? So CMG looking like a little bit of a sell-off here. So yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Yeah, going into the split, we did have a bit of a run up, but we kind of faded off earlier on last week, middle of last week, and then kind of continuing that fade as we couldn't necessarily get back above this 66 level. But yeah, this has been split, was it 50-1? So we were talking about this morning. I was like, why didn't they split for the longest time? This was a $3,000 ticker, and now they're $60, and now sure there's potential speculation as to why that may have happened. People were, so I think some of the, I don't know how true it is, but like one of the ones I liked was like they didn't want to get any short sellers involved in the ticker because of the high price. It kind of wards off players. I was like, I don't know about that, but definitely some strong selling coming in on day 2 post split here on CMG. Maybe people expecting some sort of move post-split, that not really happening, and strong, distinct flush back to the downside here, but still holding relatively higher lows if you do look back at earnings, right? So earnings consolidation all the way up from, again, these are split adjusted prices, 56s, 57s. We've held a low at 60. We've held a low at 61.5. And now we're attempting to hold this 62 as well. So it's getting a little tighter there, but we did reject off this 70 attempt just going into that split as well. So interesting look nonetheless. Now another one that is going to split soon enough, I think it was the 16th or the 18th, I think it was the 18th of this month, AVGO, another one. So another name, definitely part of the tech basket there, the AI basket as well. Broadcom, bit of a sideways consolidation, but you can see the reaction that it had off of earnings, and we've pretty much, we extended above that. We pretty much gave up half of the move, about 50% of this reaction that AVGO had off of earnings. So I guess that's kind of I went on a bit of a tangent there, but yeah, AMD taking a little bit of a pullback there. We were talking about it coming back into these prior highs, and it's doing just exactly that as of right now. 198's just under on Amazon, so I'm going to be looking for VWAP. I'll be looking for that 197.5 here. I was not here for that 200 attempt, fail, break of this strong trend as well. Had some here, but I definitely have to re-engage here. But we are making relatively lower highs, but overall bigger picture on the day, higher lows, and now consolidating above VWAP, above 197.5. So I don't want to fight that bigger picture trend. But ES, Spider, day lows, NQ, not as much. We're still chopping and churning this 20,000 mark, which definitely, I keep mentioning this over and over again. The 20,000 seems interesting as we keep on orbiting and magneting to that level and kind of washing it around. So 20,000, maybe we're kind of, maybe it's an interesting level to somebody, but price action is definitely showing that that it's being churned. So
just right here, shares of CNI, which is Canadian National Rail. Apparently there was like a train derailment in, I don't know, in Madison, Illinois. I don't know enough about it to worry too much about this, but yeah, downside move right here. So if you are trading in shares of CNI, you know, nice downside move, like real nice, obviously, but it's news based. So you're just gonna have to, I would think, wait a minute, because I don't know anything about loss of life or, you know, what products were on there, or if that is indeed anything. So nice move to the down, hopefully an empty one that didn't do anything. So nice move down in, but again, just CNI right now, just on news. So that's the daily chart. This is what's happening right now. It was sleeping before this. Now all of a sudden, tons of volume coming through. So just watch out there. It's not like anything specific to rail, just specific to the name. So CNI here, Canadian National Railway, downside. So just another name to look at on news. So that's one there for CNI. All right, what's been working? I mean, considering the market is falling, I thought Google would have been falling more than this. There's a 61 fill or 62 fill, so 15 cents. Like I said, at 10 cents, 15 cents, trying to get into that. It's probably not. The other name that I was thinking about before all this, of course, was Apple. And I was like, oh, you know what? I don't mind grabbing Apple short. And that's kind of would have been the same thing. We were waiting for a little bit higher for Apple. But again, if we had shorted 50s, at least we'd be down in the 30s now, which would be 20 cents. So hopefully we can expect that from Google, as it's just hovering around doing nothing. So maybe a retracement back to this level. Again, as a trader, it's like we're looking for opportunities here. It's just 245 into what's going to be, in my estimation, I mean, unless we get some sort of breaking news somewhere, probably a pretty slow afternoon. We can always look at DJT. But you know what we said earlier this morning? Remember at 9:30? When you said, what's that saying again, where it's buy the rumor, sell the news? And I mean, I said that I would equate today's today's debate as like a conference, like a company, like, you know, DJT, that's, you know, Donald Trump. So he's going to be advertising himself there tonight. Tonight's the big night. And look at the run up you had into it. We all knew it was coming this week. So you go from last week, $26, all the way to 40 and change. There's your move. You know, it's like Apple. Apple runs to 220, right? Days after its event, fades right back down in, right? I mean, that's going to be more market related than a DJT. But today, this is that. And then I would say tomorrow, now. I mean, if you're trading it now into the close, I don't really, maybe you're just trying to position for tomorrow. But if by any chance, you know how they always rate, I guess it depends on which news source you hear from, but they'll always rate kind of how each participant did in the debate, you know, like, oh, I believe he handled this question better than that, and then back and forth. So maybe tomorrow, if the conservatives have a great night, maybe DJT rallies, but I don't want to, that's like, why are we trading on ifs and buts? You know, you don't need to do stuff like that. So, all right, the other name that we'll look at there, let's check out Walgreens Boots Alliance. Look at this name, really, really sleepy early. So there's Walgreens. We take advantage of that late, really crushed it to the downside. That's 12. I mean, we didn't get it early. It was SSR, just fading out. We could have had it right off the jump, but we were waiting for 13. So we missed that by, we were waiting for VWAP, first of all, and 13. We missed that by 20 cents. And then it just went right down into the downside there. And we got out at 81s before eventually getting over our last 10% upside. Get down, Google. Like, honestly, it's starting to bother me. Maybe it's not going down. And then we got out there at 12. And then look at this, retracement right back to VWAP again. And then now we just kind of go sleepy time. You do have this size there, right? And so remember, when a stock is down 25%, more than 10% is the idea, you get this little SSR problem. So this can't actually get hit to this side. It's going to have to keep chasing it down. So this could be somebody that's long, 70s or somewhere down there, just trying to get this out. But until, someone decides to market it out or pay this price, then it'll probably just keep on following it down. But the thing about this is, and we're going to get to our guest in a minute, this is just changing, like it's dropping 10,000 shares and coming right back. See, there it goes again. So someone's just trying to there it goes. They're just adding now 10,000 shares to it, back and forth again. They're just trying to influence the price. So not necessarily anything to be too worried about there. And then again, here it is right here. Canadian National, look at that bump right back up. So we just brought this news to you of CNI with that train derailment all the way down here. And this is why we're like, no, you got to wait to see what's up, because there's the move all the way back. So remember, people panic sell thinking that, okay, where's the insurance going to come from? Was there a loss of life? What were they transporting? Because I remember there was a huge oil spill in Quebec, and that caused huge damage, and then you're paying for it, right? You're paying those bills for the cleanup and whatnot. Okay, if we are ready, we can bring on our trader guest of the day for today. So whenever we are ready. There he is. Hey, Ryan, how are you? I like that shirt.
Hey, I was gonna say I didn't call you this morning, but good choice on your shirt color as well, Sean.
Thank you. This is the Italian blue, so that's what we're doing here today. But let's introduce you, Ryan Faluna from Benzinga. So why don't we go over a little bit of maybe your trading history, what you're doing maybe right now with Benzinga, and we'll start from there, Ryan.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to start off with the history, and I'll kind of bleed into what we're doing, and we'll finish off with what we're looking at today. How does that sound? As far as history goes, I'm just a regular guy, right? I've worked in a couple of crummy jobs before. I have a degree in business with a concentration in management. And the stock market was just something that interested me from the very first time I saw Wall Street. So although I made it all the way through college, I'm self-taught when it comes to market dynamics and things like that. And so I actually was a customer of Benzinga Pro for 5 years as I was going through my own trading experience prior to working here. I specialize in computers. I've been building computers since I was 13 years old. So I'm really good at helping people overcome challenges with computers. That makes me an ideal candidate for a support role. And on a platform that I use and love, it was just kind of a natural fit. So that's kind of who I am. It led me here to Benzinga, and I'm given an opportunity to improve the platform that I use on a daily basis.
Great, yeah, we've been using Benzinga for a minute and showing the Benzinga Pro platform as well. But just quickly right here, let's go. This is something that we do on the show. Come over to my screen quickly, Ramin, and it's a banger right here. Let's see what happens with GameStop. I don't know if this is a name that you're trading, Ryan, but we averaged back into that basically the opening range into 24.50. Nice little move back upside. Let's see if GameStop wants to go. Just trying to scalp this name away. But thanks for that introduction. I like that you're just an average guy. I feel like that's what most of us are, leading us into what we're doing here on a prop floor. So you ever traded prop before?
Yeah, actually, I do that right now. We actually have a sponsor of our live trading show that runs in the morning, and I use that prop firm to trade.
Right.
I trade the prop firm. I trade my own account. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm addicted to the market. So yeah, any opportunity I get, I'm going to take that.
You're addicted to the markets. Hey, I have no idea what that feels like. Okay, so yeah, so anyways, no, but thanks for coming on, and let's go break over some trades. I mean, did you have anything on today? The note that I have is that you like stocks, maybe sub $50 into that range, and then, maybe more smaller cap names with catalysts, movements, anything like that. So today we traded Walgreens early. That might have been on your radar. Only a $12 name. That Altimmune started moving around earlier today as well. I think we have the ability to share your screens also if that was something that you wanted to throw down too. So let's go. Was there any ideas that you were into early today, or maybe something that you're still in?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've actually got a few future ideas, stuff for we can actually watch going forward here. So I'm just going to start with Walgreens. As someone that was born and raised in Chicago, we're well aware of Walgreens. We've used Walgreens thousands of times. Really sad to see what's going on there in terms of the stock price. We actually had a question this morning on live trading on is it going to bounce? And we were kind of reading through the news, courtesy of Benzinga Pro, of course. And we were like, I don't know. It kind of sounds like bankruptcy's on the horizon here. None of it really sounded good. Really haven't seen much of a bounce in Walgreens. Didn't trade that here today. But there were two trades that we did do here today that I really quickly want to talk about. We're going to start with the most recent one, and that's going to be Chewy. I don't know if you guys traded this. I was in some meetings this afternoon, so I didn't see what you guys were trading. But I'll tell you what, we got a guy named Roaring Kitty tweets a picture of a cartoon dog, and the stock goes absolutely buck wild. So this is one of the things that we were trading. Now, this is interesting because this has actually been on my radar. I recently closed out a swing trade. I actually scaled out of a swing trade. I used the July 22.5 calls post the earnings print here on Chewy. Now, this big green candle on the biggest volume stick that you've seen, I think, in like almost 2 years here, this really changed things for Chewy. This popped us above a bunch of different moving averages. The stock remained strong. Anytime the stock dipped, it got bought. So I was actually swinging this, and I closed this just a couple of days ago, around 25 as I scaled out. Oh my God, can I please get some of my calls back? Because this thing actually, I think, printed close to 40 here today. The one thing I wanted to mention here about Chewy, if we take a look inside, we can see exactly what this did. This traded almost up 240. The one thing that I really wanted to mention here, especially, or as far as Benzinga Pro goes, obviously, we're going to cover all the serious news. We're going to cover what comes out of the Fed. We're going to cover what comes out of the White House. We're going to cover what those data points are, whether it's CPI, PPI, home sales, you name it. You're going to get all that data in Pro. But we're also going to cover some of this meme stonk stuff, if you will. When we see that Roaring Kitty is tweeting pictures of dogs, and that can be related to Chewy, you're going to get that type of news in the news feed. So I was actually on a presentation, had no idea any of this stuff was going. Saw it come across the wire here in the newsfeed, and I was like, oh, here we go. Wish I had some of my calls back for that. Yeah. Chewy, this to me, definitely going to be on deck for tomorrow, even if it's just for a short-term day trade. So Chewy, huge spike here. This has actually been a great swing trade recently. I do have a day trade here for you today, though. We're going to go ahead and switch over to MLGO. Did you guys trade this at all?
We've been trading that the last couple of days. We didn't really look at it too much here today. For myself, I prefer sort of the bigger cap names right here, and we just actually got some out of Nvidia just popping back up to 125. But what is it? MLGO, isn't it? Let's go have a quick look at Micro Algo. Yeah, $19. This was a name that was halting back and forth for many moves last couple days there. What a nice move back from $4 up to 21. Looks like it still wants to go up 15% today. Let me see, what did this do early? Yeah, so again, gets going. What kind of scanners do you look for when this is here? Do you look for some sort of pre-market volume in this? Because this name really picked up, halted just once, and then right back down into the downside. So what an aggressive name. 25.50 today, Ryan. That's a big move.
Yeah, huge move, and you're exactly on it. Where's Obi? Let's talk about some RVol, okay? How about that? I actually use two different scanners here in Benzinga Pro. The first one that I'll actually flip over to that here. Here's my main workspace. This is a traditional real-time scanner that you folks are all familiar with. The crux of this scan, by the way, if you want my scan, I know you guys use Pro. If you want my scan filters, here they are. This is basically using an intraday relative volume measure to alert to anything that might be unusual, right? So it's very, very simple. We are not splitting the atom here. I've got a liquidity filter. Volume has to be at least 600K, right? If I'm going to day trade something, I got to be able to get in and get out. Simple as can be. The next filter I have here, change percent, rolling 1 minute. I'm scanning for things that are going up by 0.2%. I'm a long bias trader. What can I say? I'm generally looking for things that are trading to the upside. This here is looking at the past 1 minute time frame only and is giving me things that are starting to trade to the upside. And then the crux of this entire scan, intraday relative volume, RVol 5M30D, looking at a rolling 5-minute window and comparing it to the 30-day average of the same 5-minute window. So it doesn't matter if you watch this at lunchtime or around the open, you're going to get a really good reading here. MLGO is a great example of how we picked this up. MLGO actually did have a piece of news going back to last week. That actually might be the most interesting thing here. You had mentioned this is kind of a momentum name. We actually scroll back in Pro to the newsfeed. You can see after hours on Thursday last week, we actually had a Form SC13G filing here showing a passive stake being taken. I don't want to botch the gentleman's name, so I'm going to try and pull it up here. It's hanging a little bit here. In any case, there was an insider took a stake here. This always happens when I share on Zoom, by the way. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
There was an insider that took a stake, and the interesting part about this is it didn't do anything on Friday. It actually traded down on Friday after that news report, and then on Monday, almost as if people just kind of digested what that meant, this thing absolutely took off. Now, you mentioned pre-market there. Really quickly, I wanted to mention how we first spotted this. I actually use another scanner here in Pro. It's called the Movers Scanner, and I have this designed for pre-market moves. I'm basically just looking for things that are trading up in the pre-market across the pre-market session. I have the same liquidity filter there with volume. I don't like trading actual penny stocks that are under $1, so I filter that out as well. And what this is effectively your best gap finding tool anywhere. You guys have a better one? I'd love to hear it. I'll wait on that because I don't think you're going to find one. This is always going to show me the stocks that are gapping up. If I want to see the stocks that are gapping down, I simply click on losers. And what I do in here, you can see I have a VWAP overlaid on this chart. You were just talking about an anchored VWAP there. I use this all the time, right? If we get one of these stocks that's super extended from the VWAP to the upside, perhaps there's a potential short there. If it bases and builds beneath the VWAP and starts curling up, we might have another day trade right back up to the VWAP. So I get my short list ready using the Movers Scanner, just a couple of clicks of a mouse. When the market actually opens, I use a full-blown real-time scanner to scan for relative volume.
What's going on, Ryan? I really like that you mentioned that RVol. I really like that indicator as well. I definitely once I started looking at RVol a little bit more, my trades definitely cleaned up a little more. I was like, all right, these are the tickers that are in play. So I have a question for you. What's your cutoff for your RVol to take the trade? I know some traders like to use 3x RVol, 5x RVol. So and is there anything else that you confluence with the RVol to kind of tell you that this ticker is the one I want to look for opportunities on the day?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I actually don't have a specific value that I look for. The value that I filter on is a minimum of 300%. So I guess that's going to be your filter there. It has to be trading at least 300% the average volume for me to be interested in it. Furthermore, once we identify that, I'll definitely use the VWAP For short, fast trades, I find that the VWAP is extremely helpful in that setting. But the other thing that I'm really, really looking for is going to be expanding volume. And with expanding volume, I don't necessarily need a scanner for that. I can actually do that right from the chart. When I see the volume sticks start to expand in each consecutive 1 minute window, and it's got a high relative volume, we're in pretty good shape for a trade here. If this thing busts through or above the VWAP, giddy up, we probably have an even better move on our hands.
Giddy up. I like that. You know what, Ryan, the one thing that I got to give you some credit for, if not all of your analysis right there with the Benzinga Pro platform, thank you for going over some of that, is your passion, right? And I think that we could sit here and talk about stocks and look at charts probably literally until we're not only blue in the face, but blue in the shirt. But, at the end of the day, it's sitting in front of a computer, right? And being able to look at a stock and just having the time and energy to be there every day. And I know you were saying you're in meetings, but the idea is that you're always looking, you're always there, right? And I think that that's something that nothing beats like a chip in a chair when they're talking about poker. Nothing beats actually sitting in front of a screen, talking trades, taking trades, and working your way through them. And I want to thank you for going over many, many different ideas right there. All right, we're going to have you back as many times as possible. So that's one thing. Is there anything, a trade, you just talked about Chewy. Is there maybe anything else that you're lining up? I mean, for me, I actually put a trade out, and you tell me what you think about this one. And I'll call it up on my program right here.
Sure.
I'll give you a second. Why don't you load up some Roblox for me, okay? I don't know if you have kids or not, but I sure do. And today I got a little warning in my email that said, oh, your Roblox just got added to your account again, because the monthly Roblox subscription keeps on hitting for my kids. But I'm thinking with summertime coming up right now, it's my trade of the week heading into next week. It looks like we might have based out a little bit. We're above the 50-period moving average here on Roblox. Kids are done school, and I'm guessing in front of screens. And if they're in front of screens, they're definitely in front of Roblox. I like this for a nice little upside move. Feel like daily active users will be going to the upside. We just breaking the 200-period moving average, which I really like. So I say get this garbage out of here and let's get back up to the upside. My target for midsummer is up here. It's $45. It's Roblox, and it's fantastic. Don't tell me you like the short.
I don't like the short here. So number one, okay, I don't have kids. But
congratulations.
I've got a secret special way for you to check on Roblox. This is actually a stock that I've been watching, because one of the indicators I use for Roblox is going to be, what is it like at Costco? Sorry, I pulled it up in a different window that I had up here. What does it look like at Costco? I don't know if you've ever noticed this. Costco will often sell Roblox gift cards right there in the store.
Right.
And when I go on the weekend, there is generally a gaggle of kids around this particular display in the store. And I judge Roblox's bullishness or bearishness based on the interest it seems to be garnering from those kids.
I like those channel checks.
So like the channel check. So with this being the summer, I think this is an opportune time. Looking at the chart here on Roblox, I think your target of 45 is actually spot on. I think if we take out some of these moving averages and we continue to move higher, you might actually have that juice here. I like that the RSI is still kind of in no man's land. We're not overcooked already, so you should have some room here to the upside. One of the things that I really like that I'm going to be looking for here today, where does this candle close? When I'm talking about a swing trade, one of the things that I've kind of got from our community and has really been working here today, or excuse me, this year, has been, how does the stock do around its 200-day moving average? So here you go on my chart here. This dark blue line is going to represent that 200-day moving averages. I'll tell you what, we get 3 closes above this, we probably are going to go higher here. We'll see what happens at that 500-day. I've got that at 37.64 here. So if we are able to break these, we're able to kind of settle above that 200-day. I think your 45 target is doable in short order.
All right, well, Ryan, with that kind of a response and that kind of an agreement, you are welcome back, of course, anytime. So that's Ryan Faluna. Thank you so much for joining us here again from Benzinga. Where can everyone find you?
You can find me anywhere in the Benzinga ecosystem. So if you are already a subscriber of Pro, great. I'm sure you're doing well. I'm available in the chat. I do a happy hour call at the end of the day every day. You can also find me on Benzinga's YouTube channel every morning. We do a live trading show from about 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern, right after pre-market prep. We'll get you set for the day there. But I want to see you in Pro. I want to see you as part of our community here. We're running a sale on Pro for July 4th, so be sure to check it out.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Ryan Flunen. We will definitely check that out. Thank you for your time and your great insights. That's Ryan. Take care, my friend. Ciao.
Thanks.
It's good to know that definitely there are other people out there that are using that RVOL. And,
I like that
some of
question,
those
Obi.
other
You're,
indicators. Yeah.
You're trying to take my job over here. We really like having Obi here. Again, thanks for being, again, a part of our team. I think you first have been on air, what, 2 hours ago? Or 2 hours, 2 years ago?
So my time on the floor will be 2 years as of August, and I think I joined I started doing the show. I think it was a few months after.
Right.
It was interesting. Yeah, it was just like, yeah.
We knew the talent. Like, as soon as we saw you, we're like, this guy needs to be here. Well, thanks, Obi, for all that. That's a great question there.
It's been a great time.
It's been a minute, huh? All right. Well, while that's been happening, let's go. Let's see if we can get diamonds bigger than heads. What? Okay, GameStop. All right. Darn you, Ryan. We missed that. But look at this. So nice average in right now. We're 40, 50 cents in the money. We were much more than that, and I probably would have taken this if I had been here. That's just an excuse because, you know, you got to put the trades on. If you don't have the offer, they don't have the offer. But yeah, nice move back up to 30. We canceled our 30, remember? We did have it there. We canceled it on this breakdown. Just didn't want to get overfilled if we did rip back up, but a missed opportunity there. But GameStop, we're in the pocket. It's a positive name. Hard enough to make money some days. You gotta, even if it's just a little bit, we gotta celebrate some of those wins, and let's just see if it could keep on going back up there to the upside. Okay, and in a potential disaster trade of your afternoon or of my afternoon, it will be Google. So right now, Google is getting real close to that top, man. And Ryan, I was talking about the 200-period moving average. He mentioned that as well. So that's something to look for on the daily. We're nowhere near that on Google as it continues its high side push. And this is why I feel most nervous and why I'm starting to get some out here on VWAP as we come back in. We're only short right here at 05. So this is getting a little better. We're saving a little bit of money here on this pullback down. But you want to trade with the trend. And I love your RVOL question about looking for opportunities. Yeah. But I think especially as we head into the afternoon right now, I don't know if we want to be short strong names and long weak names. I just, you know, we could have a little bit of a settling down. We do have those imbalances coming at 350. But for right now, it's giddy up. And let's see if Google can make its way back to the downside. That would be very, very good if that were to come through for me right now.
Yeah, I'm just I was watching this Amazon 198 while we were talking to Ryan there, and it's holding this 197 halves, and we're making higher lows. And again, we talk about, like, again, just like you said, something I need to get better at is getting long strong stocks and getting short weak stocks, and not really trying to revert the trend all the time. But yeah, sure, reversion is my friend sometimes, but like I've said before, sometimes the reversion can be pretty mean, and I do have to respect that. Not always looking for that mean reversion, but that 198 holding as of right now above VWAP, consolidating, and shorts have been kind of winning off of that 200 rejection. So I always talk about, like, who is offside, who can potentially be offside, and the market is trading above that 20,000. We bounced off of it quite aggressively, and we're holding and consolidating above that 198. Here comes 198.30s as of right now. So let's see if we can kind of come in and clip some of these prior highs there. You can see the absolute crazy strength that, what was the dude's name?
Roaring Kitty?
No. The guy who was like, oh, I bought this. I don't know.
Josh Brown.
Josh Brown. Okay, I got to go home and look up who this guy is, because clearly he's
really
somebody.
Just a guy.
He's clearly somebody.
He pumps his own stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, it doesn't everybody, but, like, you know.
We investigate some, we give credit to others. It's
yeah, exactly.
A joke, actually.
If you sit in the house, nobody asks questions.
Right.
But if you sit at home and post memes, then you're getting all the heat. So, you know, it is what it is, the system. But you know what? We're just here to trade, and let's see who becomes offside off of this. Yeah, sure. We've been making lower highs off of the 200 test on this, but making higher lows relatively above VWAP. Now testing 198. 30s. Let's see if we can, again, same question I asked. Can you print the quarter? Can you hold the quarter? Can you push into the half? That's what I like to see. Right now, as of right now, we're holding the quarter above 198. We're attempting to push the half. The half would still technically be a lower high, but again, with the NQs pushing up as well. And then Spider, we were talking about ES making fresh lows on the day, coming right back in. So a bit of a chop and churn range. Nonetheless, but again, it's got room to go to the higher end of the range here if we're looking at ES, and then the NQ as well. Kind of let's see what happens when we come into this 2065, 20,065, 20,066 mark here with this strength. You can see that strength that did come in off of this dip here, off of 19,960s. We are testing the half right now, so now the question becomes for the next leg: can we print the half and hold the half for a push to 75? So I like to work with the quarters there. Just a little something that I like to do. Now, always doesn't necessarily work well most of the time, but again, when it does, when we have strong momentum, that's kind of what I like to see here. So let's see what we get. Can we push into the halves, or is the halves all she wrote, and we get a little bit of a pullback, kind of following into this chop and churn trend? Now, again, we only have about 50 minutes left until the closing bell, and Amazon is still trading within the upper end of its range here. We've seen tickers kind of trade like this and then kind of melt up into the close when they've been strong all day. This has kind of happened with Google, it happened with Apple for multiple days, happened with Nvidia, of course. Now it's happening with Amazon. We saw what happened yesterday, quite a strong bid, and it seems like that bid has followed into today. So let's see whether or not that comes into fruition, but this consolidation above VWAP I do like. Maybe I should be churning it, but I don't know. I'm going to be a little patient to see what we do with these halves, 198 halves here. The NQ and the ES looking pretty decent here. I did also have a Palantir trade, which I was trying to revert. We talked about this right before we left. For the midday show there, and I did kind of add some more into it, stopped out above high a day on that one. Palantir super strong as well on the day. So yeah, that's all I really got on watch. Let us know what else you guys are trading on the day. I'm kind of watching AMD as well. AMD pushing fresh highs on the day as well. So super strong V-shaped recovery kind of happening on off of this dip on AMD as well. Nothing else on watch for me. Amazon is prime, let's say, in terms of my watch.
I know you don't know who Josh Brown is, but I want to say, like, I like Josh Brown. I have the Compound.
Okay.
Is one of the podcasts that I download. And we got JC Peretz, who's a good friend of Josh Brown's. He's been on our show. He's been on the recap show. He's been on the main show. What I don't like about the whole game is what we said before. Is that there's often sort of just like who can say what when.
Yeah.
And it's just that. And like I mean, we've learned I've traded Pfizer. Like as soon as I hear in my ear, oh, Josh Brown's going long, then we'll go long as well. He's very respected as far as
he has a following.
Opinions. Oh yeah, big following.
Okay,
it's the Reformed Broker.
Yeah.
It's his Twitter handle used to be Reformed Broker. So I've been following him for a long time. Family Guy, everything, so great. I like the podcast. It's just when tweets like that happen, you just often wonder, like you kind of, and I was long during that. So it's all good. We had just gone long right here, and we actually tweeted it out. These are our longs. And we tweeted out, the purples are shorts. We actually did have a decent short back. We were trying to get some longs. In all of this, we will wound up down because I was holding the 200 break. That never happened. Now it might come through now. But at the end of the day, it's just like traders are getting run over, and it's just most of the time because of announcements like that. So I don't know. I mean, what are you going to do? You can't halt the stock, right? I mean, the stock moves the way it moves, and I'm fine with that happening. It's kind of the same way, like Nelson Peltz can come out and say, he's looking to take a board seat on Disney or multiple board seats, and he's accumulated a certain amount of shares. So it's all the same thing. It's just, watch out for that. And you were you were right onto that because you were like, oh man, it's going up just because of that. Yeah. There had to be a fade somewhere, right?
Oh yeah,
and it was there, but it hasn't been strong. The fade really hasn't been that strong. I mean, we've bounced off of 197 or 197.50, so it's really just pulled back like $2.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't incroyable.
I mean, like I said this morning, it's kind of it's setting up in a way as if it's like poised for a push into 200, and obviously you get an intraday catalyst, and that can definitely, throw a wrench in the price action, the natural price action, to say, and give us that move a little bit earlier again with the volume, right? We were looking for volume to kind of push the move, looking for participants to kind of come in and bid the stock up over time. And you know what? I'm going to piece off of that one for now as we kind of pull back off of that 50 mark. I did add a little bit there on a push for 50, and then I was just like, yeah, well, if we don't really print past the 50 that far, I will be out of it. I got out 36 is not the best. We were printing 40s. Again, I can be a little bit more precise and faster with seeing that price action. But again, like I said, can we hold the quarter, print the half? Printed the half, but then we pull back a little bit there, and again, kind of keeping in mind what the bigger picture or some of the consolidation range that's been happening with lower highs, kind of incrementally coming down off of that 200 test, off of the 199, now 199 halves as of right now. So maybe we are building. I'm more than willing to pick some more back up if we do come back down to here. But something to note is that NQ is pushing up, and then Amazon pulls back or like 15 pennies off of that 198 half. So I do want to stay a little bit patient. Again, if it breaks out and pushes, sure, I'll be more than willing to kind of get back in, and if I see the right stuff, and get back into the trade for the push for potentially for a 199 test. But again, sure, might not be the best, as I did have better prices down here with most of the size that I was taking, and kind of maybe the ad messes with the mental. Now I do have to kind of reflect on that, think about that going forward. But so let's see. We're back in the 40s as of right now, 198.40s. We could still very well potentially push that half. We're holding back above that some of the EMAs there. Again, overall, we're holding above VWAP as well. So I'm still looking for that potential push going into the end of the day. But if the NQ kind of stalls here and pulls back in, I think the probability of pulling back into this 198, where I'm observing significant amount of volume kind of churning and also holding these highs, kind of come back in to grab maybe some more lick there on Amazon. But let's do a quick run through of some of the top constituents. I know we haven't done this in a while there, but yeah, some bigger players now taking the top charts. So let's take a look at the 15-minute chart and just to see what some of these tickers have been up to. I do have to keep an eye on Amazon just to see if it kind of pushes back through that 198 half and maybe through this high. And we saw the type of acceleration price can be having on the day there. So I do want to be a little bit involved in that if that does come in. Real quick. So Nvidia, again, we talk about this, a little bit of chop and churn sideways. Microsoft as well. We don't want to take a look at that. Nice little strength off of the open. We were talking about, it's testing all-time highs at that 456. Strong pullback, about 10 points back down, more than 10 points back down into, I thought that was 4.4. So I guess a few points, about 4 points back down into 452s. Quick maths, right? 456 to 452 is about 4 points down off of that move on the softy. Now Amazon, of course, we're watching. Look at this, consolidating well above VWAP, maybe a little overextended above VWAP there, kind of warranting a bit of a pullback there if it did, and it did kind of attempt that 200 and push back in. Now we're making the lower highs, kind of building into that 197, 198 area as of right now. And Goggle, of course. So Goggle kind of pushing back up towards these highs. Again, we take a look at the NQs here and the ES, a little bit of a bid happening right now. So we got that little bit of a bid kind of reflecting on the Goggle, breaking past some of these prior highs and pulling back in. So another ticker. I'm trying to remember another like a top 5, top 6. But again, Tesla. We covered. Yeah, Tesla and Meta are the first ones that kind of come to mind. TSLA. So sideways chop, and we're holding that strong leg that we had yesterday. Take a look at this. We talk about that 194 being a little bit of an interesting area. We mentioned that earlier on in the show. We hold that with a bit of double bottom and chopping up sideways, holding that consolidation low as of right now, pushing for fresh highs. There comes 198 back down, so it's a good thing I got out on the failure to follow through, and bang, there it goes, back to the downside there. 198 coming back in, maybe potentially for a reload here, but yeah, it's kind of churn there, has me interested off of that 198. I kind of want to get better at kind of the range trade when it does come in and getting into the edges of the ranges there. But Tesla, what was the other one? We're talking about Meta as well. Meta kind of one of the top constituents as well. I know Berkshire's up there too. We can take a quick look at that one. I know a lot of people don't necessarily day trade that one, but again, still has opportunities nonetheless. Meta pushing for that 522 off of the open there, but faded off and consolidating in and around VWAP, it would seem. Yeah, there you go. VWAP sellers a little dominant, it would seem, on Meta. So that might be an idea there for that one, but I'm not necessarily going to get involved as I don't really, I guess, not that I don't trade it, I don't really care, but nothing I really see as of right now other than, yeah, sure, I don't want to be like, oh, it's been holding below VWAP, so I just want to get short right away off of VWAP. There just because it did that once or twice earlier on in the day. But yeah, what were we going to check? We were going to check a Berkshire. So let's see what the ticker is up to right now. Wow, what is that wick? Hello, that's interesting. 4 a.m. Crazy stuff happens at like near the close. No, there's no dark pools on TradingViews. These prices were actually printed. But that's definitely interesting.
Oh, Berkshire. Oh, okay. It was the other day. There was
that was a craziness that happened like a few weeks ago on Berk A, right?
Yeah. Went to 180.
I saw that candle. I was like, oh boy. The options move on that must have been absolutely crazy. I wonder if anybody. Wow, take a look at that. 198 right back through, slamming to the lows right there. So what are the futures doing? Futures taking a little bit of a pullback there. So let's see if the bid kind of catches back in. But that is aggressive back down to the downside. You can see that prior times that it came back in to test this 197.5, it was not as aggressive other than the time that it pulled back off of that 200. So let's see how it comes in here. 197.5. I'll be looking for tape stalls to potentially get back involved. Maybe some chop and churn as well. Kind of trying to get in on the right side of the micro right side of the V on the consolidation or the range that we've been having. But again, the range has been compressing. So maybe just being patient for a range break might be the better idea there. But Berkshire, going back to that, straight to the downside here on the day, printing day low as of about 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago at 406.35s here. So let's see what this ticker has been up to. Kind of curious all the time what Berkshire is always up to. But yeah, look at that. A little bit of a consolidation on the upper end of this strong leg that we've had since the beginning of the year there. So that's definitely an interesting pattern happening. I'm curious to know how this little flag may or may not push right here. Throw a line on a chart, call it technical analysis right here. Boom. This is basically kind of what I'm seeing, but maybe this is not as dominant as this top one. As look at that, the sells off of this are quite aggressive. So let's see if we can kind of push that. Then we maybe get leg consolidation, bit of a 3-bar on a higher time frame potentially on that, or we pull back in. But interesting look there as a bit of a recap or a look at some of the top constituents there. So I don't have really any too much else on watch. Let me look at my layout here. Tech, AI, SMCI still pushing highs, AMD still holding 160, Intel sideways, Nvidia sideways, VanEck, SMH sideways, TSM sideways, ARM pushing apparently to the high of days there. But yeah, that's all I really got on watch. What's up, Adara?
Not much of a reaction here right now in this, but keep an eye on Target TGT. Little bit of a volume spike. Bloomberg reporting that the company is actually lowering its bar for shoplifting prevention. So basically, initially, I guess, the threshold was $100 for stopping theft incidents. Now, theft incidents of at least $50 can now be halted. So basically, Target lowering the amount of money required to intervene in a theft-related situation. So trying to crack down on theft here for TGT is reported by Bloomberg, guys.
That's ridiculous. Okay, so excuse me, criminal. Can I check your bag and see? Oh, your stuff totals $51. Okay, then we're going to stop you. You know, oh, your thing is only $48. Okay, you can walk out of the store. Like, what are you gonna do? It's gonna be impossible to stop these things. I mean, we could get political here, but we don't need to. But it's just like some of these laws have to change. And then you need to be able to enforce them. So I do know that there's different economical things about all of that stuff, but shrinkage remains a problem in the retail sector.
Yeah, definitely. So it's the wild, wild west out there.
Yeah, it is the wild, wild west.
Yeah.
Okay, so, wow, what just happened? Okay, so listen to this.
What's going on?
So we had very little left. We talked about Nvidia. I mean, all these outs. 125 was good. We talked about this with Ryan Faluna as well. 124.50. We got out because it was going to break. Then all of a sudden it took down, and then our stop got hit at 124. So our last little piece will lose 10 cents, but Nvidia really fell back in. And then on my biggest red, or the largest red name for me today is Google. We got stopped out right there. It broke 185.25, and then it came right. Sometimes those things happen. So you know what I just said? I said, forget about it. Let's go back over to something else here. So we went over to Apple, and now we're short Apple. So again, you know, Apple's at VWAP. Look at this, tick, 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 boom. Let's see if Apple wants to come back into the downside right now. This isn't going great, but at least we're making back 10, 15 cents at a time here on Apple. Let's see if it drips the rest of the day. I don't know. I mean, remember we were talking about this with the market. It was right here at open. That was 20,000. Looks like 20,000 held, right? I mean, this is 20,000 right here. So if we're just going to draw one of these nice fancy lines at 20,000 right there or so, I know you can't really, I guess you could see it. Sure, why not? Held right there. Pretty much held in the morning. So yeah, looks like the NASDAQ has and wants to go a wee bit higher. It's only 324 right now, so let's try to find some more opportunities. Oh, yeah, Hawk-Tua. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, I saw something about that meme. I still haven't figured out what it is. Apparently, it's some TikTok fad. I got to look it up. But I saw some friends
to Alabama or something.
I have no idea. But I just looked up at some of the volume gainers on the day, and something has definitely been printing some paper for some longs today. International Paper Company, IP, I have no idea, but maybe they print some paper. I don't know. It seems like a paper company there. Take a quick look. Dunder Mifflin says Ramin, definitely.
Yeah, they actually are located in Scranton, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, yeah, they literally produce paper. So renewable fiber-based packaging, pulp products, manufacturing operations, and I think Adara has something to say about that.
So here's a story here with IP. This is actually in the watch list this morning as well. Basically what happened was this Brazilian company Suzano has ended its negotiation with International Paper. Initially, this was reported by Bloomberg. Suzano then confirming it itself. Basically, the companies could not agree on a price for the transaction. International Paper apparently was not interested, looking somewhere else, and Suzano has now ended negotiations for IP, so deal fell through.
The market cap there. Intellectual property, IP right there.
Yeah,
but,
we talk about RVOL kind of pointing us in the direction of tickers. And again, look at this RVOL, absolutely crazy. It's ridiculous. Like, I'm sure this ticker doesn't do much in the pre-market. That's why, or pre-market or after hours usually. That's why we're getting these numbers. But it definitely points you in the direction of something that potentially may have a significant move. But yeah, take a look at this. Off of the open is doing 50x, 20x. You can see it down here. I have a 5-day RVOL there, 5-period RVOL there. That measures it by the bar, specific bar of the time frame that you put it on. So right now I'm on the 15 right here, and you can see it doing about 50 to 16, maybe pulling back into less than 10 as of right now. But take a look at the pre-market, 11,000 RVOL, 17,000 RVOL on some of those crazy bars. So definitely, if you run some RVOL scans in the pre-market, this one definitely on your watch. And I think Adara mentioned that this was on our watch list as well this morning. So on the day, bidding back up, kind of doing a bit of a gap fill there of whatever reason it sold off of. Yeah, I was talking to Sean. I was like, yeah, I'm not that great with the fundamentals. I have no idea. I'm very, I guess, uneducated on the fundamentals of things. But I'm more of just like a chart, price action, tape, relative change, and distinctly different kind of trading. So that's what I like to focus on. But yeah, no, I do have to get a little bit better at looking at the fundamental side of things to add more confluence and maybe take bigger picture stuff as well. I know a lot of swing traders look at that as well. But again, everything is priced in a sense in the chart. Anybody and everybody who is interested in the ticker will eventually show up in the chart or on the tape. So I kind of just stick with those base things overall. But that's my little rant on that. But Amazon holding that 198 as of right now, so it seems like that bid is definitely still there, making relatively higher highs and relatively higher lows. but lower highs as well. So price compression happening here at that 198. So it took a little bit of a chop there into that 198.5 for a potential push to the upside here because of the relative bigger picture, multi-day trend happening here. Well, by multi-day, I only mean by yesterday and today in terms of unusual strength. And again, but I keep forgetting his name, but Buddy kind of coming in and being like, all right, Josh Brown coming in and being like, being like,
let's go Apple.
Yeah, let's go. Look at that expanding volume, craziness happening on the Amazon.
Finally, dude.
What's up?
Finally.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm really happy that we flipped up our gears here a little bit because we did get a hit on Google. It broke through. You know, didn't hold VWAP at all, and now is having a hard time. And then we just flipped over to Apple, which is almost the exact opposite. It does resist that break and then comes back in. And I'm just ringing it because we just got the 50 period and the 200 period. So, I mean, those are, I'm going to take another piece out right now as well. Those are levels that we'll take. We talk about that, the retracement back in. And this is where we say it all the time. You know, you got to be able to find your own style, and if yours is to retrace all the way back here, maybe that is something that you want to wait for. So I'm going to hold out now as we are out of about 50% of this trade. Just to talk about some more names, GameStop, we missed it again. We were waiting at 20. I mean, I'll tell you what my offer is, 25s. So it ripped up there. Again, we weren't at 30. We should have been. We were right there. We talked about it. Probably would have got that filled. Looks like 30 or 31 filled. And then we went to 25 after that. Dips down in and gets back to 21s again right there. So let's just wait. I mean, we'll wait for some of those imbalances to come through, on Apple, on GameStop. But when that does, we'll look at that. We do have Nike earnings happening after market today. Again, Lululemon's gotten really killed. A different beast altogether. I think you got to watch out for some talk here with Nike about the Olympics, but we'll talk about that when we get back from Madeira at the screen.
Take a look at some of these names making some larger moves here. There are quite a few in the S&P 500. Of course, we have Walgreens after earnings, CMG in its second day post-split, that international paper move just discussed, but there are quite a few others with some interesting catalysts here. Let's talk about Caesars here. CZR, this name popping up. We had some news coming right off the open. It was reported by Bloomberg that Las Vegas Strip revenue from gambling for the month of May rose 3.71% year over year to $742.5 million. So increasing gambling revenue, maybe sending CZR here to the upside. They also have an 8.5% short float. Next up, we have NET, this could be Arista Networks, getting a price target increase from Citigroup here, starting at $330, now at $385 price target, so good look for ANET. Last but not least, we have ALB, Albemarle, this one trading lower along with a lot of these other lithium-related names. Albemarle also was popping up higher yesterday, so this could be a bit of a move back to the downside here, but seeing some pullback in the lithium sector, negatively affecting ALB, guys.
That is pretty
Thank you,
good.
Adara.
We're looking, yeah, you're just talking about Amazon.
Yeah, there was
holding that 198 nice.
holding that 198, and right now 198 36s. I got to scroll back down. 35 36s. There's about 200 lots on the NASDAQ gate there, getting taken out after we've held higher lows there in a price compression. So I'm like, maybe this is getting ready to make a move as kind of players are kind of showing up and showing themselves on the book here. So again, talk about things being a little distinctly different. Size showing up on the book when it really hasn't on this chop. A little different to me. So I'm kind of have my ears perked for that one there on Amazon. But again, could be nothing, could be something, but price compression definitely has me interested here on Amazon. Palantir, oh boy, definitely not the ticker to revert. How much Arval is this thing doing? I don't think it was doing much either. Yeah, under 1 here on the 3-minute chart. So yeah, it did give a reversion to VWAP. I did not kind of respect that. Again, the ATR is not that much. So I do have to respect things when they kind of revert to VWAP and catch a bid, and not really get short again when it pushes prior highs there. So not the best there, but again, didn't risk too much of my daily shutdown on that. As again, it wasn't a top idea. It's just something that I saw, something that kind of falls into your lap, and you said maybe this is a potential setup there. And yeah, don't necessarily want to risk too much on that if if that's the case usually there. It needs more confluence factors for me to really push a decent amount of size on there. But Amazon, for sure, I do want to be pushing and getting aggressive when it does kind of come in. And you can see I did a little bit of that earlier this morning, and maybe some degeneracy to start off with on this pop here, but coming right in when that distinctly different change happens on the tape and we pull back through that 199. I do have to learn to get a lot more aggressive when it is there, even though all of this foolishness is unnecessary, kind of shorting into strength there. Not always the best case scenario, but when it does come in, we manage our mischief there and work back out of it. So let's see what we do. That 198, man, the 197.5, I'm seeing again, very, very interesting stuff. See what we do going into the close. We don't have too much time left here, Sean. What do you got going on?
I was just looking at some of my notes. So yeah, I just looking at Apple because thing is like we just got another fill down here at 70. We could start to get them all out. It's 30 cents in the money, but I still think we could drop in a little bit. I mean, if the futures don't hold. Thing is, it's like that Amazon. It's riding the 50 period again. It needs to break below and then get back into view up for anything to happen with Apple. So we're getting lighter and lighter on that name. Obviously, would like to be able to hold that a little bit there. Yeah, I did see that. There was news about hydrogen and Walmart. I just wasn't sure exactly what that was, but there goes Walmart. I'm guessing that it was Walmart is able to put up some hydrogen stations or charging stations or something there. But anyways, what's up with Walmart today? I guess it's on Walgreens maybe? Moved down in. So I was just saying that I really wanted to pick up some Walmart. I was talking about that earlier today. I just think with the change of consumer, everyone's looking for better prices. Right now, I think Walmart on a move down by 1% here today might be worth taking action on. I mean, this 66 looks like a great level. This 50 period is going to be off, so don't judge that. But the split level got it going through 60. Nice bump up, maybe a little overheated here, but yeah, Walmart back to 66. Let's not make a mistake. I think we want to buy this one. Costco's not coming down anytime soon, but that would be another name that I want to look at. What's up, Adara?
This story here, this is actually more of a Nikola-related catalyst. Nikola itself publishing on its website that Walmart Canada, so not Walmart in general, specifically apparently Walmart Canada, has purchased one of its Nikola hydrogen fuel cell EV tractors. So they purchased, it looks like they're the first one to introduce a hydrogen fuel cell electric semi-truck. Sounds like it's just the one truck right now, but basically Nikola announcing that Walmart Canada has added one of its trucks to its fleet. So that is the story there for WMT and NKLA, guys.
Yeah, Nikola moving there. Yeah, thanks there. I just pulled up Nikola right away.
One truck?
I guess one truck. I mean,
one
I don't want to get two?
No, none.
None, sorry, yeah.
One would be worse than two.
I'm bad with quick maths.
Yeah. That's all good.
No, right away, I see the fade on Walmart. I'm like, what's Nikola doing there? A little bit of a pop coming in with some volume there. Again, a sub $10 ticker bouncing off of 802s right now, potentially. Did that news come out like right now, or was that in the
Walmart
morning?
stuff?
Yeah,
relatively recent, like
okay.
10
because it seems
years
like
ago.
okay. So this is action off of that, I guess. So I guess good news for Nikola and maybe not the best for Walmart, but I guess Walmart has already been selling off, kind of retracing yesterday's move on that. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, so maybe this was this more of that pool sell-off there that we're seeing here?
Walmart,
maybe, yeah, because we were talking about like Lowe's.
I was wondering about WBA
Lowe's and
too.
Home Depot.
Yeah.
So that was on Tuesday there. So let's take a quick look. Was that Tuesday as well? That was Tuesday. So you can see that a few of these tickers that may be involved in home purchases one way or another got a little sold off on Tuesday. Maybe some rebalancing stuff. Not really. We were talking about this. It's like, yeah, well, like what do pools have anything to do with like Walmart? But you kind of suggested that maybe it's that consumer spending that that might be affected, and maybe bigger players want to do some rebalancing off of said news. Like people are just looking for reasons to buy and sell, right? So I don't know how I guess fundamentalists work, but I guess definitely that when they move. The tickers move along with them there, and some strong sell-offs on some of those tickers on Tuesday happening. But we've been chopping sideways nonetheless off of that. 198 coming right back in. I was looking at this, I was like, oh, is this poised to go? But no, we're just only compressing right now. So maybe we do something into the close. The imbalances are only about 13 minutes away there, Sean. And Amazon continues to hold this 198 level. So maybe it's just setting up for tomorrow, or we talk about some of the best prices get dealt with in the after hours or pre-market. Maybe it's just going to do the move in pre-market and we get that gap coming into tomorrow.
I'm almost thinking about shorting Nvidia.
You like the short on Nvidia?
I mean, that break, like, why is it doing this right now is my question. You know, like it's starting to head to the downside. We do have a protection of VWAP a little bit. You have protection of 124. If you really wanted to put like a hammer down on this and you said, you know what, 20 cents worth of a risk, breaking back down below right now. We've made all our money long on it and we're up on the stock, so we don't want to necessarily throw this away by going short. I mean, but I just think that we can't, why couldn't we just come right back into this area? We had seen over the last little while, though, a nice imbalanced trade that's been coming through into the end of the day. This was yesterday at like 5:30, 15:45, right where we are now, 3:45. There's that huge move up for Nvidia, then faded right at the last couple minutes into the close ahead of Micron, right? Micron came out and started that move down, but you know, Nvidia definitely found a bottom in and around 123. So right now, I'm thinking about it. Apple's retraced up, which is a good thing for us because we were able to get out of it. So Apple, so far, so good here. We'll wait to see if we can do something on this. But here's Apple, nice push back up. Again, we talked about getting out of it. We only have about 20% left on Apple. We could average this back in, and maybe it is worth it. I mean, heading into the imbalances, if nothing's going to happen here in the market and Apple goes for a little bit of a jog, let's try it. We'll take some 01s. There we go. We get some 01s. We're already waiting for 06s up here and trying to go against this like 20 area. So if we break above 20, let's get out. We'll reload this stock for now. We're short right here at 97. Probably worth taking advantage of that. I mean, nice retracement up. Maybe we'll revert back into the 50 period, which is 80s. So now let's put a bid down there just so we have that fill. If it comes back into the 80s, we'll put out 30% or so back down there and then see if we get even lower than that. And by the way, just a quick little update. It's not diamond hands. We're just hitting this kind of for fun. But GameStop right there, it's 25 cents in the money. I took it for now. We still have 40% of our GameStop on. Still got 40% of GameStop on. What's up, Adara?
Interesting note here on MRK. This one getting a little bit of a pop with volume to the upside as we head into the close here. Initially down earlier today on a failure to get FDA approval as of yet for its lung cancer treatment. Now, though, coming back up a little bit, announcing that this group from the CDC has unanimously decided to add Merck's and Sanofi's vaccine here for its preferential recommendation list for treatment of certain indigenous youth. So interesting look here for Merck. Also Merck saying itself, though, that the provisional recommendation will actually be official once everything's been reviewed and finalized by the CDC director. So basically a subgroup of the CDC has unanimously approved to recommend this vaccine. It'll be official soon once it's reviewed by the head of the CDC itself. So good look for MRK and this positive vaccine news, guys.
Yeah, that's a crazy bounce there. I kind of just pulled it up. A bit of a capitulatory candle there, pushing in into this 127 there, and you can see looking left again. Some of this prior lows there. Okay, all right. So let me kind of push that open there. Yeah, look at that. A little bit of a support on that 127. The bid keeps on catching, and some news comes out. We dump into that 127, pick right back up. So the bid is definitely a little bit distinct at that 127 here on Merck. What's the market cap of this thing? Is what I'm asking right away. Shares float. Okay, wow, that's a nice little float there. 2.5 billion on the float with a market cap of 328 billion. So nice little. That's a big boy right there for sure. And getting some strong volume as well. What's the R vol on this thing doing? So average volume about 8. So it's doing about, I guess I'm gonna say in and around just around 1. But off of that push, doing about 1.7 as of right now in terms of a 5-day period on that MRK to the upside. But yeah, let's see if we break this 130, because if it's a intraday catalyst, I think Intraday catalysts, Sean, I think are one of the best setups in the market, because all of a sudden you have something that's been happening. Here comes 198 again. You have a trend that's been happening or whatever, and it's doing something, and all of a sudden it breaks, and you have everybody, not always, but everybody that's been in for a certain amount of time offside off of fresh news, situational change trade is kind of how I like to term it. But yeah, intraday news, solid catalyst. Always trying to look for who is offside, whose money are we taking, right? So it's like, all right, the longs or the shorts, right? So definitely shorts were making money. All of a sudden rips up on that news. Now it's a bit of a long, it would seem, as of right now. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, we're really only in one trade. I mean, we got out of GameStop. We still have a little bit of that. We already know we're going to get out if it breaks 50s. So that's already a play. That's 1-to-1, and we're up on it so far. So we've done well on it, but always looking for a little bit more. Apple fell in. We got an 88 fill. We did not get 85 like we're waiting for. So let's see if this wants to continue its little bit of a downside push into that. And then we should have done it. And I actually kind of got distracted there listening to you. Nvidia went right back to 124. We said we were going to short that, right? And we didn't do it. So there it is, 124. We said that you have a little bit of risk associated with it. And you went to punched out at 124.08. But anyways, nice downside move there, giving you 40 cents back. And we sit here in Apple, which isn't doing anything. So it's just funny because like a $214 name versus 125, or that's Google. Versus Nvidia 124, this one's definitely more aggressive, and there it goes again. So I still like that short, but remember, imminent, right, are these imbalances. So yeah, the SMCI short. I think Tesla, so that's a good point there. Someone in the chat says Tesla 200 tomorrow. I'm going to say yes. Could even get there overnight, right?
Yeah,
so
definitely. That's what I'm thinking.
Huge move here.
Here's a quadunk.
A great. Like I'm making notes all the time. Like these aren't even the sticky notes. Like they're just the normal ones. These are the sticky notes. They're branded right there. And it's just like it's trying to make notes about different setups, and you'll often see me talking about that. Like this is a perfect one, and it kind of looks like the Tesla on the daily down here, right? But it's just like you're basing out. You have these bottoms. Now that wick would scare you for sure, and if you're in it, that would have been a problem. But at the end of the day, you don't always get those kind of wicks. So you're basing. I don't think you take this trade here. You take this trade once you start to break again. So you had a little bit of a break right there of 196. You probably would have taken that and been caught in it, but have only gone 30, 40 cents against you. And then there's the breakout. So you're breaking out there on Tesla, breaking through the 200, breaking through VWAP, breaking through everything, and now it's upside. There she goes. Ozan, you want to blow the cow? Here it comes. There it is. Cow be blowing up right there. So there you go, Ozan. That's for you. And here comes Apple right back in. We have to just be disciplined. We talk about that all the time on the show. We talk about it on our podcast. And there it is right there, coming into the 200 period. So look at this. Short. And now we come back in for Apple. We will have to take another one out. Hey, let's do it again one more time there. This is Apple starting to pay out a little bit here as we are short at 214. So we definitely flipped the switch on that one. And there it goes to the downside. And let's go GameStop. Let's go, you little chimpanzee, monkey, whatever that is. That ain't no ape. But here it goes, 25. So right now we are long. We are now 40 cents in the money on this GameStop trade. And again, it was just from here. Bought the 25, bought the dip again on GME. And again, there's the dip, right into this. We like that trade for sure. Let's see what happens now with the rest of this day. So again, Apple, 26 cents in the money, but we are trying to be smart about it and understand that there is an imbalance coming. So that could definitely change things. We do have our stop order out. That's how we trade. So we're going to wait for that. GameStop is right back to this level. Do we want to wait for an imbalance? I mean, I feel like not getting something out here at 25 and just hitting 50 cents here at the end of the day is probably worth it on GameStop as we just start to like sort of, I don't want to say stack up or anything like that. This isn't like not going to be a huge winner, but at the end of the day, you have to get out, right? And so we have to be flat. GameStop could be something to hold. Oh, talk about being flat at the end of the day. Who wants to hold DJT shares into tonight, right? I mean, it is debate night, so get ready. Get that popcorn ready for that because you're going to have a big opportunity to hopefully, I mean, I think a lot of everyone watching the debate is already sort of into what some of the topics will be. But at the end of the day, you want to see how, each candidate performs. And with Donald J. Trump, the debate is just another time to get an opinion on this stock. So we'll see tomorrow what happens. But again, nice run up over the last week into today. And then I think it's a sell the event type of thing. And Obi and I have discussed that. What's up, A?
Watch out for Embraer here. ERJ, this is U.S. listed shares of a Brazilian company here. The FAA saying that an Embraer business jet apparently went off the runway at the Newark airport. So now issues with ERJ here, basically jet going off the runway at the airport, according to the FAA, guys.
I mean, why does it have to be a Jets problem? I mean, the guy, the pilot could have had something, so we'll have to watch out for that. Embraer, I believe, is the name on that one. So, interesting little move there with only 2 minutes to go. Look what just happened to our friend Apple here. It just went all the way back up. So I'm going to take another piece out here at 91 again. Maybe the imbalance is coming the other way for us here and someone is spooked this stock because look what the market's doing right now, right? Market, downside, exactly what we had thought. Apple, what? Apple wants to go back up and short us again? Are you kidding me, Apple? You just handing out candy over here? We'll take it, man, all day, every day. And let's just get out because candy tastes so good, after maybe. But if you leave it for too long and eat too much of it, you get that stomach ache. So let's make sure to get out of some of this Apple here. As there it is, look at these reloads. Once, twice, another one. As Travolta goes, hey, man. It's almost the weekend. Got any plans this weekend? Obi,
yeah, no real plans for this weekend as of right now. I do have a lot of catching up to do in terms of playbooking things. I'm a couple of weeks behind on that. Going to be weekly reviews. I've been doing those, so those have been pretty decent. Kind of doing some reflection on the trading for the week. Usually do that on a Saturday, Sunday. But yeah, no, I've been having some couple of busy weekends for the past couple of weekends there. But this weekend I don't have too much going on there. How about you?
Yeah, very super busy. Starting tonight. Game tonight. Game tomorrow. 2 games on Saturday. We're traveling eastbound and down. Okay, so here we go. It's a nice move downside for Apple right now. Let's see what happens with these imbalances. Hopefully, more downside pressure coming with this in 2 and in 1. And if it is, then we should get some more out. There it is, a nice little dump in. Look at that fill that we just got there in the 50s. Let's go, man. Props it up. We're going to finish the day pretty much at our highest spot right now. Nvidia with the sell as well. So you don't think something was up with that? We talked about that. Why are we going so far to the downside right now? It's Nvidia downside right there. There it is. Intel, whatever, man. Talk to me at about 20 and change for Intel. TD Bank has been hit a little bit lately. We talked about Canadian banks, especially with our friend Kevin O'Leary coming through there 2 days ago or so. That's about it, man. So not too many huge names on here. Let's just do a quick check back in on GameStop. We might as well get another piece out here. We still have a piece, so let's just punch something out there. We'll get another piece out right now at 05s. Doesn't look like it wants to move too much, but it's Apple, which is the apple of my eye right there. That's another 50 cents. So we're stacking. Like I said, we will finish the day at our highest spot, which is great. Start off the holiday with this, and we're pretty happy to put that on. So there goes Apple, nice downside move. After losing on Google, and it's a good thing we got out of it, right? Look at this move all the way to the upside. Don't fight it. Different, man. What a difference a day makes, and so on and so forth. We just went over, found another name. We stayed biased short, stuck to our guns, had that confidence in that, and there it is to the downside, 214 and change. What is that? Nah, pass.
Okay, thank you.
Ramin just has a, was this some walnuts in there? Some pecan. Maybe that's a pecan Danish. That would make sense. Bye-bye, Apple. Nice downside move. Obi, take care of this seat for me, my guy. You're going to be in here for a while. I'm back a week. I don't even know what day. Not next week. The next Monday after that, we'll be back. So take care. Enjoy, for sure, your holidays right now. And, yeah, you will do more than I do here. So good luck with all of that. And then Neil will be beside you as well. So the dynamic duo continues with you and Neil.
Yeah, it should be fun now. Yeah, all week next week. Yeah, definitely enjoy your vacation.
Yeah, man.
It's gonna be It's gonna be,
You have a day off and then a half day.
well-deserved time off for sure.
you, yeah.
Yeah.
So the third is a half day, and then the fourth
Yes.
is off.
Yeah, 4th of July, no trading, and then the day before, I think markets close around like 1 or something. That's
Exactly at
usually
1.
1. Yeah, I don't know how the after hours works on those days, but I think it does trade to a little bit later. Yeah, should be an interesting week. A little bit of a quieter week as well. Don't really haven't really checked the earnings as much. I usually do that on the weekend or going into the weekend there. But Amazon coming right back into VWAP there, so that's definitely, so it did pick a direction. We were talking about price kind of compressing, some size showing up before it kind of makes a move, gets filled on the ask, and then just slams down. So if those were sellers, those sellers are definitely kind of winning there, but it doesn't really matter. Size got taken on the ask, and then we break below into the low of the range for a reversion into VWAP. I just want to pull it up on this chart here so we can take a look at the VWAP test. So right here, boom, you can kind of see it here as well. But yeah, holds VWAP pretty much throughout the day. Now this is on a 3-minute chart, and then kind of pulls right back into that level there. So higher time frame, again on the 30-minute, you can see the price compressing a little bit better there. But yeah, 15s and 3s. I also sometimes like the 10. But again, whatever kind of I guess time frame you like to work with. You can definitely see a little bit of price compression happening there in and around that 198 orbit, and look at the NQ pulling right back into that 20,000.
Oh, yeah.
We talk about that level maybe being a little interesting as it's been acting like a magnet, and look at that going into the end of the day with only less than 6 minutes left. We magnet kind of flush right down. A lot of selling happening as well across the board. I'm looking at Nvidia. Nvidia is actually day lows there, Sean. So Nvidia is about to break day. I think it already did break day low 123s. We were talking about that 123 being a little interesting, kind of that lower end of the range there. So let's see if we get a little bit of a bounce. Only about, I guess, less than 6 minutes, 6 minutes and 15 seconds as of right now until the closing bell. So yeah, don't really have too many other trades on watch. Nothing really too spicy there on the close either. Yeah, Nvidia with a 2.6 million sell imbalance, so maybe that was the one. It is selling off quite aggressively, so maybe that was a little spicy. I'm not really watching that one as close as maybe I should have, but yeah, take a quick look at that on a shorter time frame there. You can see it a little bit more distinct on the 1 minute. Strong little sell off, attempts to break low a day. Maybe only gets there by what? By 1 penny. Breaks it by 1 penny.
does?
Talk about a lick grab. So Nvidia comes down, fails VWAP, pulls in, cracks the low a day at 122.94s, and then all of a sudden, and it goes down to 122.93, and it bids right back up for about a 70 penny push there, back to 123.60. So nice little push right back up off of that 123 that we were talking about, maybe potentially an area where the bid has been stepping in, and lo and behold, it kind of comes in right off of those imbalances there with a sell imbalance nonetheless. So interesting action. Let us know what you guys have traded today with only about 4 minutes left. We can take a quick look at what opportunities potentially people had on the day and kind of talk about them, but nothing else for me that I have going on. Like I said, nothing too crazy on the close either.
We were just lucky enough to get $1 basically on Apple. I mean, Apple just fell right in, and we weren't sitting here, we were watching it. When it came into this level, I mean, that's the buy, right? And then 355 hits, and you know what happens there? We get a reversal in the imbalances. So we just have a small piece left of that. I mean, we have less than 5% left on Apple as it moves all the way back up. I mean, all these outs and then right back into there. So we did well to cover that trade near the bottom. And so right now I'm just giving it, I just bid 40s, I think. Yeah, 42 to get a piece out there on that one. You will be seeing a new combo for the market recap show, but one that is very, very familiar to many of you. It'll be Sharif, I almost said Obi. Sharif and Adara on the market recap show, and the Neil will be back in next week, and that should be a lot of fun. So enjoy that, as we just have a couple. I mean, you know what? I'm just going to get out of Apple right now. I don't even. It's such a small piece. I don't even need this to go back up. I'm just going to punch it out right there. We'll get out of Apple right there. Still a winner at the last piece of it, but it did break back up the last 5%. So could have probably traded that a little bit better at the very end, but it's just 5%. So I'm not back until July 8th, I looked. So it should be a good, fun time there. And just everybody enjoy your time. You know, you don't get enough of it here in the summer, especially here in Ontario, when it doesn't seem like it's long enough, right? I mean, it seems like all the time.
Yeah.
You know,
Winters
it's like
feel like they're
already
getting a
the
little
end of
longer.
June. Like, it's crazy how fast time flies.
Was it is it summer solstice already passed?
Summer? So my kid's last day is basically today and into tomorrow.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
was
I
the
think there's a lot of
20th,
kids
that's
around
right,
that are out now, but generally speaking, yeah, here it's for sure right around now. So with only 2
Half the
minutes
summer
to
gone just like
go,
that.
yeah, summertime.
We're talking about Chewy, yeah.
Chewy. Oh yeah, by the way, so I saw
Whatever happened to
Westermeyer
that
there.
ticker?
Hey, Mr. Westermeyer. Yeah, Chewy went red.
What a beautiful short,
I mean,
man.
yeah.
God.
You know, you're going to talk about this trade for a while.
I love that backside is beautiful, Sean. Holy, look at that.
I mean, yeah, you had to probably pay for shorts at the top there, but you gotta anticipate that
well
kind of
worth
move,
it,
right?
Yeah, exactly. If it's a euphoric move like that, we're talking about shorting parabolics and stuff like that. It's definitely a little bit of an art, a little bit of a science for sure. But yeah, some beautiful, beautiful action there. I do not like to use VWAP in that situation either. Some other indicators might come into play for these kind of moves. But yeah, absolutely beautiful, beautiful backside there. Again, break of trend, probably a distinct change in action on the tape there. You also had a halt in between, it would seem, maybe a couple of halts even. Let's take a quick measure of that. Yeah, so right there's a halt at about 10%, and then another 10% halt there, and then maybe another 10% halt. So a triple halter on the upside potentially there on Chewy. Absolutely crazy there. So this market is full of opportunities. People talk about the summertime kind of slowing down and stuff, but it really depends on what your playbook is. And if you have more arrows in the quiver, oh boy, is the market very, very abundant for taking opportunities there. But with only about 20 seconds left, I gotta
hit the countdown.
Okay, all
very,
right,
very soon. Yeah, I got it
No
right now, and here we go. We will get ready to hit it there. As Nvidia and Apple's back to 214, GameStop 25 and change. It's been a great. Well, you guess I got some time. 5, 4, don't panic. Yeah,
3, 2, and 1. Thank you.
All right, U.S. markets are now closed, and that just about does it for that. So, yeah, great opportunities today to trade. I mean, I think we hit it with that Amazon trade.
Boom.
That was fantastic. You don't need too many of them, and when you
The
get
front and
that,
the piece of the back as well, you know?
what?
Got the front and the piece of the back as well.
Yeah, you're
so,
always
you
talking
know.
about that backside. That's
Oh,
one,
yeah.
one of the things we definitely love about you around here, Obi. So, all right, look, it's Nike earnings.
Yeah.
We've got Sharif, we've got Adara coming up, and then we have a guest today, don't we? Who's No, nobody. Okay, even better. All right, if we're ready, I took out the earpiece, so we are. So, all right, everyone, I'll see everybody in a couple of days. Have a great one. Best of luck trading. It should be a couple earnings coming through, and then next week's pretty slow, but enjoy your, beginning of July here, and I'll see you very, very soon. Thank you, Obi, again, for stepping in today, and good luck over the next little while.
Thank you.
From everybody here for this show,
Yes.
we thank you.
Thank
hit the
you
like,
very
hit the
much.
subscribe, and let's go back over to the desk with the market recap show. Ciao.
Take care, guys.
Great job, guys. Great job, Opie. Welcome to the Market Recap Show, guys. Welcome, Adara. First time here together. But I told her off camera, I'm like, yeah, nothing unusual. We're on the air for 3 hours. Yeah, big day today, guys. A lot to cover. Let's start by telling you guys that we obviously have Nike earnings at 4:15, so Adara's locked and loaded. She'll have that for you as soon as we get it, so keep an eye out on that. So I want to start off with Micron. Obviously, Micron was one of the big movers today, Adara. We both know that it sold off yesterday, despite the fact that it did maintain the earnings, I guess, estimates, but it was a forecast that kind of sent this one down. Ends up, guys, 7 1/5 in the negative. Really broke below yesterday's close at 142. This one took a bit of a nosedive today, Adair.
Yeah, Micron, not very well received. I think the issue was the guidance. So analysts were looking for $7.6 billion for forward guidance for the next quarter. What they said was $7.6 billion plus or minus $200 million. So really it was low end of the guidance, $7.4 billion, high end $7.8 billion, but the low end coming below the estimate. Same thing there with their estimate for earnings per share. They said, I believe it was $1 to $1.15. Estimate was $1.05. So the point we're trying to make here is the estimates and what was being expected slightly off. That was the EPS estimates for the year.
All right, and Walgreens was the other one that took a bit of a nosedive today, guys, down 22.5%. You can see that one finished down in the $12 area. Guys, this one closed out at 15 3/4 yesterday, 22.5 in the negative. It did hold, though, from a technical perspective, if you're going to look at this one tomorrow for a possible second day play. This 11 3/4 bottom was quite notable here, especially going into the afternoon. There was definitely a buyer in and around that area. This is the 5-minute look, guys, but that 1170, 1175 area got defended quite well. Just to recap the fundamental aspect of this, Adara, I mean, really here, it was a miss on EPS, but they beat on revenue. But really here, it's about them going forward and having to close a lot of these stores.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue, basically, as well. Them lowering their EPS guidance, that is definitely not a great look. They lowered pretty significantly as well here, saying that there's just some issues with the industry, the pharmaceutical industry, and with consumers. So does not at all sound bullish for either the industry or for Walgreens. That's why you saw CVS selling off as well there. So not a great look here at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Amazon was the other big mover, but that was no surprise because this one was moving quite aggressively yesterday. 2 1/4 to the high side today, another all-time high, really knocking on the door of that $200 level, $199.84 all-time highs. Sells off, a little bit into the close there, bouncing off VWAP at 197 and 3 1/4, traded, I believe, into 198. They're going to take on Temu. They're going to take on Shein. They want all the smoke.
They do, in fact, want all the smoke. And I think, maybe the next thing, we were talking for a while here about Apple or Tesla, which we'll get to 200 first. We know who won that battle. Its name is Apple. But I wonder now if the next one is Apple or Amazon, 200. Because you could get either or both of those tomorrow. That could be an interesting little spicy trade to keep an eye on. But yeah, Amazon, interesting look. We saw some of the Chinese ADRs. PDD got hit pretty hard with this in particular, selling off on this news. But good look for AMZN trying to take Temu on.
Yeah, BlackBerry, I was in this one today. This one we joked about lulling me to sleep, but no, for real though, guys. This was a beat. It was up nicely on the day, about 11% or so. Revenue, like we talked about, $144 million. It's really, Darren, like I was talking to Brendo about this on the big desk today, like right here actually. And I said to him, I'm like, who is this company? Are they like an Internet of Things company? Are they going to make cell phones? Who do they want to be? I mean, obviously we're Canadian and we want Canada to do well, but this company, I mean, we're still looking for some identity. Can I actually tell you something?
Please.
During the pandemic, they were talking about actually selling off some of their IP, just making themselves like an IP kind of database company that just sells off different rights to things that they own. Then they started talking about possibly getting into navigation for cars. And that was supposed to be kind of a revenue generator. Didn't work out. Nothing that I hear. So it looks like they're going to be like cybersecurity maybe and something else.
Yeah, they just need to pick a lane. They did come from being a phone. Of course, they started as a phone company here. The IoT actually saw that did increase on a year-over-year basis in terms of revenue. So the IoT maybe not a bad choice for BlackBerry here. But yeah, certainly investors reacting nicely, I guess, to these earnings. But I saw some positive and negative analyst notes, so it looks like people who are on the analysis side are not quite as sure. Traders liking it, though, today.
Fair enough. Let's go on to maybe a little bit of a better story. Didn't work out that way today. 1.7 to the downside is Rivian. Investor Day today. That was in the morning. Adara, you were live on that. You didn't hear anything that exciting, though.
I did not really. It looks like it was more one of those things where they sold off throughout the event and they popped up after they mentioned AI. And I actually had it come to me because I was like, guys, just so you know, AI being mentioned by Rivian, that did nothing. Their AI implications or involvement, basically, integration was We'll have AI for customer service issues, so you have a little chat bot.
Yep.
I have this issue with my car. The AI will help you. I guess traders not reacting
pretty
too
cool.
positively to that. But it was pretty interesting. They had RJ talk, who was the CEO, of course. They also had some people in the hardware side, the engineering side. So probably have a good weekend, Sean. Enjoy your
Later,
trip.
Katina, man.
It was definitely more of a technical, I think a lot of technical jargon being dropped, but pretty interesting stuff. Investors, I think, reacted a little bit better after the investment day ended.
Yeah, it ended up being a V-shaped recovery. Like from a technical perspective over here, we closed out yesterday at 14 3/4. As you saw, we did find some support at 13, basically and a half, sold back up into 14 and a half. But I was telling Yanni, I was telling a lot of the guys on the floor, I don't know if I told you this, Adara, I did a bit of an analysis on the 200, okay? The 200 daily. And I said to myself, all right, for the times that the Rivian has broken above the 200, how has it acted? Because there were a couple of examples. Most notably that July 2023 breakout, that was sustained, as well as this one over here in the early part of this year, late part of last year. And so we did break above the 200, and every single time, at least within, 10 trading days, we sold right back down to make newer lows. And it looks like today, we're knocking on the door of that 200 a day. We closed right at it, 1450. That's exactly where the 200 is. We'll have to see what tomorrow brings. Do we break below it, or do we can, recover?
That's a great analysis there. Yeah, thank you, Sharif, for going over that. That bull flag is an interesting look for sure on the daily chart, but we haven't really had an ability with Rivian to stay, as Sharif was just mentioning. We'll have a catalyst, and then Rivian will peter out a little bit. I think one of the best days we had in a while was that early March when we got the R2 and the surprise R3 introduction at that event. Since then, though, a little bit iffy. We'll have to see if it can stay above this $10 level now.
All right, everybody's asking for it, so we're going to give it to the Nike. We're expecting that within about 7 minutes or so. Look, it's an interesting one because here's what I see, guys. This is a downward channel, like it or not. We start this downward channel, these are the double tops in the pandemic, okay? And then below that, we did recover from the lows in the fall of 2022. Since that time, though, it's been lower highs and lower lows on that recovery downward. So look, we're nowhere near the lows. We're still not at that $80 area, but certainly with $90 double bottom, there's still lower highs and lower lows. So, the trend here on Nike is a tough trend. From a fundamental perspective, we know that they've had issues as well with consumers running out of money.
And with China as well, the one level I can say for Nike is just a downward trend. I do think we're holding decently here at this 92 and on the daily, and then again at 94. But other than that, you're right. The downward trend certainly in session. I think if they can do better in China, because we saw Apple. Apple initially had some issues with sales in China. Once that improved, we saw a lot of sentiment improve.
Yep.
We saw the chart improve. Because a lot of that sell-off came after we had those earnings where they were not doing well, and then they get those downgrades at the start of the year, right? So if Nike can have a similar story, not that it's all a similar company to Apple, but in terms of the China story, I think those two could maybe be comparable.
Here's what we're looking at, guys, in terms of expectations for earnings. The previous move was basically 7% in the negative. This expected move this time, 8.3% plus or minus. We'll have to see exactly what happens in about 6 minutes or so. Options volume on this one, basically, decent, looking from what I've gleaned from this website in the past with respect to earnings options volume, it's definitely up there. It's definitely not in the millions, though. Acuity or Walgreens having a bit more volume today, and you saw a bit of more of an outsized move for them, down 23%. The expected move on this one, though, Adara, 8.1%. So this almost tripled basically tripled the expected move here.
Yeah, it was a really interesting look, that WBA sell-off. Levi's actually a little bit weaker as well, but the volume in that pre-market was not the same as what we saw with Walgreens. I remember when I got here, that first came out, I think we were down 4%. I check again, we're down 8%. We're down 12%. That Walgreens, I think it was just that the ferocity of that sell-off is, I think, something else. And you're right, the amount that expected move was tripled.
And this is the last earnings right here on Nike, just to go back. So that was, I believe, excuse me, I actually have that incorrect. So my mistake. I have to go. When did they last report? May something, right?
Nike.
When was the last report for Nike? Let's find out. I'll look that up in a second. I just want to be able. I thought I'd be able to glean it off the volume on the chart, but I'm not able to. I'll look at that in a second. But yeah, we'll wait for Nike. We'll see what else comes out there. A lot of the small cap gappers, let's go over that. Today we had eyes on GovX. That was an interesting one today. One that we know as a former runner. Let's have a look at the chart there. There you go. It came in really at 9 o'clock. The volume came in quite aggressively, but we did end up the day below the volume weighted average price. At least that's the level that I look at for breakout trades today. We end up basically making lower highs and lower lows off that initial pop.
Yeah, that was certainly an interesting look there for sure. A lot of these though too, they had like that move in the midday, they had that massive pop up, and they just kind of fizzled from there on. I think sometimes if you don't have like a really strong catalyst either as well, there can be a little bit of fizzling. A lot of the moves today were like, oh, this rumor, this thing happened. We might have that. Ultimmune was the same. There was a rumor with that, the New York Post, oh, this could be the new obesity drug, and then it kind of fizzled.
Exactly.
So sometimes catalysts do matter, I guess, is the
that's the look. And Kala was another one, Adara, that we looked at today. This one was about 41% in the clear. A good look for them. I didn't trade this one. My issue with Kala, as I complained about during the midday, was the range per candle. Despite the fact that it did, it showed you like consistency. So in an area it would make higher highs, higher lows. When it ranged, it looked like it was ranging. So I don't think you got bamboozled all that much, but I just couldn't really, bamboozled. I just couldn't really stomach the inconsistency and the lack of respect for the indicators. At least that's how I trade, right? I look for retracements. I look for basically areas of support and resistance. I didn't see it on this one.
There wasn't much consistency in that. It looked like it held pretty well, kind of had a rounded top. Oh, wait, no, it didn't. It just, it's either there's no breakdown, there's no breakup, and there's no range.
SMCI, another really interesting one today, Adara. Up 6.84% in the clear. Basically closes out at day's high, knocking on that $900 level again, 890, 890-ish we close. This one was interesting. A lot of people were talking about this during the midday.
Yeah, SMCI, of course, this one is always very super and not so micro in terms of the moves that it makes. It's one of the larger movers on the S&P 500 from a percentage basis. This one tends to, when the semiconductors move, kind of outperform them, but this is up while Nvidia was down, so SMCI getting a little maybe more interesting here. We know we had that massive move up when it went from like $400 to $1,000. Maybe it's trying to gear up to another one of those. We'll have to see.
All right, this one we didn't talk about during the midday show, but I saw it towards the end. Polestar having a great day today. Look at that move up, guys. And this one started at 1:30, The breakout coming in as Polestar delivers first customer Polestar Electric 3 SUVs. We know that they've been looking to get into that SUV market. Why wouldn't they? SUVs are in demand right now. The ones that we see, and we often talk about this on the show, we see them a lot in this area. And the ones that I see are sedans. So good that they're getting in. And I want to see for continuation play possibly tomorrow.
Well, yeah, and that one, and also Nikola. We know we had that story with Nikola coming out right at the end of the day. They published this themselves on their website. Walmart is using one of their hydrogen trucks, adding, from what I sounded like, one vehicle to their fleet, saying that this is apparently the first hydrogen vehicle being added to the Walmart fleet. So Walmart Canada getting one of its trucks. Kind of interesting story. Up to see Nikola, Polestar, Rivian, lots of these EV names in play.
And Nikola reverse split today, 1 for 30. I didn't have eyes on this.
I wasn't even aware of that.
No, right here. So Nikola's trading at $8.61. There you go. Nikola shares trading lower after the company. What?
Yeah, that could be interesting tomorrow.
Yeah, recently affected 1 for 30, obviously likely to bring the company back into compliance under the NASDAQ listing rules. So we'll have to see that. But yeah, let's have a look at Nike. We've been talking about that.
For the numbers.
Yeah, I know. I'm just going to load up the chart preemptively there. Yeah, she's got it. I like that. I want to have my eyes on it too, Fabian. Okay.
Everyone has to have all their eyes. Yeah.
Right? I got my own chart. She's got her own charts. Yeah, there's a look. Guys, Nike closed out at $94 yesterday, so we'll have to see what their reaction
Numbers
is like.
just came in. I'm just waiting to read through them all here, but they did.
Oh, there it is. There's a move down initially anyway. We'll have to see how this continues to react.
Yeah, I'm good to go. I can read out these numbers here. Revenue, that is going to be a miss. Q1 revenue, $12.606 billion versus the estimate of $12.841 billion. So 12.6 versus 12.8 expected. That is going to be a miss. We also have here the net income, $1.5 billion versus the estimate of $1.26 billion. That's going to be a beat on net income for NKE. Pre-tax profit also a beat, 1.726 bill versus 1.584 bill expected. So really the only miss here is going to be the revenue. Just to go over that net income number again as an earnings per share, it was 99 cents per share versus the estimate of 83 cents per share. So nice miss there. Nice beat there. They did also have their inventories were $7.5 billion, down down 1% compared to the prior year. But yeah, I mean, other than the revenue miss, this is not necessarily a bad look.
No, and it's interesting because the fact that they beat on EPS means that they were able to shore up costs. Coming down now, though, here we go. So a little zag, guys.
Keep an eye on everything.
Yeah, keep it coming down into 92, so we'll have to keep an eye on this one. When's the call for this one, Adara?
I'll check that right now.
Okay.
Also, sorry, the inventory is down 11% compared to the prior year. So that inventory, sorry guys, it's not 1%, it's actually 11%. So that's down a little bit more significantly. This one basically flip-flopping here, up then down. I'm not seeing anything else here. The most recent thing I'm saying is that 11% decrease there in inventory on a year-over-year basis, $7.5 billion there. So let's keep an eye. Round trip, says Darwin in the chat. I do not disagree. This coming in, dropping hard with volume. If I see anything else, I will. You guys know, keeping an eye on when that conference call comes out.
It comes out at 5 o'clock, guys, scheduled for Nike. So that's going to come by way of 5. We'll be off the air, obviously, but by that time. But if you are going to trade in the aftermarket and you're going to trade Nike, you got to have one eye, or you got to have both eyes on the chart, and you got to have your ears with the conference call, because anything there can change things around. So obviously look for major statements and then price reaction, then you can kind of gauge that. So that's the look there. We're trying to hold 90 there, kind of looking like a little indecisive. I guess maybe they're waiting for commentary color. Here comes $90 though. So it looks like we are headed down now, about 4.5% Nike. There's the $90 area. I don't want to load up the level 2 because I don't want to log in to my area over here.
But they broke below 90.
There it is. Yeah.
Okay.
So it does look like there is going to be some weakness here. So where can we find a support? Let's have a look at this from a technical perspective. All right, so right away, we looked at the area trough over here of $89. That was the low in March and early April of this year. Beyond that as well, we also have really good support at this area, Adara, on the daily chart. There's a double bottom here, so we're going to have to see if this area holds up. Below this area, though, you really have to go all the way into September of 2022 when we got down into 83. We have not been there. So I expect some support here.
We bounced a little bit at 89.
That makes sense, Adara. Yeah. So that makes sense there. So we'll have to keep an eye. I should have done a little bit more homework on that one to see where support could have been.
Yeah, well, I'll give you the guys this as well. So we did. I think that the major misses here, I'll look at it from the positives and the negatives for the Nike earnings. We did have a beat here, EPS 99 cent versus the estimated 83 cent. They're also higher than expected pre-tax profit. However, then on the negative side, we do have an 11% year-over-year decrease in inventory, so not a great look there. Also, they did have a revenue miss here. So this came in at $12.6 billion. The last year, it was $12.83 billion, so that's already a year-over-year drop. Analysts were expecting $12.84 billion, so a slight increase year-over-year that we did not get. So not seeing anything else come down here other than those numbers. But yeah, we'll have to really see what we get at the conference call.
All right, happy for you, Alex Diaz. Great dip. I hope you took that. I saw some people. Sarah Demo says 88.42. Shout out to you, my man. I love that. Who else has got the dip? Yeah, baby, keep running down, Nike says. Scott Market Bull 427. I don't know if you're short. I don't know if you just want to buy lower. Whatever their hope and victory, happy about that. Darwin, the OG, says Nike inventory 7.5 billion, down 11%. You mentioned that, Adara. Thank you for that. That is interesting. Well, that could be a couple of things. One, was inventory inflated to begin with, and bringing that down, you bring down your overhead costs. You obviously, definitely shore up the balance sheet that way. The other side of that is the demand. Why are you bringing down inventory? Because you're lacking demand. So it's a bit of this, a bit of that. We'll have to see the commentary.
Yeah, and seeing this drop actually reminded me of another earnings move that we watched on this desk in the market recap a couple months ago. That's Starbucks. Starbucks we know has recovered since, but they sold off quite viciously at earnings, and Starbucks also had some issues with China. I'm not seeing anything on Nike with China yet, but I think, could be an interesting name with regards to consumer demand in certain regions. Either way, I think this chart will definitely be one to watch tomorrow, and I really want to see what they say in their conference call and what analysts have to say about this move.
Absolutely, yeah. This is really interesting here. Here are some commentary, guys. Nike taking actions to reposition to be more competitive, drive sustainable profit, long-term growth. Here we go. Nike encouraged by progress. Q4 results highlighted challenges that have led up to the full year 2025 look. Driving better balance across portfolio, says one. Basically, some headlines coming in here. Nike misses quarterly revenue expectations. on choppy demand for its sneakers, says this article, vis-a-vis Reuters, basically saying the company were basically looking to streamline its portfolio before the sportswear company can revive demand as innovation and launch new product lines. So we'll keep you abreast, I guess, of any major headlines here for Nike, but I guess, not really to expect those, Adira, until the call at 5. Keeping an eye on a technical perspective here, much like we said, that area of $89 support holding on for now. So the question then, I guess, arises here. We don't have Danielle Shea on today, but we know she's a swing trader. So is this $89 level, given the daily support, a swing trade buy?
I mean, I guess we'll have to find out here. I think it'll be interesting. Again, not a swing trader, but I think it'll be more
Sure, but
interesting.
let's talk about technicals. You're good with that.
Let's talk about technicals.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull up this daily chart here. I think my thing with Nike, too, is I would rather, because, earnings reactions are earnings reactions. They can be wild, they can be woolly, they can reverse in like a heartbeat, right? So I want to see what we do tonight after the conference call when the dust settles. A little bit, right? Because I don't necessarily trust the initial reaction. We saw the initial reaction for Nike was here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah.
So I think once that settles, if we can hold that area that you're right was definitely interesting support, that 89, then I think it could maybe be a decent swing trade. But I would be very aware of this kind of chop and churn. You guys know I love ranges.
Oh, yeah.
If you look here, I'm going to get this little pointer out here. If you look at this 97-ish level, look at that support we had March 2024, then that becomes resistance on a wick basis on the daily.
There you go.
Into June 7th, and then we get it again on June 24th. So to me, that would be an area of resistance to be aware of if you take this swing trade. It gives you only about $8 of wiggle room.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That's my take.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I'm legitimately thinking about this because, well, this is the thing. Fabian's reading it the way that, I'm looking at it. This $90 area, look, even when we did break down in the dark days of September of 2022, this is when the market bottomed, right? This was the market bottom, October, September of 2022. We all remember that. And here it is. And the worst it did at that time was 82 and a half. So, yeah, this is interesting. But, again, I got to echo Adira's sentiment. I want to hear what happens after the call. The only question is it at 93? Is it at 94?
You're right, it might
on the
be
call, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. So, anyway, this downward channel is what it is. And until you break out beyond this channel over here, Fabian, to be honest with you, it's lower lows and lower highs, Adira. Yeah. Hey, Nike deals, huh? Interesting. I don't remember any offhand. I'm sure the chat will definitely help me with that.
And they could mention things on, because I know a lot of people were saying, Sean was saying, like with regards to got the Olympics going on, that could maybe Nike will have something to say about that. That could be an interesting ongoing moment. They'll be on screen for the 2 weeks that the Paris Olympics go on in July. So that could maybe be decent for exposure. But I think right now, that drop there in terms of they both dropped over year, and they missed analyst estimates for revenue. So that's not a great look, along with that decrease in inventories. So we're going to have to wait and see how this goes on NKE. But right now, it looks like we are rejecting at that 90, trying to make lower lows.
All right. So here is what else is reporting today. And it's I don't want to say they're nothing burgers, but I don't want to disrespect them. But here's what's reporting after the market is Kura Sushi, Accolade, Dynags, Pinstripes Holding, American Outdoor, Culp, and those are basically it. I'm sure we probably have some of them out already. Anyway, if that's what else is coming out. You did send me some interesting stuff here, so I want to look at some of Danielle Shea's trades she was talking about last time. We obviously went over Micron Meta today. She is looking for $520 and $530 price target. And Adira, did you see what Meta did today? We're knocking on the door of that $520 because we closed out we're trading right now in the aftermarket anyway at $519.80, up 1 1/3.
Yeah, it's a great look. Yeah, I know Danielle Shea was very interested in that 520. If we get 520, then she'd be interested in 530. And yeah, I mean, pretty subdued earlier in today for Meta, but it definitely popped up into the close. That'll be interesting. She might get that price target like even tomorrow. I think a lot of these mega caps are at certain levels where they're very much ready to pop. Meta's near I believe all-time highs are Meta near 531. So that could be interesting. And of course, we have Amazon near all-time highs, Tesla near back to 200. So there could be some interesting ones.
So it is late June. And late June, we get Supreme Court decisions.
We do.
We do, okay? And we got some today. The U.S. Supreme, okay, what's going on with Meta Platforms? It's up 1 1/3. Why? Well, it won, kinda. It's one of its issues with the government. The U.S. Supreme Court declined on Wednesday to impose limits on the way President Joe Biden administration may communicate with social media platforms. The decision rejected a challenge made on the grounds of freedom of speech regarding how officials encourage the removal of posts. We all know about that section 130 or whatever section that is that protects social media platforms from liability about what other people post. So I don't know the extent of this decision, but it'll be interesting because I know that's been a running issue with this social media.
Yeah, right, in terms of what can be said, what can't be said. And yeah, you know, Meta, Snapchat will sometimes run in these kinds of stories, specifically Meta. So I think that'll certainly be an interesting look for META. Nice little catalyst there. It'll also be interesting. We know we have the DMA coming out there in Europe and the EU with going after Google and Apple. So it'll be interesting. I'm not sure if Meta will be impacted by this, but it is worth noting there are certainly some European, sorry, I don't know if it was, maybe it was Microsoft and Apple. I want to make sure I know the second Mag 7 company there that was mentioned there by the DMA. So I want to make sure I'm correct on that. But I think it'll certainly be an interesting look with regards, sorry, it was. So it was at EU antitrust going after Microsoft and Apple.
Right.
That's what it was. But yeah, interesting look there. We'll have to see if Meta is impacted by that either.
Chinese ADRs got punched in the face today, sadly, metaphorically, obviously. But here is the chart on Pinduoduo, PDD, as it now wants to be called, Adara. And it absolutely got, it got in a lot of trouble today, really, because now it has to take on Amazon. And this is something that we talked about, I think, during the midday. And the thing is, Adara, Amazon has this reputation of being predatory with their competitors.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you know about this. And basically, what I heard here, I'm just obviously reiterating stories that I've read, was basically startups would go in, they'd meet with them, they'd be like, hey, here's my idea. And Amazon would just take their idea and would be like, sue us, and then lock them down in litigation for years. And so, like, you know, I don't want to be against that kind of person. No. And these Chinese ADRs look like they're going to have to. And PDD, Adara, killed it last year and this year. This is the daily on PDD, and that's a hell of a recovery off the bottoms.
Yeah, that PDD off earnings as well. You saw that was when I was trading a lot on the midday. That one I know a lot of guys on the floor were trading as well when we were near 160s. Now we're near 130s on PDD. So bit of a decline since earnings, but you're right. That's a great chart. Generally looks like highs, higher lows off that bottom for PDD, but this could maybe push it lower because it is near those lows. So if we break below, make a lower low, we're gonna have to wait and see.
All right, let's look at some other Chinese ADRs. Guys, literally every single ADR on my watch list, for the exception of Jinko Solar, which was up 1 1/3, probably because of solar, just specifically everything on my ADR watch list in red. Baba down 2 1/3. PDD, as I just showed you, 4.5. Baidu, 1 1/5. JD 5. Li Auto, the great Li Auto, 3%. XBEV 6 1/3. NEO 5. Zeekr, not Zeekr, 6 1/3. BYD also decidedly lower, to 2.8%. So yeah, really ADRs got destroyed today, and it's been a tough look for China lately anyway.
It really has been. And the thing was XPeng too, that one was hit particularly hard. I saw that, especially in the pre-market. I couldn't find any story on that, but XPEV could be interesting with that big drop we had today in mind. They also got an upgrade earlier this week.
Good recovery today for crypto, back above 60,000 we go. For BTC, 61,350 we're trading at right now, up 2/3%. It was a good recovery for a lot of the names as well. MicroStrategies, chief among them, and Coinbase. Look at this chart on MicroStrategies. Obviously not a trading, an intraday stock, $1,500. You can see by the chart there, very light on volume, up into the 15.25 Adara. Coinbase as well, 4.25 in the clear. This one, obviously, more of a day trading stock. Decent. Mara, Riot, CleanSpark, except for Hut, they're all up on the day.
Well, Hut's also interesting because with Hut, we had, Hut 1, Hut 2, we had a price target increase from Canaccord Genuity, and we also had their inclusion in the Russell 3000. That's also not a bad price target increase from Canaccord Genuity, going from $14 to $22. So nice look there. But where it's now 430.
Is it?
It is. Time flies when you're having fun.
I didn't even get the GameStop and Chewy. I was about to talk about the Catman. All right, here it is, GameStop, Fabian. Let's finish off with this one. 24.20 is where we closed off. We all saw the midday move. It popped into 26.69 Adara. Lower lows, lower highs. It basically consolidated lower and did break VWAP, closing out at about 24.90, below 25 a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. We're going to have to do our roll call as well because we always have to end the show with a roll call. So we're going to do that. I'll start here with two that I think are interesting here. DJK saying, reminder, tomorrow is quarter end. Crazy that this is going to be our last trading day of June, last trading day of Q2, and also like literally the second half of the year. I just want to shout out Bears versus Bulls, Catmandu. Play on words in Catmandu. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for everything you do. But now it's roll call time. Let's get it, Sharif.
All right, baby, let's go. Who wants their name called? Sean James, my man RJ McFly. We got four lads. We got the OG. We got Monty G. We got to show it. All right, let's go. Let's bring it in on the side chart here. Okay, there we go. We got Chris Pluckett, my man Doug Noss. Are you related to the Noss boss? RJ McFly, Christian Knowlton. We got TH and Fun Bubble, my man Fun Bubble. Who else? We got Hope and Victory. I love that name. That is a respectable name right there. ANS. We got Josh, Lila, Sebastian, Dave Clark. Shout out to you. Lionel Martinez, as well as Gorev. My man Gorev, you're doing overtime, Gorev. Attaboy. Nomer. We got Nomer as well. We got Henrik. We got Mani, Sebastian, and Apple and Raisin Pancake, baby. Anurag. Yes, sir. Anurag. Love the effort. And GRL Trader, Noah, RJ, and Chef Joe, guys. We shall see you tomorrow. Make sure to join Adair and I on the midday and be here for the morning recap.
What a day.
I'll see you guys.